Chapter 520, Metamorphosis Tribulation. Naturally, Hanli had already constructed a tool refining room in his new cave residence. After placing down another concealment restriction, he brought the refined crystal and myriad-year spirit milk into the formation before tightly shutting the door to the room. The other operations in the cave residence were smoothly taken care of by the huge ape puppets he had left outside while he remained in seclusion. A year silently passed in this manner before one day, something unexpected occurred. Without the slightest warning, a huge rumble suddenly reverberated throughout the cave residence, accompanied by a continuous earthquake. In addition, faint rolls of violent thunder could be heard from the outside. The rolls of thunder grew increasingly louder as if the entire island was being covered in a violent storm. With a muffled thump, the door of the tool refining room opened. Hanli leapt out of the room with a cold expression, bewilderment clear in his eyes. Upon hearing the huge rumbling outside of his cave residence, he suddenly slapped his hand against the spirit pouch at his waist, causing a yellow streak of light to emerge. It circled around in the air before landing in his palm. It was a faint yellow, meter-long formation flag with a few talisman characters embroidered onto it. Without much thought, Hanli spat out a cloud of azure chi onto the flag, causing it to shine with yellow light. As a cold glint flickered from Hanli's eyes, the flag shot into the earth with a flick of his wrist. The formation flag dug into the earth in the blink of an eye and disappeared from sight. With a muffled incantation of varying tones leaving Hanli's mouth, yet another astonishing scene occurred. As Hanli continued his incantation, the ground and walls began to shine with golden light as if they consisted of raw gold. At the same time, the trembling and frightening rolls of thunder suddenly came to a halt, restoring everything back to normal. When Hanli saw this, his expression relaxed. However, the confusion in his eyes had yet to disappear. He then flew out of his cave residence in a streak of azure light towards the sky. A moment later, Hanli was floating above the small island. Although it was enveloped in a barrier of mist, his sight wasn't obstructed at all as the mist was the result of his own formation spells. The scene before him caused his expression to change several times. Thanks to the formation spells that he had placed on the mountain range and his cave residence, they were left mostly unharmed. However, the areas outside the formation spell were still groaning from ongoing tremors. Not only were the hills and other tall masses of earth breaking into dust with huge cracks starting to appear throughout the island, but the vegetation had folded into the earth from the violent quaking as well. But that alone wasn't enough to cause Hanli to be at a loss. There were also stormy waves that suddenly surged around the island. 400-meter-tall waves continuously thrashed against the island and washed away the earth, turning nearly half the island into lakes and marshes. Out past the vast ocean mists in the direction of the huge waves, there were monstrous snarls that were inserted among the rolls of thunder as if a mad beast was furiously thrashing about. Each of its roars was soon followed by thunder and a huge wave. Looking in the direction of the huge waves, Hanli thought, could it be that a high-grade demon beast is stirring up havoc nearby? From the earth-shattering scene, it was certain to be a demon beast that possessed a huge body. With that thought, Hanli's curiosity was on the rise. After muttering to himself for a short moment, he enveloped himself in azure radiance and flew straight into the fog towards the directions of the roars. For fear of being seen, Hanli restrained his chi and dimmed the radiance of his aura until it was no longer visible. In an instant there was no longer any trace of him. After flying into the sea mist, Hanli managed to find his goal with a single glance. Nearby there was an enormous demon beast wildly thrashing about. Although he had already anticipated this, Hanli took in a cold breath of fright at its size. This giant was the first tortoise-type demon beast he had ever seen. Its body spanned about 3 kilometers in area and it seemed as if there was a huge mountain floating in the ocean. Its shell was pitch black and it had huge pillar-like legs. It also had a 300-meter-long silver tail that continuously swept at the nearby sea. With the head of an azure flood dragon, the tortoise roared towards the sky. With each of its roars, huge waves and demonic white winds spread outward from its body, thoroughly enveloping the sea in its ongoing outbursts. But what shocked Hanli the most wasn't this but the dense black clouds that the tortoise was roaring at tens of thousands of miles in the sky. Dense, overlapping bolts of lightning struck down from the black skies to form fearsome webs of lightning around the demon tortoise, continuously striking at it. The tortoise relied on the huge waves and demonic winds to forcibly block the strikes of the heavenly lightning. Although it managed to remain unharmed, it became increasingly violent as the barrage continued, gradually turning its originally emerald green eyes to red. Metamorphosis Tribulation. Hanli muttered to himself with a bewildered expression. He blinked in shock. The metamorphosis tribulation is a tribulation of heavenly lightning that all demon beasts experience when they ascend from grade 7 to grade 8. After experiencing this tribulation, the demon beast will be able to shed off its bestial form and change into a more human-like form. And as their cultivation grows deeper, so will the intensity of their transformation as well. It was said that when a demon beast reached grade 10, they were completely indistinguishable from a human. Although Hanli had encountered this information many times in jade slips, he was now witnessing the scene with his own eyes. He didn't know whether he should consider himself fortunate or unlucky. Its appearance could be considered fortunate as it answered Hanli's doubts about whether or not grade 8 demon beasts resided near Wondrous Depths Island. This gave him hope of finding Thousand Leaves Due later on. Unfortunately, after its tribulation, the demon beast would likely set up its nest in the nearby water. Hanli had no interest in becoming neighbors with a grade 8 demon beast. It may be a grade 8 demon beast that had just ascended, but it would still be quite difficult for Hanli to evade its notice. It was still unable to find his cave residence while it was a grade 7 demon beast. But after it reached grade 8, its strength and spiritual sense would pose a problem. Perhaps one day the demon tortoise would arrive at his cave residence. When it came to enforcing their own territory, high-grade demon beasts weren't exactly known to be lenient. Could it be that I will have to discard my cave residence after having only just established it? Hanli flusteredly thought. The flying swords contained in his body began to shake with excitement. By the time he was forced out of seclusion, he had already finished tempering his 72 bamboo clouds warm swords with the refined crystal. It had been significantly more difficult to process the refined crystal than he had anticipated. His original estimate of half a year had actually stretched into nearly an entire year. With that done, Hanli decided to take advantage of the continued seclusion to specially temper his flying swords. Were it not for the disturbance of the demon beast, he would have likely spent several more months in seclusion. I should take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack while its origin chi is still greatly damaged after it finishes its tribulation. If I am able to kill it, it would be a cause for joy, but if I fail, I will have to leave the island. With that thought, Hanli's heart grew tense. But a moment later, he shook his head in rejection of the idea. Even when greatly weakened, he still wouldn't prove to be an opponent of a grade 8 demon beast. Hanli didn't know just how powerful grade 8 demon beasts are, but he had personally witnessed the strength of the divine abilities of nascent soul cultivators. With such great danger, it would be better to just pack up and leave. Unfortunately, his gold-devouring beetles were laying eggs. He wasn't sure what would happen if he were to bring them along in his storage pouch, but he didn't have much choice. Hanli watched the lightning flicker against the body of the huge tortoise and sighed before returning to his cave residence. Hanli didn't want to wait for the demon beast to finish its tribulation and discover him hiding away. That would be utterly disastrous. But just as Hanli turned around, a series of sharp whistles came from across the horizon, accompanied by flickers of golden light. Then from the opposite horizon, a melodious sigh of wind spread throughout the sky, making way for a red streak of radiance that flew over. When Hanli saw this, he unconsciously frowned. But before he could respond, a huge disturbance in the sea rose from near the huge turtle. Several tens of thick pillars of fire shot out of the sea, and the sea water began to quickly rise as if something gigantic was emerging from the sea. Hanli was greatly shocked by this and hastily shot away to conceal himself before watching the scene with amazement. With a flash of blue light, a huge red beast emerged from the parted waves. Upon revealing itself, it released a horse-like neigh at a monstrous volume, leaving Hanli's ears buzzing. Alarmed, Hanli nearly fell from the sky. He hastily released magic power to steady himself. As he quickly circulated his great development arts throughout his body, Hanli stared at the strange demon beast with a pale face full of awe. Chapter 521. Savage Flood Dragon. Savage Flood Dragon. Hanli inwardly shouted with an expression of rarely seen fear. This scarlet demon beast had a body that stretched out to 400 meters and appeared similar to the inky flood dragon that he had seen before. Furthermore, it was one of the more fearsome types of flood dragons amongst its kind. Judging by the congealed essence that was displayed by the light wandering across its scarlet scales, it appeared to be a genuine grade 8 demon beast. The demon beast emitted a pressure that Hanli had only experienced from nascent soul cultivators. Flood dragons were one of the few primordial demon beasts that remained in this world since the ages of antiquity. Not only did these demon beasts cultivate far faster than others, but their magic power would also greatly exceed that of other demon beasts of similar ranking. It wasn't impossible for a flood dragon to even defeat an opponent that was of a superior grade. If what the ancient record said was true, then the grade 8 savage flood dragon should be an equal match for average grade 9 demon beast. This knowledge caused Hanli to turn pale from shock. He immediately wanted to run, but he still managed to retain enough reason to not make any rash movements. There were still 2 more streaks of light flying across the sky towards them. It seemed they came with hostile intentions since they were flying over without the slightest attempt at concealment. As these developments occurred, Hanli placed the blood-red cloak on his body as stealthily as possible. At the same time, he also summoned the 5 element bands and the flower basket into his hands. With these at the ready, Hanli felt far more at ease. By this point, the savage flood dragon had already let out a long hiss. It turned its long head towards the huge turtle, resisting the lightning with all its strength, watching it with a strange expression. Soon, the flood dragon's body emitted a frightening blue light, causing his body to suddenly shrink. After only a short moment, the flood dragon's body had assumed a form that was close in size and shape to a human. Its head was still that of a fierce flood dragon, but its limbs appeared to be that of a human, apart from the scarlet scales that covered its body. It also had a thick scaly tail that continuously whipped around. The flood dragon's transformation left Hanli dumbstruck. The flood dragon stood idly on top of the raging seas as if he were standing on land, not swaying in the slightest. However, after he transformed, his eyes unconsciously swept towards Hanli's direction, and its gaze became icy. Hanli suddenly felt his body break out into a chill as he tightly grabbed onto his ancient treasures with sweaty palms. Fortunately, the golden light and red brilliance had just arrived during that time. The savage flood dragon immediately lost interest in Hanli as its cold gaze swept past the 3 people that had appeared before it. The golden light was revealed to be an old Taoist with the appearance of a sage. He carried a saber on his back and a horsetail whisk in his hand and wore a brilliant gold Taoist robe containing the 8 trigrams. He twirled his beard as he examined the human form of the flood dragon. While his face showed shock, his eyes surprisingly contained a trace of greed. Not far away from the old Taoist stood 2 middle-aged men with identical appearances. Their skin appeared as ashen as corpses and they wore brilliant fire-red robes. The only difference between them that Hanli could distinguish was that one of them held a 3-meter-long ghost-head staff, while the other wore a massive red gourd on their back. They first glanced at the huge turtle beneath them before turning their eyes to the savage flood dragon and the old Taoist. They were both silent and expressionless. The old man appeared to only possess an early nascent soul cultivation, and the 2 middle-aged men appeared to only be late core formation cultivators. But Hanli was baffled to see that the 2 red-robed middle-aged men were able to face the immense pressure from both the flood dragon and the old nascent soul Taoist without showing the slightest fear. After the old man's eyes wandered several times around the 2, he suddenly smiled at them and said, "Hee hee. I didn't think that I'd encounter the whole brothers. This humble Taoist apologizes for not recognizing you sooner." The face of the red-robed man with the gourd on his back twitched. He then expressionlessly said, "We also didn't expect to find Senior Jinxia here. If Senior wishes to exterminate the 2 demon beasts beneath us, we would be glad to work together." When the old Taoist heard this, he felt gloomy. The flood dragon was an existence that was equivalent to a grade 9 demon beast. He wasn't so arrogant to believe that he could handle it alone. Were it not for the confidence he held in his incisive magic treasures, he wouldn't even consider fighting it. After the old Taoist frowned, he dryly coughed several times before bluntly saying, "You fellow Taoists must be joking. This humble Taoist wouldn't be able to deal with the savage flood dragon by himself. Likewise, neither could the 2 of you restrain it. But together we might have a chance at success. Perhaps you fellow Taoists would be interested in giving it a try? It's been quite a while since a grade 8 demon beast has been seen. If we were to join hands, we might be able to luckily succeed. In that case, I will only require the flood dragon's soul. I have no need of its demon core." Taoist Jinxia stared at the 2 red-robed men as he spoke. The old Taoist's words seemed to run contrary to the 2 red-robed men's expectations. But after they glanced at each other, clearly communicating through some unknown method, the middle-aged man holding the ghost-head staff briefly nodded and replied, "Fine. We'll agree to Senior's conditions. Us juniors don't wish to relinquish this opportunity and will strive our hardest." When that was said, his companion had already taken the fire-red gourd into his hand. When the old Taoist heard this, he rejoiced. He raised his arm and flung out an azure jade ring from his sleeve. It flew downwards, leaving a strange cry in its wake. The savage flood dragon stared coldly at the 3 as if it understood their words. A fierce expression flickered from his face as he opened his mouth, shooting a beam of scarlet light towards the old Taoist. Its silhouette then flickered and disappeared from sight. In the following moment, the savage flood dragon reappeared behind the two red-robed men in a flash. With fingers wrapped in blue light, it fiercely swiped its claws down to be met with a clang. The ghost head staff in one of their hands had automatically taken the shape of a 3-meter-tall malevolent spirit, and blocked the strike, saving their lives. When this occurred, the brothers surnamed Huo were greatly frightened. Their stiff, corpse-like faces were now overwhelmed with shock. At that same moment, the large red gourd lightly shook. With a howl of wind, countless grains of red crystal rushed out of the gourd, enveloping an area of over 300 meters, turning it into a realm of blazing fire and trapping the savage flood dragon within it. As for the scarlet ray of light that the flood dragon had released, it was currently tangling with the old Taoist's jade ring as if it were alive. The old Taoist's expression was quite solemn, and he did his utmost to prevent the scarlet light from nearing his body. He knew that the scarlet light was not to be underestimated. The savage flood dragon was suppressing the two late core formation cultivators in a clear attempt to allow the demon tortoise to finish its tribulation. Conversely, the old Taoist and the red-robed man feared the escape of the savage flood dragon and rejoiced at every bit of magic power that the demon beast wasted. It would save them quite a bit of trouble later on. As for the huge tortoise, even if its tribulation was completed, its origin chi would be greatly damaged, and it wouldn't pose much of a threat. As such, the three cultivators continued their fight with the demon beast in the sky as the huge tortoise beneath them reached the key moment of its tribulation. The bolts of lightning falling from the sky began to form silver spheres of lightning. Each strike caused the huge tortoise to tremble and was met with wild roars. Hanli rejoiced at the sight. Naturally, he had no thoughts to take advantage of the situation. A battle at this level was beyond what he could handle. But either way, regardless of which side won, it would be more than enough to solve Han Li's cave resident's predicament. As of now, an elusive opportunity for escape had finally showed itself. Han Li immediately made use of it, immersing the blood-red cape with his magic power and tearing through the sky as a streak of blood-red light. Han Li's sudden appearance and show of speed had caused both the cultivators and the flood dragon to become alarmed, but they soon ignored him. This was because they were able to perceive that Han Li's cultivation was quite shallow despite traveling at such a fast speed. An early core formation cultivator would prove insignificant to all of them. As Han Li was fearful of the demon beasts and cultivators discovering his cave residence, he decided to fly in a direction away from the sea mist. With the blood-red cloak's astonishing speed, Han Li was able to travel several thousands of kilometers in moments. After seeing that there were no pursuers, he finally relaxed and flew without his cloak as he went on ahead. After flying for the greater part of a day, Han Li casually sought an island to stay on for the time being. Several days later, Han Li reckoned that the battle should have reached a conclusion, and he carefully flew back. As expected, the sea nearby the mist was completely tranquil with no demon beasts, cultivators, or heavenly lightning in sight, as if nothing had occurred. Han Li floated above the nearby seas and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly releasing his spiritual sense into the nearby seas. His body then suddenly blurred with a flash of azure light as he dived into the sea. In the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li emerged, holding something in each of his hands. Chapter 522. Rainbow Beads and New Gold Devouring Beetles. One of the items Han Li found in the sea below where the previous battle occurred was about 10 meters long and sparkled with silver light. It appeared to be a portion of the huge tortoise's tail. The other item was half of the ghost head staff. It still contained a significant amount of spiritual chi. It was quite difficult to make out who had won the battle based on these two items. After the tribulation had concluded, it was even possible that the battle had moved to a different section of the sea. After all, battles at the nascent soul and grade 8 demon beast stage weren't matters that could be easily concluded, regardless of whether it were a cultivator wanting to slay a demon beast for their core, or a demon beast wishing to devour a cultivator's nascent soul. Either way, it would prove quite easy for the weaker party to escape. Han Li looked at the two items in his hands with narrowed eyes. After some further thought, he tossed the two items back into the sea. Although it wasn't likely that someone would pursue these two items, Han Li was unwilling to invite any disaster to his doorstep. After carefully examining his surroundings for a moment and making certain that there were no concealed cultivators or demon beasts in the vicinity, he flew into the sea mist without any further hesitation. When Han Li saw that the restrictions outside his cave residence were untouched, he finally felt his worries dissipate as he hurriedly entered. Before the battle had erupted, Hanli had originally planned to abandon the island. But afterwards he changed his mind. Even if the demon tortoise survived the battle and its nest was in the nearby seas, it definitely would have received heavy wounds. On the other hand, after going through such a grave experience, it most likely would have left. Moreover, finding another hidden island wasn't going to be an easy matter. And even if he did find another, who knew if there would be yet another high-grade demon beast lurking nearby. Hence it was much safer to stay. However, Hanli didn't dare to let down his guard, and immediately prioritized putting down many more illusion formations on the small island. He also carved out 2 false cave residences on other parts of the island, and placed separate concealment restrictions on them. With this, if any powerful enemies were to attack, he would be given an opportunity to escape. With all of that done, Hanli finally felt at ease. However, Hanli was unaware that the battle that had occurred that day was actually the spark that would lead to a huge battle between cultivators and demon beasts a few days later. The enraged flood dragons of the outer star seas had all joined together to form a man-hunting party, sowing calamity amongst human cultivators. Hanli, who had spent several days in peace in his cave residence, had already thrown the recent battle to the back of his head. He was currently refining a few sets of enemy entrapment formation tools for his future demon beast hunts. As he was planning to hunt down grade 6 and 7 demon beasts, he couldn't afford to be careless. During this time, the gold-devouring beetles finally finished laying their eggs. As Hanli was joyously observing the beetle eggs, his face suddenly revealed amazement. Although the eggs were shiny silver as expected, the eggs also had rather eye-catching specks of black on them as well. After looking at this, Hanli's first thought was that the gold-devouring beetles had somehow ascended in grade. But Hanli soon rejected this idea. Although the gold-devouring beetles were quite powerful, they were nowhere near as indestructible as the legends had described their matured form to be. There was no way they could have matured so quickly. Hence, after some further thought, Hanli recalled the countless ironfire ants that they had devoured. He could now feel a slight change and was now absorbing spiritual chi and producing spiritual power at a slightly faster rate. Although the effects weren't very obvious, Hanli was wild with joy. After all, the effects of the rainbow beads had yet to be fully displayed. However, Hanli's cheerful mood was soon dampened by a cold reality. After the gold-threaded silkworms ate the rainbow skirt grass, they had laid eggs as expected, over 100 even. However, all of the eggs were dead. The gold-threaded silkworms had both died after laying the eggs as well. Hanli stood outside the insect room, staring at the dead eggs in silence. Although he had suffered quite a loss, he did manage to verify the medicinal effects of the rainbow skirt grass at the very least. Although he suspected that the mature rainbow skirt grass would have a similar effect to induce reproduction in higher-grade demon beasts, he hadn't had the chance to test it until now. From the gold-threaded silkworm's actions, it was proven almost certainly true. The rarer and higher grade the demon beast, the more difficult it would be to reproduce. It was no wonder that high-grade demon beasts so rapidly flocked to the rainbow skirt grass when it was in bloom. As the saying goes, disaster and fortune often came hand in hand. While Hanli was brooding over the gold-threaded silkworms, the gold-devouring beetle eggs hatched several days later. The newly hatched gold-devouring beetles gave Hanli a rather pleasant surprise. They appeared no different than before, apart from the color of their shells. In addition to the golden spots on their silver shells, there were also traces of black. But more importantly, the spiritual chi they emitted gave Hanli a rather distinct impression. Hanli was now completely certain that the gold-devouring beetles had changed because the previous generation of gold-devouring beetles had consumed countless ironfire ants. Of course, Hanli would have to do some testing to find out what differences they had developed. As a result, Hanli placed all the beetles into a storage pouch and re-entered his hidden room. About half a day later, he left the room with unconcealed excitement. These new gold-devouring beetles were far more powerful than he had anticipated. He now felt even more assured in his future hunts for spirit beasts. Although Hanli still wished to research the puppet fragments from the Heaven Void Hall, he reckoned it wasn't going to be a matter that only took a few years. As such, he could only put it off for later. Hanli had already finished his preparations for his sea expedition for high-grade demon beast cores. He already had his rainbow skirt grass and sets of formation setup tools. As there could come a chance that they may prove to be useful, Hanli took along the bloodjade spider and the weeping soul beast. While Hanli felt quite uneasy towards leaving behind the spiritual medicines, the 9-curl spirit ginseng in particular, they weren't something that he could bring along. After all, he didn't know precisely how long he would be out to sea. The 9-curl spirit ginseng was still a plant and couldn't be separated too long from the ground. With that in mind, Han Li bluntly left behind a portion of the newly hatched gold-devouring beetles at the cave residence. He gave them the order to kill any cultivators or demon beasts that trespassed. This way, any trespassers would be killed so long as they weren't nascent soul cultivators or grade 8 demon beasts. Chapter 523. Extracting souls and seizing cores. With the formations at the entrance of his cave residence completed, Han Li had completed his preparations for an extended absence. As for the soul-nurturing tree, it had been continuously fed the green liquid over the span of 2 years and was now fully grown. The tree was just like the gold lightning bamboo had been. It ceased growing after it reached the age of 10,000 years. It was completely unaffected by the green liquid after reaching that point of maturation. Naturally, Han Li wasn't going to just leave the tree behind and let it gather dust. He carved the foot-long trunk into a dozen thumb-sized beads and strung them together on a golden thread before wearing them around his neck. This type of divine wood didn't need to be meticulously refined. One simply needed to wear it close to their body to receive its wondrous soul-nurturing and recovery effects. After dealing with everything in his cave residence, Han Li left his cave residence and quietly flew out from the mist surrounding the small island. With the rainbow skirt grass in hand, Han Li had no plans of heading into the depths. Not only did demon beasts of grade 8 and higher wander there, but cultivators gathered too. Such a place would be completely unsuitable for him to place down a spell formation and lure demon beasts into. So long as he had the rainbow skirt grass, any part of the nearby seas were all the same to him. As such, it would be better for him to find a secluded coral island instead. With that thought in mind, Han Li got his bearings before shooting off into the west, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A month later, Han Li stopped above a fire-red coral reef. On his way here, he had already spotted many coral islands, but for fear of being too close to his cave residence and attracting trouble, he ignored them and continued flying. Although this reef was so small that it couldn't be called an island, it was more than enough for the purposes of planting rainbow skirt grass. Han Li decided that this would be the location of his first hunting grounds. Currently, he had already placed down 4 spell formations near the coral reef, tightly encasing the nearby surroundings. All that was left was to carefully place the rainbow skirt grass at the center of the magic formations. Since he wanted to attract grade 6 demon beasts, he needed to mature the rainbow skirt grass to 400 years old. It would require a month's worth of time to acquire enough green liquid to mature the rainbow skirt grass to that age. However, he wasn't going to be able to spend that time idly. The first 3 blooms of the rainbow skirt grass attracted a few low-grade demon beasts from him to practice on. Although pills made from the cores of grade 5 demon beasts would have little effect on Han Li's cultivation, he could exchange them for quite a few spirit stones. He wasn't about to just let them go. As expected, after the 4th time the rainbow skirt grass bloomed, 4 grade 5 demon beasts were pulled in. They were quickly and easily executed with a few of the bamboo cloud's warm sorts. Gazing at the rainbow skirt grass with 3 uncurled leaves, Han Li let a long breath before carefully poured the green liquid on top of the plant. He then put the bottle away and sat down at its side before meditating. When the 3rd day had passed, the rainbow skirt grass uncurled its 4th leaf, releasing its demon-luring scent. Han Li had spent the past 2 days honing his strength in silent meditation. Although killing grade 5 and 6 demon beasts should pose no problem to him, at the end of the day he was still a lone person deep at sea. It was better to be safe than sorry. The effects of the rainbow skirt grass wasn't always consistent. In the past he had attracted a grade 7 black dragon, nearly bringing about his death. At that moment, 2 streaks of bright azure light flew down and revolved around the huge prawn in coordination, chopping it into pieces. Green blood splattered onto the seas below. The 5-element bands trembled several times before disappearing in a glow of light and reappearing in Han Li's grasp a moment later. Han Li wore a slight smile on his face and shook the formation plate in his hand. The yellow radiance immediately faded away as the yellow barrier beneath him followed suit. Then with a wave of his hand, the 5-element bands had been replaced with a pitch-black alms bowl in a flicker of light. With both hands clasped on the bowl, Han Li floated down next to the pawn's corpse. A cold glint flickered from Han Li's eyes as he stared at the huge prawn's head. Without further deliberation, Han Li extended his finger and started to mutter an incantation. The tip of his finger began to shine and gradually grew brighter. Han Li coldly snorted. Several thin white strings shot out from Han Li's finger before piercing into the huge prawn's skull. Then with a shake of his finger, the white strings pulled out a fist-sized orb of green light from within the prawn's head and brought it towards the soul congregation bowl. The green light knew that this wouldn't end well, and began to struggle with all its might against the white threads. However, it was unable to break free as it slowly drew closer to the bowl. When it was about a foot away from the Soul Congregation bowl, the green orb of light was wrapped in black light and drawn into the bowl. Hanli smiled at the scene. He then approached the prawn's corpse and rummaged through the scattered remains before he found a light blue sphere. Not only were Grade 6 demon beast cores larger than those from Grade 5, but they were also more translucent and shined with a faint glow. It made for a beautiful sight. After looking at it for a moment more, Hanli placed the core into his storage pouch and took another look at the huge prawn's corpse as if something had just come to mind. He suddenly raised his hand and cut it with 2 more streaks of light. He sliced off its claws and placed them into his storage pouch without any further thought. Afterwards, he shot a small fireball at the corpse, turning all of the remaining pieces into ashes. Hanli calmly flew back to the rainbow skirt grass and went back to sitting down cross-legged. He was confident that the nearby seas didn't only have one Grade 6 demon beast. Now he just had to calmly wait until the next one arrived. Chapter 524. Spying 7 years after Hanli began harvesting demon beasts, a group of cultivators with varying cultivations were slowly flying at a low altitude in a region of the outer star seas. They would occasionally glance around as if they were searching for something. The group of cultivators were at Foundation establishment, apart from their 3 leaders. One of their leaders was a mid-core formation while the other 2 were at early core formation. A middle-aged cultivator with a yellowish complexion impatiently asked, "Brother Chio, is that Grade 6 demon beast truly nearby? We've already searched for several days and we even expanded our search perimeter. Isn't it likely that the information is wrong?" It appeared he was talking to the gaunt old man that wore a solemn expression at his side. The old man was the highest-ranked cultivator in their party, the sole mid-core formation cultivator. The old man indifferently replied, "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist Min. The information we received was but an approximate location. It is also quite common for the location to change after several days. And even then, following this information is better than just randomly roaming the seas. I am confident that the intelligence vendor wouldn't have dared to swindle me." The third core formation cultivator, a large man with a fiendish face, suddenly said, "The demon beast might have already left the area, or perhaps its nest doesn't lie in this area." "Impossible. This is a rare vivid glass beast. We've swept our spiritual sense in the nearby seas and spotted the beast's most beloved food, the tricolored seaweed. Its nest must be nearby." The gaunt old man spoke with a tone of certainty. Because the 2 core formation cultivators seemed to hold the old man in high regard, they said no more. Instead, they continued to sweep their spiritual sense in every direction. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators behind them, most were either their disciples or younger relatives. As such, none of them dared to intrude in their conversation. Under the lead of the 3 core formation cultivators, the group continued to search for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, they found absolutely nothing. By this time the old man began to frown. Sigh. Originally, when one stayed near the depths, even if their gains were infrequent, one could still acquire 4 high-grade demon cores a year. But now, ever since we left the depths, we've only encountered 2 high-grade demon beasts, and even worse, we failed to acquire their cores. The cultivator surnamed Min grumbled as if he had a belly full of grievances. "Enough. Brother Min, you should be aware of the circumstances in the depths. If we were to go to there now, we would only be going to our deaths rather than hunting demon beasts." With a face pale from trepidation, the man with a fierce appearance said, "It is still truly abnormal. The depths were a place where you could make a living if you were clever and avoided the center region. But 2 years ago, ever since the demon beast insurrection started, the entire depths became a restricted area. High-grade cultivators that commonly roamed the depths never returned. And in the past year, several nascent soul eccentrics joined hands and explored the center region of the depths. But as a result, they turned tail and fled, perhaps due to having encountered unbeatable odds. Even then, Master Four Paths was the only nascent soul cultivator able to return alive. It seems Wondrous Depths Island won't be able to last much longer." The bony old man was silent for a moment before his face twitched, saying, "Fellow Taoist Shen's words do hold reason. Although the demon beasts of the depths can still be considered docile as they have yet to head out of the depths, who knows when they will attack in an overwhelming force. This isn't something that is impossible. We have no choice but to come up with a response." It seems the old man was extremely concerned about the situation in the depths. The cultivator surnamed Min bitterly smiled with a face of helplessness. "But as of current, the Star Palace is busy fighting with the Starfall Coalition on the other side. The transportation formation will only accept arrivals, not departures. Even if we want to leave, we can't. Humph. That isn't certain. The fierce-looking man wore an expression of disagreement. Oh, could it be that Brother Shen has another way? The cultivator surnamed Min appeared astonished, but soon his interest was roused. The man lowered his voice and spoke with a mysterious tone. Hee, there is no other way. I merely heard that there were people at Wondrous Depth Island selling displacement talismans at high prices. Although there aren't many, there are people that have already returned to the inner star seas. There is such a thing? Then how about we? The cultivator surnamed Min rejoiced. He thought to further pursue the matter, but the bony old man interrupted him with a snort. Stop dreaming. Even if you manage to acquire the displacement talismans, do you truly dare to return to Heavenly Star City? It is even more dangerous over there. You will certainly be dragged into the conflict if you are to return. Although the demon beasts of the depths are behaving abnormally, it is still completely normal outside the depths. If something does truly happen, we only need to find a desolate island and conceal ourselves there. That would be far better than returning and being dragged into a war. A strange light appeared in the old man's eyes, as if he had spent a long time thinking on the matter. When the two heard this, they stared at each other for a long while. While they felt that the old man's plan was quite crude, they believed it to be practical. Just when the two thought to discuss the matter further with the old man, they suddenly heard a rough, strange roar in the distance along with a chain of explosions. The vivid glass beast. The two early core formation cultivators glanced at each other and yelled out the demon beast's name at nearly the same time. Pleasant surprise was displayed on their faces. The bony old man's face grew stern. He coldly said to the two, "That is the vivid glass beast's cry without a doubt, but it seems someone found it before us. We're going, but conceal yourselves. We'll be acting with discretion." After the two tacitly nodded their head, the three core formation cultivators flew out as streaks of light. But on their way there they disappeared without a trace. As for the Foundation Establishment cultivators, they immediately chased after them with nervous expressions. After a short moment, the three core formation cultivators silently arrived at a coral reef island several kilometers away. It was where the thunderous demon beast's cry had come from. However, what they saw was beyond their expectations. There was a sea beast with a sparkling, transparent body that was trapped in a red light barrier. The demon beast's body was about 10 meters long, and had countless milky white threads hanging from its body. In a dire attempt to cut through the red barrier of light, it continuously rammed its body against it. However, this wasn't what the three cultivators were concerned with. They were focused on something else entirely. There was a youth wearing faint blue robes above the small island. He stood motionlessly in the air with his hands behind his back. His face wore a leisurely expression. The cultivator with the fierce appearance excitedly said in a voice transmission, "Brother Chiu, that person is only at early core formation. Shall we attack?" A malicious glint appeared in the old man's eyes. However, he managed to suppress his desire to attack and cautiously said, "Don't rush, we'll first take a look around to see if there are any other cultivators hidden nearby. Let's make sure there are no traps." The cultivator surnamed Min was also quite careful and called a matter to attention. "Fellow Taoist Shen, Brother Chiu makes sense. It seems quite suspicious for an early core formation cultivator to dare to trap a vivid glass beast by himself. There may be other mysteries at play." When the fierce-looking man heard this, his heart trembled and he hastily swept his spiritual sense around the vicinity. However, he was unable to find anything. At that moment, the blue-clothed youth struck. With a single wave of his hand, 7 streaks of azure light shot out from his palm. The streaks of light circled once in the air before combining into a huge azure sword that was over 30 meters long. The sword cleaved down, sending a deep reverberation through air. The vivid glass beast seemed to perceive the sword's fearsomeness and spat a white crystal orb at it. The crystal orb swelled to 3 meters wide after it left the demon beast's mouth, and moved to intercept the huge falling sword. The sword didn't change speed in the slightest and emitted a faint roll of thunder as it continued down. It then met the crystal with a large bang. For a single instant, the huge sword appeared indistinct. Whoosh! With a flash of azure light, the huge sword then disappeared without a trace and reappeared atop the vivid glass beast as it continued to cleave down. The demon beast then hoarsely shouted in fury as its countless white threads joined together to meet the strike in an attempt to preserve its life. Crunch! The huge sword chopped through the vivid glass beast's head without the slightest resistance, splattering green blood all around. The 3 core formation cultivators were left amazed at the sight of the youth slaying the beast in a mere instant. Was that really a vivid glass beast? It was well known to be extremely difficult to hunt even amongst grade 6 demon beasts. but it just fell to a single blow from this youth. Inconceivable. Could it be that he wasn't at the early core formation stage, but was rather at the late core formation stage? After repeatedly using their spiritual sense to sweep past the youth as he looted the beast corpse, they confirmed that he truly was but an early core formation cultivator. While victory against the grade 6 vivid glass beast would be certain with the three of them combined, it would be impossible for them to slay it with the ease displayed by this youth. Could it be that this youth was a tiger in disguise? Could he be concealing his true cultivation with a hidden technique? Suspicions began to surge within their minds. Chapter 525. A fearsome and resounding reputation. Brother Chio, do we attack? It seems like he's really alone. The fierce-looking man's voice held a trace of nervousness. The gaunt old man stared at him with a doubtful expression, but didn't reply. When the three saw the youth take out a black alms bowl and start to extract the vivid glass beast's soul, their expressions greatly changed with a trace of fear appearing within their eyes. The cultivator surnamed Min saw the old man's hesitation and couldn't help but frown. He probingly said, "This person is quite odd. How about we leave him be? There is no need to provoke any mysterious characters." As the three had managed to survive in the scattered star seas for such a long time, they were naturally very cautious people. The scene before them was, without a doubt, indescribably strange. It even caused Cultivator Min to recoil. The old man's gaze wandered for a long while before he bitterly smiled and listlessly said, "Leave him be? This is no longer a matter of choosing to attack him, but rather how we will leave here alive." These words caused the fierce-looking man and Cultivator Min to freeze. They were fully aware of the old man's temperament and knew that he wouldn't say something like this without reason. As such, they soon revealed astonishment. The old man licked his lips and spoke with an agonized whisper. "You two might not have noticed, but doesn't this person resemble the recent rumors of that devil?" "Devil? Then could he be?" So it was him. The two immediately let out a cry of alarm. Their faces were aghast. The old man solemnly muttered as if he were speaking to himself, "Absolutely. He appears young, can release several flying swords, and moreover his sword light is azure. Just like the rumors." The fierce-looking man's complexion turned white. He said with a trembling voice, "Wasn't that person also well known to use a swarm of flying insects? He hasn't revealed them since we've arrived. That can't be a coincidence." It appeared he had been shaken stiff by the old man's words. Cultivator Min turned slightly green and sent out a voice transmission in a whisper, "Brother Chio's words are correct. This devil ordinarily reveals himself to be at early core formation and is fond of extracting the souls of demon beasts. The reason why he hasn't released his flying insects should be that he didn't feel the need to." "You're saying that this guy is the rumored insect devil? Then why are we still here? If we face him, we're certain to perish." The fierce-looking man appeared to be panic-stricken. The old man managed to regain his calm and said, "Don't lose your head. Even if it truly is the insect devil, his attention was occupied with the vivid glass beast when we arrived. As a result, we had remained undiscovered. Now that he has killed the demon beast, we will expose ourselves if we act rashly." The other two glanced at each other and saw the sense in the old man's words. As such, they didn't dare to act impulsively. As the large man stared at the youth extracting the demon beast's soul, something suddenly came to mind. He whispered with a doubtful expression, "I heard that 4 years ago, the insect devil contended for a grade 7 demon beast against a group of 9 core formation cultivators. He managed to kill 8 of the core formation cultivators by himself, but a single late core formation cultivator was fortunately able to escape. Could those rumors be true?" Cultivator Min dryly swallowed a few times before whispering, "They should be. The man who survived was an expert from the Jade Cloud sect, and the ones who died were his fellow sect members. That fight caused the Jade Cloud sect, once renowned as one of the 5 great powers of Wondrous Depths Island, to lose an entire third of their forces. The Jade Cloud sect's chief elder, Taoist Master Swift Crane, was enraged by this and personally scoured the seas several times by himself in search of the insect demon. However, he returned unsuccessful each time. Many people believed even if he found the insect devil, nothing would come of it. After all, from the abilities he displayed, it is quite possible that he is actually a newly ascended nascent soul expert. It is said that the other factions of Wondrous Depths Island have already taken note of the insect devil and wish to recruit him." After a moment of silence, the old man shook his head and said, "Nascent soul stage? Not necessarily. I've heard that there is nothing exceptional about the insect demon's cultivation. All of his fearsomeness comes completely from his strange insects. It was said that on the day of that battle, He hadn't used any magic treasures and merely released countless flying insects, devouring the many core formation cultivators alive without even lifting a finger. That was how he received the name of Insect Devil. Cultivator Min persisted. However, Brother Chio also saw that he didn't use his insects and was able to kill Vivid Glass Beast in a single strike. Even late core formation cultivators would find it difficult to replicate this feat. Surely he must be a disguised nascent soul eccentric. The old man still disapproved and thought to further speak when the fierce-looking man at the side interrupted him with a helpless tone. Fellow Taoists, it makes no difference for us whether or not he is a nascent soul cultivator. It is almost certain that he would be able to kill us with great ease. Even we are fearful of his evil reputation. It is said that all cultivators who encountered the insect devil were all devoured by his insects. The number of cultivators that have fallen by his hand is no less than 100. In the last 2 years, this devil has already become a topic of fear. Cultivator Min appeared even more unsightly after hearing this. His gaze fell onto the blue-clothed youth and he let out a long breath before saying, "The insect devil is truly vicious and bloodthirsty." It should be true without a doubt. There were no small number of cultivators that had been killed for their treasures, and all claim it to be the work of this devil. And to think we came knocking on his door. His voice was filled with regret. When the old man heard this, his face also became unsightly, but he spoke no more. He was also greatly fearful toward the evil reputation of the insect devil. In the following moments, the three ceased to use voice transmissions and silently watched the youth's every movement. They wished for him to quickly finish dealing with the demon beast so they could get away as soon as possible. At that moment, the blue-clothed youth finished drawing out the soul of the vivid glass beast into the black alms bowl. He then rummaged through the demon beast's corpse for a white demon core. At that moment, the youth suddenly raised his head and glanced around. When the three saw this, they all held their breaths and kept their bodies perfectly still. However, the situation developed contrary to their wishes. The youth's gaze suddenly turned to the direction that the three were hiding in. With a slight sneer on his face, he coldly said, "You three fellow Taoists have been watching me for quite some time. Have you had enough to look at? How about you come out and show yourselves?" Having heard this, the three suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. "Run?" It was unknown which of the three shouted this, but they immediately flew off as streaks of light and split off in 3 different directions in a panic-stricken manner. The blue-clothed youth frowned and muttered, "I haven't even finished speaking yet. Why did they flee with such fear? Did they fear that I would eat them?" A trace of confusion appeared on his face. But soon after, the youth waved his arms with a sullen expression, and sent 3 spirit beast pouches into the air, filling the sky with a torrent of tricolored beetles. This youth was obviously Han Li, who had just returned from the far seas. The old man stealthily peeked his head around only to find a scene that left him aghast, causing him to unconsciously speed up. At that moment, a series of soft sounds leisurely left Han Li's mouth. When the tricolored beetles heard him, they gathered towards the sky and instantly condensed into 3 huge lances spanning about 3 meters each. Then with a sharp and loud whistle, the 3 lances blurred with brilliant light and separately shot out with miraculous speed. In an instant, the lances tore through the sky, disappearing into the horizon and chasing down the 3 cultivators that had fled. Han Li stood in place without any intention of chasing after them. Instead, he started to leisurely skin the translucent vivid glass beast with a streak of azure light. The hide of the vivid glass beast was a top-grade material for refining armor. He naturally wasn't about to give it up. Then after turning the rest of the remains to ashes, Han Li retrieved the rainbow skirt grass and his spell formation setup tools from the coral island. Just as he finished this, 3 flashes of light appeared on the horizon and flew in Han Li's direction. After they grew closer to him, he was able to clearly see that they were the 3 cultivators that previously fled. These 3 cultivators all had tricolored collars around their necks. Their pale faces wore expressions of crestfallen resignation. Han Li grasped his chin as he saw this, but he secretly smiled in his heart. After the 3 meekly fell before Han Li, he smiled and asked them with an exceptionally friendly tone, "May I ask you 3 fellow Taoists, why you so flusteredly ran away from me? Could it be that you 3 recognize me?" Chapter 526. Interrogation. Upon hearing Han Li, the 3 couldn't help but look at each other in amazement. What was the insect devil's purpose in asking them why they were afraid of him? Could it be that he wished to amuse himself before he killed them? The fierce-looking man steeled his heart and said with open hostility, "If fellow Taoist wishes to take our lives, then do so. What use is there in talking?" "That is strange. Was there something wrong with my question?" Han Li's expression suddenly grew sullen and cold. Seeing that there was possibly a chance of survival, the cultivator surnamed Min persistently pleaded, "Us brothers didn't know that Senior was hunting demon beasts here. Otherwise we wouldn't have dared to disturb Senior Insect Devil. We rushed to this location unintentionally without even a sliver of hostile intent. I hope Senior will spare us." It appeared a trace of blood had returned to his face. Han Li frowned and a trace of confusion flickered from his face. "Insect Devil? That's what you call me?" When the gaunt old man heard this, he couldn't help but wear a bewildered expression, muttering, "You're not Senior Insect Devil? It seems you three fellow Taoists have misunderstood something." Han Li chuckled, and after some hesitation, he waved his arm and 3 azure lights flew towards their collars. With a low-pitched hum, the collars scattered, returning them back into a swarm of countless beetles. The beetles then returned back to the spirit beast pouches at Han Li's waist. The 3 rejoiced at being spared from death. Although they were confused, they felt somewhat convinced they had mistakenly identified him. There would be no way the Insect Devil would do something so unfathomable, given his notorious reputation. But after seeing Han Li's astonishing display of ability, they didn't dare to take any rash actions and respectfully addressed him. The old man wore a smile and promptly said, "Hee hee. Seems we were mistaken. There would be no way that the Insect Devil would have let us off so easily. May I know your esteemed name, fellow Taoist?" Although the old man understood that the youth before him might not be the Insect Devil, his abilities were quite similar, and he could still take their lives with ease. He naturally didn't dare to slight him. When Han Li heard this, he thought to say something, but he soon turned his head to the skies. Han Li leisurely spoke as he stared at the sky. "Oh, it seems you 3 had companions and they've just arrived." The old man paused for a moment before turning his head in a certain direction. But since he didn't catch sight of anything, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Doubtful, the old man honestly replied, "Us brothers did bring along a few of our disciples. I reckon this is about the time that they should arrive." Just as he finished saying this, a string of lights suddenly appeared off in the horizon. They were the Foundation Establishment cultivators that they had left behind. They had chased after the 3 core formation cultivators at a comparatively sluggish pace on their magic tools. When the old man saw this, his expression changed. This had illustrated that the youth possessed spiritual sense far beyond his own. His fear of Han Li unconsciously grew. Han Li glanced at the 3 core formation cultivators with narrowed eyes and cryptically said, "I'm not one for crowds. How about you make arrangements for your disciples, and I'll wait for you 3 on the other end of the island. I still have a few questions I wish to ask you. I hope you won't leave without saying goodbye." He then smiled at them and flew to the far end of the island below them. The 3 let out sighs of relief. Although they didn't know whether or not the youth was truly the Insect Devil, it appeared that he currently didn't have any plans of killing them. Their lives were safe for the time being. As a result, the old man solemnly uttered a few words. Cultivator Min nodded his head and took to the skies. After the group of disciples arrived, he coldly gave a few words and had the cultivators slowly descend to the side of the island. At that moment, Cultivator Min then worriedly returned to the old man's side. After Cultivator Min arrived, the fierce-looking man hesitantly asked in a voice transmission, "Brother Chiu, must we go?" With a change of expression, the old man solemnly warned, "Fellow Taoist Shen, don't think of anything ridiculous. Did you not just witness what he was capable of? Do you truly believe we will be able to escape him? Just give an honest answer to anything he asks, but do not provoke him by any means. Treat him exactly as you would a nascent soul cultivator. With his abilities, he should feel disdainful towards killing us." Brother Min nodded his head and said, "Brother Chiu makes sense. I also can't make out this person to be the evil, bloodthirsty sort. It would be better to not take any rash actions." Although the fierce-looking man wasn't entirely in favor of this, he reconsidered after hearing them. Soon after, the 3 obediently flew over to the far side of the island. Han Li was sitting down cross-legged on flat coral, calmly waiting for them. Han Li casually beckoned to the 3 with a calm expression and said, "Fellow Taoists, how about we sit down and have a chat? Tell me about the recent happenings near Wondrous Depths Island. I've just returned from the far seas, and I've encountered several groups of cultivators in the recent days. From what I remember, cultivators should rarely tread in these seas. Why aren't cultivators hunting demon beasts in the depths? Naturally, I'd also like a detailed explanation on the matter of this Insect Devil." The 3 became increasingly uneasy upon seeing Han Li's calm appearance. They respectfully agreed and carefully sat down nearby. The old man bitterly smiled and slowly said, It's been 2 years since we've been to Wondrous Depths Island. At that time, the Wondrous Depths had already become a restricted area. One can no longer hunt demon beasts in the depths. In fact, whenever it is discussed, everyone turns pale. With an unchanged expression, Hanli softly said, "Oh? Please explain, fellow Taoist." The old man felt relaxed upon seeing that Hanli was intent on listening. Then after some thought, he gave an honest collection of what had happened. This matter is actually quite a long story. 2 years ago, the demon beasts violently emerged. Hanli quietly listened until the old man had finished. He then unconsciously frowned and muttered to himself, "According to what you've said, the insurrection of demon beasts in the depths killed no small number of high-grade cultivators. Even nascent soul cultivators are unable to withstand the depths. It is not wonder that the other regions of the seas have so many cultivators." Although Hanli didn't show it on his face, the old man's recollection had truly shocked him. The demon beasts of the depths went berserk. Even nascent soul cultivators are unable to return after entering. Everything that he heard seemed to point to disaster. Could it be that a great war was about to erupt in the outer star seas? Hanli paused for a moment before asking with an interested tone, "So how about telling me about that insect devil business? After you three saw me, you believed me to be this insect devil. Could it be that person is quite similar to me?" When the three heard this, they couldn't help but exchange glances at each other. The old man dryly coughed and answered, "How do I say this? At first glance, fellow Taoist looks very similar to the rumored insect devil. He uses azure flying swords, has a young appearance, and also appears to only have an early core formation cultivation. Additionally, he can also control over 1,000 flying insects." But as he continued speaking, his voice unconsciously grew soft. Because no matter how he saw it, this youth completely matched the details of the rumored insect devil. Even cultivator Min's confidence was wavering. Although a trace of surprise appeared from Hanli's eyes, he calmly said, "Huh? That does sound quite like me. Fellow Taoist should be a bit more specific. What has the insect devil been doing? It seems his reputation is quite large." Cultivator Min carefully answered, "There are many events related to the insect devil, but the most famous among them was when he used his insect swarm to kill 8 core formation cultivators 4 years ago. That was when he became famous." Although his face didn't show it, Hanli felt his heart drop. After that battle, the insect devil vanished without a trace. A year after that, near Wondrous Depths Island, cultivators began to be hunted down for their treasures. According to the survivors, it was all the doing of the insect devil. He would control the insects to fill the skies and cleanly devour his victims. This would occur every other month or so. According to the rumors, no less than 100 cultivators have fallen at his hands. This was how the insect devil acquired such a fearsome and resounding reputation. After all that was said, cultivator Min wore a trace of nervousness and unease on his face. Chapter 527. The true insect devil. Not only did the cultivator surnamed Min appear fearful, but the gaunt old man and the fierce-looking man were also filled with trepidation, not knowing whether or not those words would anger the youth before them. They were completely unsure about whether or not this person was the insect devil. Interesting, it seems this insect devil is quite notorious. Do you fellow Taoists know the appearance of the insect devil or the type of insects that he uses? Not only was Hanli not angry, but he smiled instead. Cultivator Min started to mumble, "What he looks like? I've never heard of that before. It seems his appearance is quite ordinary. As for the insects he controls, they should be both gold and silver." When he said this, Cultivator Min couldn't help but shout out, Fellow Taoist controls tricolored beetles. It seems Senior truly isn't the insect devil." The other two suddenly recalled this and felt their spirits rise. If this person truly wasn't the insect devil, then they would be far more likely to survive. Hanli then looked up to the sky as if deep in thought. A short moment later, he lowered his head and said, "Many thanks to fellow Taoists for telling me the truth. Since I still have matters to attend to, I can't stay any further. However, I hope you will keep our encounter today between ourselves. I don't wish to be mistaken as the insect devil and be pursued. I hope you can understand." The three were wildly delighted by his words. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the old man expectantly probed, "This is only natural. We will definitely keep our mouths shut about this and won't cause any problems for you. Well then, us brothers will now be taking our leave." Hanli nodded with a faint smile and the three immediately saluted Hanli with concealed joy. They then hastily stood up and flew away. A moment later on the other side of the island, the three brought along their disciples in an impatient rush to get away from the island. At an unknown time, Han Li stood up and remained still as he watched them fly off. After they disappeared, Han Li's face suddenly became sullen. Although exterminating the whole group of cultivators would have been an easy task, Han Li had no interest in attacking them. He wasn't the blood-thirsty sort after all. Besides, it wouldn't have made much of a difference whether or not his whereabouts were leaked. This location was extremely far away from his cave residence. Had he encountered the three near the Misty Island, he definitely wouldn't have let them go. In addition, he had already made plans to hastily return to his cave residence and enter seclusion for at least 30 years. He didn't want to waste time out in the outer star seas while there were people in pursuit of him. However, it seems they had given him quite the nefarious name of the Insect Devil. At that time, he had found himself in a helpless position and unleashed his gold devour beetles to kill the Jade Cloud sect cultivators. But there was never an occurrence where he had killed others to seize their treasures. Someone was clearly framing him. Although this didn't cause Han Li to become seething with anger, it did very much vex him. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that this was likely the doing of the only enemy he had in the outer star seas, the Jade Cloud sect. During the time when Han Li was still fearful of high-grade demon beasts and had to yet stray too deeply into the outer star seas, he had used the rainbow skirt grass to continuously lure in demon beasts and slay them for their cores. As a result, he managed to lure in a grade 7 demon beast. Just as this happened, a group of 9 core formation cultivators ran into him. They arrogantly proclaimed themselves as the Jade Cloud sect, and thought to give in to their avarice and slay him for his treasure. As such, Han Li could only release his many gold-devouring beetles to kill them and protect himself. Chapter 528, Flowing Undercurrents. When Zenith Yin heard Taoist priest Qi accuse him of hiding something, he inwardly frowned and cursed, "Cunning old fox." However, none of this was betrayed on his face. Zenith Yin's expression grew stern and he coldly said, "Brother Qi, you've asked this more than once before. And each time I've answered that this youngster Han treacherously killed my grandson in Heaven Void Hall. That is why I must capture him alive so that I may refine his soul." The Taoist priest shook his head and said, "He. Brother Wu had been saying this for the past 2 years and I do believe it. However, Brother Wu has spent such a long time here, unwilling to be distracted by both his profound Yin Island and the Starfall Coalition's battle on the other side. If it were only for the sake of avenging your grandson, then wouldn't I alone be enough?" Then, as if checkmating him, the Taoist priest stared at Zenith Yin with a mysterious smile and slowly continued, "Moreover, in addition to Zenith Yin, the 1,000 Gates of Enlightenment has secretly sent over their elder Breakwater, and 3 other unknown nascent soul cultivators had arrived in the outer star seas with disguised appearances. Just when did our wondrous Depths Island become so attractive that it would capture the attention of so many high-grade cultivators? And in the past 2 days, I've acquired concrete information that they're looking for the same person as you, the youngster surnamed Han. Brother Wu, please don't tell me that they also wish to avenge their grandsons." Zenith Yin's heart trembled and his face grew icy, but he remained silent. The Taoist priest saw that Zenith Yin's heart was wavering and he calmly continued to persuade him, "There is no need for Brother Wu to pointlessly continue to conceal this. Regardless of what great secret this youngster Han may possess, since so many fellow nascent soul Taoists have already figured it out, there is no harm in having me and only me know about it. If Brother Wu were to calmly tell me, it could work to your advantage. Moreover, in the current seas, in addition to my own disciples masquerading as the Insect Devil, there are other cultivators that have also taken up that identity in other locations. It is clear that they're interfering with our scheme." Zenith Yin eventually replied with a gloomy tone, "Humph. Brother Qi, since you already know so much, then what mystery is there to clear up? What point is there in asking me? I am convinced that even if Brother Wu is unwilling to tell me the truth, I will be able to find the clear truth of the matter by the year's end. By that time, it won't just be me or the Jade Cloud sect that knows of the matter. I don't want things to reach that point. Wouldn't it be better to join hands now?" The Taoist priest spoke of his inner plans without the slightest attempt at concealment. Zenith Yin's expression fluctuated for a long while. After lowering his head and muttering to himself for a moment, he eventually sighed and bitterly smiled at the Taoist priest. "It's not that I wish to deliberately fool you. But in order to ensure that the secret wouldn't be divulged, I along with several other fellow Taoists have all made a heart demon pact to not speak of it to outsiders. But since the myriad Gates of Enlightenment has sent their elder Breakwater here, then Wan Tianming has more or less broken the pact, regardless of what he said. Hence, I no longer have anything to fear from divulging the secret." The Taoist priest heartily laughed upon hearing him. "Great. Brother Wu actually cared about a heart demon pact? I've never taken them to mind. If heart demon pacts were truly effective, most heretical and devil Dao cultivators would already be dead. Zenith Een said with a helpless tone, although I don't care about the heart demons, if too many people come to know of it, I'm afraid there will be no rewards left to reap. In another portion of the sea, an azure-robed youth with an ordinary appearance was coldly glancing at some low-grade cultivators with utter disdain. There was a swarm of gold-silver insects buzzing above his head. Insect devil. A middle-aged cultivator among the group shouted out the name in fright. When the youth heard this, he coldly chuckled and wordlessly pointed at them, causing the insect cloud to immediately spread across the skies. Although these low-grade cultivators did their utmost to protect themselves with magic treasures, they were completely covered by the flying insects in an instant. After only a moment of time, the cultivators completely disappeared without a trace. The youth picked up the storage pouches that were left behind and disapprovingly said, "You dare to struggle for your lives with your meager cultivation? You overestimate yourselves." He then casually picked a direction and flew off into the distance as a streak of azure light. A short moment later, white light suddenly flashed from somewhere in the air to reveal an early core formation cultivator with a pale face. He glanced in the direction that the youth had disappeared with an unsightly expression. Then with gritted teeth, he flew in the opposite direction. Half a month later, Han Li eventually returned to the small island in this mist. Although he hadn't returned in many years, everything was how he had left it. This finally relieved the worry that he had always carried in the back of his mind. Han Li first took a few days to rest in his cave residence before arranging the many rare materials and demon cores he had acquired during his recent excursion. After organizing all of them, he then started to prepare for refining pills. 10 days later, when Han Li felt completely refreshed, he brought all the materials into his pill refining room. Years ago, when he had last refined medicine pills in his cave residence in Heavenly Star City, Han Li felt he had reached a bottleneck in his pill refinement techniques. It seemed he would have to put quite a bit more effort into it if he were to break through into a higher realm of pill refinement. As such, Han Li didn't immediately start refining grade 6 and 7 demon beast cores. Instead, he lined up the grade 5 demon cores he had acquired by his side. In Han Li's mind, although his talents in pill refinement were quite ordinary, his pill refinement techniques weren't too far away from that of a pill refinement grandmaster. After all, who else aside from him had the opportunity to practice refining pills with such a luxurious amount of materials? As the Tao of pill refinement mostly relied on experience and skill, Han Li decided to first use the grade 5 demon cores to see whether or not he could break through his bottleneck in pill refinement techniques. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li gazed at the furnace before him and waved his arm, causing a grade 5 demon core to fly into the cauldron. At the same time, the cauldron distanced itself from him. Chapter 529. Uninvited guests. The door to the pill refinement room had been sealed for an entire 3 years when one day, the room finally opened with Han Li quietly emerging from within. All of his valuable demon cores had been turned into demon core pills. For the first 2 years, Han Li had used all of his time to refine grade 5 demon core pills. Although these medicine pills had no significant effect on his cultivation as of current, even a single one of these pills was immensely desired by Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a single pill would leave them in ecstasy. After refining these medicine pills, Han Li's pill refinement techniques had finally ascended to a higher level. After all, even genuine pill refinement grandmasters wouldn't have the opportunity to squander as many demon cores for practice as he did. Ordinary pill refinement masters were only able to use about 40 demon cores as practice in their lifetime. Even then, it was an infrequent occurrence. While all the medicine pill refinement methods had their differences, they all shared a few similarities that Han Li was able to recognize. After refining so many of these precious medicine pills, Han Li was able to forcefully raise his pill refinement technique to the rumored level that existed slightly above that of a pill refinement grandmaster. As a result, this greatly increased the odds of success when refining grade 6 and 7 demon cores into pills, much to his delight. Even Han Li was unwilling to lightly squander items as valuable as grade 6 and 7 demon cores. After Han Li finished refining all of his demon cores, he spent an entire month resting. In that month, Han Li circled around his insect rooms many times, observing the differences between his tricolored gold-devouring beetles and the non-mutated gold-devouring beetles. While Han Li was refining pills, he had his puppets alternate between feeding rainbow skirt grass to the two groups of gold-devouring beetles. However, this had resulted in Han Li discovering something terrible. While the tricolored gold-devouring beetles excitedly consumed rainbow skirt grass as expected, It no longer induced a violent excitement in the tricolored gold-devouring beetles, nor did it produce any other strange effects. At the beginning, Hanley had assumed that this was because the time had been too short and that the number of gold-devouring beetles were too many. Hence, the effects of the rainbow skirt grass wouldn't be obvious. But under further investigation, he specifically isolated 300 black-strained gold-devouring beetles and fed them the rainbow skirt grass, leading to this significant discovery. After consuming the rainbow skirt grass several times, they hadn't displayed even the slightest change. This caused Hanley to become quite gloomy. He had come to the conclusion that the rainbow skirt grass could no longer be used to induce reproduction in the mutated gold-devouring beetles. Although he didn't understand the unfathomable principles behind this, he knew without a doubt that these black-stained mutated beetles could not be replenished as they had completely lost their ability to rapidly reproduce. Every single beetle he lost would be permanent. Now, he could only go back to feeding the rainbow skirt grass to the minority of gold-devouring beetles that hadn't undergone the black-stain mutation. After feeding rainbow skirt grass to the unmutated gold-devouring beetles repeatedly, they had become increasingly violent, appearing as if they would soon reproduce. With that taken care of, Hanley then entered seclusion once more with renewed clarity of mind. With the prepared assistance of all kinds of medicine pills, Hanley planned on first reaching the 8th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Arts before tackling the mid-core formation stage. Sitting down on a straw mat in the sealed room, Hanley took out a medicine bottle from his storage pouch, and poured out a glowing red medicine pill into his hand that resembled a longan fruit. After Hanley swallowed the pill, he began to feel the heat of medicinal power emit from his stomach. He then silently muttered the incantation for the 8th layer of the sword art as he slowly closed his eyes. Hanley wholeheartedly cultivated in the cave residence while oblivious to the time that passed by. The unceasing consumption of medicine pills and the conversion of medicinal power into spiritual power was an extremely tedious task. Fortunately, Hanley was wholeheartedly committed to increasing his cultivation and was able to persevere without fail. But even with his stalwart resolve, Hanley began to unconsciously feel dreary. 16 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanley had managed to eventually break through the mid-core formation bottleneck and reached the 8th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Arts. Despite his excitement, he didn't hastily leave seclusion as he still possessed a majority of the medicine pills he had started with. It was only natural to want to finish consuming them. Hence, despite having just entered mid-core formation, Hanley forcefully calmed his heart and focused on refining the 9th layer of the Azure Sword Arts. The 9th layer of the Sword Arts proved to be much more difficult than the previous layers had been. As spring passed by and winter appeared with autumn leaving and summer arriving, years and years passed by with the secluded room remaining shut. A thick layer of dust began to cover everything in the cave residence as if it had become an ancient tomb. On yet another peaceful morning in the nearby seas, a seabird circled overhead, occasionally releasing a sharp cry. It made for a serene scene. But a moment later, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the horizon. Several streaks of azure and red radiance flew towards the direction of the sea mist in a disorderly fashion. A moment later, silhouettes could clearly be made out from within the light. They were a group of 3 women and 2 men. Apart from an early Foundation establishment cultivator, a middle-aged man, the rest were all chi condensation cultivators. They were all youths spanning anywhere from 17 to 24 years of age. They had flustered flown over in a mad rush, occasionally looking behind them as if someone were chasing them. Gasping for breath, a young woman amongst them said, "Marshal Uncle's son. Let's rest for a moment in the sea mist. Otherwise we won't be able to persist when they come chasing after us." The young woman had a round face and large eyes, bearing somewhat of a resemblance to an infant. While she would normally appear quite cute at the moment, she was covered in sweat, and her complexion was pale as if her magic power was on the verge of exhaustion. The middle-aged man paused and looked at the other 3 chi condensation cultivators. Although they appeared to be in a slightly better condition, they didn't look like they could last for much longer. After hesitantly looking behind them, he reluctantly agreed, "All right, we'll go into the mist and recover our magic power. Then we will leave immediately after. Although we are a good distance away from them, they are capable of relentlessly chasing after us, so it would be best to be careful. If they manage to overtake us, it will be impossible to survive." Each of the youths expressed relief upon hearing this. Their cultivation was truly shallow. Being able to fly here had already reached the extent of their abilities. Although they knew it would be extremely dangerous to stop, they were unable to do otherwise. Hence, the party flew into the sea mist. Not long after the party entered the mist, a burly 20-year-old youth hopefully said. The sea mist is quite dense here. Perhaps we can wait here and conceal ourselves from their pursuit. Don't even think about it. Although we don't know how they're managing to track us down, a bit of fog isn't about to conceal ourselves from them. Everyone fly lower and see if there are any reefs we can take a rest on. We can recover our magic power faster if we sit. The middle-aged man bluntly refuted him, causing the burly youth to blush and hang his head. The others closely followed after the Foundation Establishment cultivator, not daring to be left behind. After a short moment, the yellow-clothed young woman suddenly shouted out in surprise, There's an island here." Regardless of the woman's yell, the island was clearly visible after they deeply entered the deep fog. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. A blue-clothed woman with an ordinary appearance said with fear, "Could there be some sort of demon beast here?" The middle-aged man started to hesitate, but he soon came to a firm resolution. "Something that unfortunate can't occur. And even if it did, we wouldn't be able to deal with it, so there is no point thinking about it. Quickly head to the island and recover your magic power." When the others heard this, they didn't say anything further and floated down onto the small island. The middle-aged man released his spiritual sense after landing on the island. He then happily pointed and said, "Let's sit down over there. The spiritual chi over there is quite abundant." The direction that he pointed to was the sole mountain range of the island. When the party heard this, their spirits were roused. Afterwards, the middle-aged man led the way with the rest of the party hurrying after him. If they could recover enough magic power, they might be able to escape the oncoming calamity. They naturally weren't going to let go of this chance. After a short moment, the party arrived at the Green Mountain Range and casually sat down on the small mountain. They all held a spirit stone in hand and began to slowly meditate, absorbing the dense spiritual chi nearby. Chapter 530, Azure Spirit Sect. Apart from the wind that carried the scent of the sea, it was completely silent where the group of cultivators were recuperating. The party of cultivators became increasingly relaxed, gathering the courage to close their eyes. Time quickly passed by. After 2 hours, the party had recovered most of their magic power and their complexions had mostly returned to normal. The middle-aged man opened his eyes. After examining how the other four were doing, he immediately commanded, "We're going. We can't stay here longer. Those things are already in quick pursuit of us." With that said, he stood up and led the way. Although the chi condensation cultivators were somewhat reluctant, they didn't dare to tarry and stood up, quickly flying off on their magic tools. But at that moment, loud cries could suddenly be heard from around the island. They seemed to be coming from within the dense mist. "Not good." The middle-aged cultivator yelled with a ghastly expression. The other four's complexions paled in an instant. A flock of over a dozen huge gray birds emerged from the dense fog above them. These monstrous birds were 3 meters long, had red combs on their head, sharp claws and beaks, and emitted a faint azure light from their body. They made for a vicious and ugly sight. After they appeared, they didn't immediately descend down to the island. Instead, they quickly circled around the island before dispersing, blocking the cultivators' paths of escape. The birds appeared quite familiar with the maneuver. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, his heart dropped. "Run. Quickly go into the forest. Wait until there is a chance to escape." Experienced in dealing with bird-type demon beasts, the middle-aged man hastily ordered the others to flee into the forest. As the four were scared out of their wits, they quickly followed his orders without question. Their speed reached new levels with their increasing panic. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the forest. However, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. Just as the five flew down to 10 meters above the forest, green light suddenly flashed before their eyes. Once they recovered their sight from the dazzling flash, they were amazed to discover that the forest had disappeared without a trace, only to be replaced by an unfamiliar mountain range emitting an astonishing intensity of spiritual chi. It was an illusion formation. The blue-clothed woman shouted out in alarm. "Could it be that there is a fellow Taoist here?" The burly youth said in pleasant surprise. Greatly surprised, the middle-aged cultivator muttered, "It's possible. But in any case, this is our chance at survival. Hopefully we can use the formation to evade the hawk kite beast." With that said, the party couldn't help but sweep their gazes around within the illusion formation. At that moment, the vicious birds suddenly lost sight of them, causing them to become restless. They cried out to each other several times before deciding to slowly fly downward. The middle-aged cultivator's expression sank. "Not good. It seems the hawk kite beasts will soon be unaffected by the illusion formation's influence. Quickly climb the mountains. There is an aura of spell formations there. Perhaps that is where the fellow Taoist is. He then flew off toward the mountains in a streak of light. After the remaining cultivators mutually glanced at one another, they chased after the middle-aged man with nervous expressions. After they flew a short distance, a layer of white light suddenly revealed itself, blocking their way. When the middle-aged man saw this, he rejoiced. He immediately waved his hand and summoned a sound transmission talisman. After muttering a few words into it, he tossed the talisman before it transformed into a streak of fire, disappearing into the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The others gazed at the scene with panicked eyes, not daring to interrupt him. A short moment later, the many monstrous birds flew into the illusion formation. They quickly discovered the party of cultivators and flew towards them in a mad rush. Their wings carried a faint trace of bright azure light. The middle-aged cultivator grimaced and glanced at the white light barrier behind them. He gritted his teeth and muttered orders to the chi condensation cultivators. The other cultivators' expression were also unsightly. But they still brandished their glowing magic tools in preparation to receive the demon beast's attack. But just as the hawk-kite beasts were about to sweep down onto the party of cultivators, something unexpected occurred. Over 100 beams of various colored light suddenly shot out from the white light barrier. Although the beams were as thick as a finger, each of them were incomparably sharp. In the next instant, the descending hawk-kite beasts were left filled with countless holes, accompanied by the sounds of their flesh being ripped apart. The demon beasts breathed their last as they fell to the ground without even a scream. The group of cultivators were elated by the developments and couldn't help but turn around towards the light barrier. They were left shocked for a long while when they saw over 10 huge apes on the other side of the light barrier. At first glance, they had mistaken them to be demon beasts and were left frightened, but they soon noticed something odd about them. After further inspection, they noticed that the huge apes all glowed with black light, before eventually figuring them out to be mechanical puppets. The puppets each had raised arms. It appeared the beam of lights from a moment ago should have all came from their hands. These realizations left the party completely relieved. Soon after, the huge apes silently lowered their arms and flickered with white light before disappearing from sight. As their expressions continued to change in surprise, the white barrier flashed several times before parting to create a 3-meter-wide path. When the five saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. A man's voice unhurriedly said, "I am currently in seclusion, and it is inconvenient for me to meet with you. You fellow Taoists may rest for a moment within the barrier before leaving." From his words, it seemed the formation spell master didn't possess the slightest intention to meet them. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. But since the demon beasts have died, it will be fine if we rested outside. We don't dare to further interrupt Senior's cultivation. Although the middle-aged cultivator felt no malice from the voice, he didn't dare to enter the formation of a stranger. As such, he could only summon his courage to refuse the offer and risk upsetting the other party. It seems you're quite careful. But since this is the case, how about you tell me about your situation? Why was there a group of grade 2 demon beasts in pursuit of you? The voice spoke without the slightest care, but his later words carried a trace of curiosity. The middle-aged man's face finally relaxed. He hastily replied with a respectful tone, "I am a disciple of the Azure Spirit sect. We went out to sea in order to pick a few spiritual herbs. During a moment of carelessness, we caught the eye of those demon beasts and they have pursued us ever since. Were it not for Senior's rescue, us juniors would have faced calamity." The voice merely grunted in response before turning silent. This left the cultivators uneasy. The middle-aged cultivator grew apprehensive. However, he didn't dare to leave yet and managed to keep his calm. After a moment of silence, the man's voice indifferently said, "Your Azure Spirit sect only sent out you 5? Why aren't there any sect elders leading you? Don't you know you'd only be seeking death by going out to sea with your meager cultivations? Even if a sect has no core formation cultivators, grade 2 demon beasts shouldn't pose much of a threat against a group of Foundation establishment cultivators." After that was said, the middle-aged cultivator paused for a moment. With some hesitation, he then bitterly smiled, "Seniors? Our Azure Spirit sect is but a small sect. Although we once had a core formation elder, he perished in the beast torrent over 20 years ago. There are only Foundation establishment cultivators in our sect now, and their numbers aren't many." As the middle-aged man thought about his response, he was worried whether or not this senior would form evil intentions after hearing about their sect's details. But after some further thought, he realized that if this person wanted to kill them, he could have done so easily with his puppets. After all, his cultivation was vastly superior to their own. There would be no need for him to waste the effort with such long ploys. And if he were to conceal any information from this senior, he would risk him damning all of them to death. As such, the middle-aged cultivator came to a resolution and took the risk of honestly answering. He didn't believe that anybody would harbor any designs towards a ruined sect such as his own. Beast torrent? How long ago did this occur? Does it have something to do with those demon beasts? The man's voice seemed to carry a trace of alarm. When the middle-aged man heard this, he grew shocked. The youths in his party also revealed amazement. Chapter 531. In deference to a pleading request, the middle-aged man let out a long breath and muttered, "Senior doesn't know about the beast torrent? It seems that Senior has secluded himself for many years and isn't informed on the affairs of the outside world. From your tone, the circumstances sound quite grim." Although the man's voice was quite cold, his words carried a trace of interest. The middle-aged cultivator was speechless. The circumstances on the outside couldn't just be described as grim. It seemed this old eccentric had secluded himself for who knows how many years. How else could he be ignorant of the disastrous event that took place 20 years ago? However, this was of great relief to him. With this senior's cultivation, he should feel like it would be beneath his dignity to attack them for anything that they might have. With that thought in mind, the middle-aged man wore a respectful expression, replying, "Senior, the beast torrent was an event that occurred about 20 years ago. At that time, Junior was only a chi condensation cultivator. Although I hadn't personally witnessed it, I've heard many seniors in my sect speak about it. It was said that countless demon beasts emerged from the depths without warning and rushed towards Wondrous Depths Island. They had completely surrounded Blackrock City and launched fierce attacks at it without end. Although the island was protected by several great formations and was defended by several thousand cultivators along with a party of nascent soul seniors, the demon beasts broke through in only a matter of days. Apart from a small fraction of cultivators that were able to escape in the chaos, the rest were all slain." The middle-aged cultivator spoke with a dim expression. "Something like that happened. In the aftermath? Did the demon beasts return to the depths?" The man's voice momentarily revealed a trace of shock before calming down. Matters would have taken a turn for the better had they had just returned to the depths. After turning Blackrock City into ruins, they divided into several groups, each led by a few high-grade demon beasts. Then they started to wipe out other human villages and establishments. However, information of the torrent had reached a majority of them beforehand and their people managed to flee and go into hiding. Still, there were many cultivators and mortals that were eliminated by these attacks. As a result, nearly half a year passed by where not a single human settlement existed. They had all been wiped out by the demon beasts, and this wasn't the end. Although most of the demon beasts returned to the depths, there were a few intelligent high-grade demon beasts that had started to search for humans in hiding, devouring them one by one. It was said that after a short time, mortals in the outer seas had been nearly wiped out, and a majority of the cultivators had fallen as well. Fortunately, there were a few islands far from Wondrous Depths Island that the cultivators were able to settle on and hide away. Currently, Wondrous Depths Island has become an outpost for high-grade demon beasts. So long as they catch wind of any cultivators, they will immediately launch an attack to eliminate us." The middle-aged man's expression became sorrowful. After that, the man's voice grew silent for a long while as if he had been heavily shaken, and needed some time to digest the information. The voice then coldly laughed and slowly said, "Hee hee. It is quite funny. We've swapped roles with the demon beast. Humans are now taking the role of prey." His words carried a trace of mockery, leaving the cultivators stunned. As if trying to save his breath, the voice then directly asked several questions. Wondrous Depths Island had many nascent soul eccentrics on guard. They can't have all perished in the beast torrent. Chapter 532. Cultivation Vessel Whoosh. A huge ape emerged from the light barrier, and walked several steps towards the kneeling young woman before halting. The expressions of the others changed upon seeing this, watching the puppet with worry. The yellow-robed woman opened her bright, reddish eyes and vacantly stared at the huge ape. "Regardless of the truth of what you said, you still are quite pitiful. However, I have never done anything without profit. I sense that you are still a virgin, and I have cultivated to a bottleneck. Perhaps I could break through it with the assistance of pair cultivation. If you are willing to become my cultivation vessel, enter the spell formation and I will give your companions a bottle of 3 vital essence pills. It should be more than enough to save your father. I will not force you, nor will I take advantage of the weak. If you are unwilling, then you may leave. Just act as if you never met me." The man's voice was ice-cold, containing not the slightest emotion. At that moment, the huge ape puppet extended its arms, revealing a small bottle of sparkling white jade. It presented the bottle to the kneeling woman before it. The young woman's mind grew blank after hearing this. Although she was young, she still knew about the meaning of pear cultivation and cultivation vessels. Her originally pale white face unconsciously blushed. Still, she unhesitatingly replied, "Good. So long as my father can recover, Junior is willing to become Senior's cultivation vessel." With that said, the young woman reached out and took the bottle into her hands before slowly standing up. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked by the young woman's words and panically shouted, "Sienna, how could you do this? What will I tell your father?" The others' expressions also greatly changed upon hearing her, and they each attempted to dissuade her. The young woman didn't respond to the old man's outburst. Instead, she offered the jade bottle to him and calmly asked, "Martial uncle, can you please check the medicine pills in the bottle and see whether or not they will be of use towards my father?" "You, sigh." The middle-aged cultivator took in jade bottle and glanced at the young woman's tender, expressionless face before letting out a long sigh. Knowing that he couldn't change her mind, he could only sullenly take the jade bottle and examine the faint blue medicine pills within. A peculiar scent slowly spread throughout the air surrounding. All those who smelled it would feel their minds and bodies become free of burden. The middle-aged cultivator lost focus after smelling the pill's medicinal scent. After taking another whiff, he shouted out in surprise, "These are medicine pills refined from demon cores." The young woman remained calm and thoroughly asked, "They were refined with demon cores? Will these vital essence pills heal my father?" The middle-aged cultivator's expression grew complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he truthfully said, "Although I don't know the specific effects of this pill, it is an exceptionally rare item. It is unlikely to be fake." Many thanks for Martial Uncle's answer. Sienna now feels relieved, but I'm afraid I must trouble Martial Uncle to bring it back and tell my father what happened. If only this unfilial daughter had never been born. The young woman sighed. With reddened eyes, she turned around and headed into the light barrier. The middle-aged man's expression changed several times. He opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say anything. All he could do was take the jade bottle into his hands. At that moment, the huge ape puppet soon returned into the light barrier. The opening had begun to slowly close. With an anxious expression, the burly youth couldn't help but loudly ask, "Martial Uncle, will you truly allow Junior Martial Sister Gongsun to become a cultivation vessel?" The expressions of the other two women had also darkened. Wearing a gloomy expression, the middle-aged man softly said, "Didn't you see it? Your Junior Martial Sister had already came to a decision. I am no longer able to stop her. Moreover, these medicine pills can truly cure the sect mater. I cannot block her in consideration of the Azure Spirit sect's well-being as well." Blood flushed the youth's face. He contended with all his might, "But you still can't allow Junior Martial Sister to become a cultivation vessel. Will this not damn Junior Martial Sister to ruin?" The middle-aged man's cheek twitched and he wore a resigned expression. "Marital nephew Li, you've grown up with Shinger and are as close as true siblings. However, it is too late to change anything." The blue-clothed woman suddenly shouted out, "Martial Uncle, Junior Martial Sister Gongsun is about to disappear." When the middle-aged man and the burly youth heard this, they hastily turned around to see the light barrier brightly shine. The young woman then gradually faded away in a pulse of brilliance. After a short moment, the light disappeared along with any trace of the young woman. Only layers of withered leaves remained. Like a ball of deflated air, the burly youth fell onto his knees and held his head in his hands without uttering a single word. The middle-aged man patted the youth's shoulder and consoled him. An hour later, the remaining four left the small island and flew out of the mist. After the yellow-clothed woman was wrapped up by the radiance, she was dizzyingly teleported away. By the time she recovered her bearings, she found herself standing inside an unfamiliar valley with steep walls. There was a 10-meter-tall gate of gray stone in front of her. The young woman glanced around with hesitation lingering in her heart. While she was uncertain of what she should do, an ape puppet appeared behind her with a flash of light. The puppet ignored the young woman and walked towards the stone gate with large strides. After placing its arms on the gate, it was able to push it open with ease. "Your name is Gongsun Xing? Follow my puppet into the cave residence. I will be leaving seclusion in 2 days." The man's voice momentarily appeared before disappearing once more. When the yellow-clothed young woman heard him, she entered the stone gates as she bit on her lip. After following the huge ape for several turns, the young woman was brought into a stone room that was about 10 meters wide. Apart from a stone bed covered in unknown fur, a stone table and 2 stone chairs, there was nothing else in the room. After leading her here, the puppet left the room without a care, leaving the young woman in a complete daze. She was at a loss of what to do. She examined the room and looked outside to see that the door wasn't shut, as if she was free to move around. But after some thought, she slowly sat down on top of the bed and began to blankly ponder as she held her cheeks. Although she had already made preparations to surrender herself, she naturally held some fear towards living the rest of her days as a rumored pear cultivation vessel. Furthermore, she had found herself in an unfamiliar environment completely alone, causing her heart to swell with further misery. 2 hours later, she ceased her wild wandering thoughts and looked to the hallway outside the room with some hesitation. After a short moment, she stood up and quietly walked out of the stone room. She followed the hallway for a short distance and turned several corners before finding herself inside a large hall with many arched doors. This was one of the places she had passed through when she had entered. However, the young woman particularly took notice of an arched door that had an ape puppet posted outside. It stood motionless as if it were dead. The young woman blinked, revealing her long eyelashes. She thought to peek through the arched door, but before she approached it, the ape puppet at the side suddenly appeared in front of her and barred her way. The young woman recoiled in fear, and the ape puppet indifferently returned to its original position. Its jet-black eyes were wandering around as if wanting to stop anyone from approaching. At that moment, Gong Sun Xing clearly understood that the room in front of her wasn't somewhere she could go. Instead, she headed in the direction of another door. This time the ape puppet didn't stop her, much to her relief. She directly walked through the doors and entered a rather peculiar medicine garden. There was a sealed stone room on the other side of the garden. The youth woman approached the door and curiously pushed it open with her slim hand. The door was easily opened, allowing Xinger to clearly see what was within. There was a stone table with piles of various colored jade slips arranged at the center of the room. To the side, there was a circular short stone block that had several pots filled with strange green plants on top of it. It made for a peaceful scene. The young woman pursed her adorable small lips and entered the room without further thought. She arrived in front of the stone table and casually picked up a red jade slip, immersing her spiritual sense into it. It was a jade slip that provided an introduction towards formation spells, something the young woman was completely uninterested with. She withdrew her spiritual sense and placed the jade slip back onto the table. She then casually picked up a white jade slip and looked through it with her spiritual sense. This time, the jade sod slip provided an introduction towards tool refinement. The young woman was once again disinterested and withdrew her spiritual sense. However, as both of the jade slips held completely different information, the young woman became curious and began to scan through each of the jade slips on the table. Chapter 533. A gift. After looking through the slips with tool refining and spell formation information, the young woman was quickly sweeping through a jade slip that introduced medicine pill formulas and demon beasts. After she was done with it, she moved on to the next jade lip on the table. Immediately after immersing her spiritual sense into it, she was stunned. It contained a cultivation art known as the Golden True Arts. Out of curiosity, she read through it for a moment before her attention was completely drawn in. She read the jade slip for no less than an hour before withdrawing her spiritual sense in a daze. She wore an expression of fear on her face. This Golden True Arts was the precious top-grade cultivation art of a sect. Why was its cultivation incantation so casually placed on a table without any restrictions guarding it? Although the young woman knew the cultivation art's value, she still reluctantly put it back in its original place after some hesitation. Now she was even more interested in looking through the rest of the jade slips on the table. Half a day later, the young woman had finished browsing through all of the jade slips on the table. A vast majority of the jade slips contained teachings about either formation spells or medicine pills. Only a small number contained cultivation arts, but there wasn't a single one present that wasn't top grade. There was one particular cultivation art, the Coiling Jade Arts, that left her particularly tempted. The Azure Spirit sect was only a tiny sect in the scattered star seas. Its main cultivation art, the Azure Spirit Arts, was merely a standard cultivation art. It couldn't possibly compete in terms of might with the Coiling Jade Arts. After glancing through the jade slips, her mind wandered for a moment before recalling that there were still other places that she had yet to explore. She left the stone room and walked back to the large hall. Of the remaining 3 arched doors, there were 2 that were guarded by puppets, leaving her with only one that she could enter. As a result, the young woman entered the only unguarded door. After entering, she was left stunned and remained motionless for quite a while. There was a 60-meter wide hall with a 30-meter wide spell formation placed at its center. The spell formation released a barrier of translucent, faint red light. The light fluctuated and sparkled intermittently, revealing a magnificent sight. The light barrier contained dozens of variously fashioned swords, spears, and other such items. There were a few that released a clear ring, and some that chased after one another, but all of them appeared to possess intelligence. Outside of the light barrier, there were 2 layers of crude wooden racks lining the walls. Each of the racks held a variety of magic tools. Although they didn't have a light barrier blocking them, they each flickered with brilliant light and contained vigorous amounts of spiritual chi. Although the young woman hadn't seen any of them before, she was able to tell that the items contained inside the light barrier were like the magic treasures from legend with the intelligence that they displayed. The young woman had always yearned to look at such magic treasures, but unfortunately there were just far too many before her. Eyes filled with amazement, she couldn't bring herself to believe what she was seeing. A long while later she finally came to her senses. After further looking at the light barrier with a strange expression, she hesitantly walked towards the wooden racks. She casually took a pitch-black ruler and examined it, discovering that the unremarkable item was actually a high-grade magic tool. But having already experienced far too many surprises before this, she hardly revealed any shock at the discovery. She then began to look through each of the magic tools on the racks, all of which were either high or top grade. There was nothing of inferior quality present. Had the young woman managed to acquire one of these magic tools in the past, she would have been immensely excited. Now, after glancing at the many magic treasures and hundreds of magic tools, the young woman left the room with empty hands, after recalling that she was now but a cultivation vessel. 2 days later, inside the stone room with the jade slips, the young girl was sitting down on a round stone block. She was concentrating on the contents of the jade slip in her hand. The coiling jade arts are quite suitable for a female cultivator, though they were acquired by male cultivator, namely me. A man's gentle voice suddenly came from the doorway. The young woman felt her heart tremble and quickly withdrew her spiritual sense. She then flusteredly turned around. She saw a blue-robed youth with an ordinary appearance standing by the door. He was looking at her with a smile. Gongsun Xing hesitantly asked, "You your senior?" Although his voice was somewhat similar, this gentle-faced youth was truly too young. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Having experienced so many astonishing things, the young woman had come to expect the senior to be an old man with profound, mystical abilities. She even apprehensively guessed that he was a temperamental eccentric. What? Am I not as expected? The youth was Han Li, who had just left seclusion. He walked into the room with a faint smile. "Senior, these cultivation arts, For some unknown reason, she inwardly felt relieved upon discovering that Han Li was the owner of that expert's voice. However, she still stuttered, trying to come up with an explanation. Han Li indifferently said, "It doesn't matter. Since I didn't forbid you from entering, I was allowing you to choose a cultivation art." "Many thanks to Senior." The woman expressed unconcealed happiness with delightful charm. Upon seeing the young woman's excitement, Han Li unconsciously felt a tinge of emotion. Han Li smiled and casually asked, "It's been a while since I've been to the outside. Would Lady Gongsun happen to know anywhere in the seas that one might be able to trade?" The young woman's smile vanished as if she had thought of something. After quickly taking a peek at Han Li, she lowered her head and softly said, "If one wishes to trade, about half a month south, there is a barren island with a market city. The nearby cultivators conduct trade there. I heard that there were several core formation cultivators that joined hands to keep the peace there. Does Senior require a map?" Han Li confidently said, "I must make a trip there. Naturally, a map would be good." The young woman flusteredly took out a jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it over to Han Li with a red face. Han Li smiled and reached out to take the jade slip. At the same time, a strange expression flickered from his eyes when he saw the young woman's flushed, tender face. He suddenly reached out to touch her soft, luscious hair. Gongsun Xing's heart trembled with slight fear, but she didn't shrink back. She only unconsciously turned her head away. At that moment, Han Li's soft voice entered her ear, "Don't be afraid. Come to my bedroom tonight. Don't forget." After he said this, he left the room without further hesitation. When Gongsun Xing heard these dubious words, she felt her heart jump and her face turned crimson, revealing an adorable appearance of complete embarrassment. When night arrived, she arrived outside Han Li's bedroom in a complicated mood. She entered the stone room as she nibbled on her lips, but she was left surprised by what she saw. The bedroom had no one inside. There was only a stone desk with an unfurled scroll on it. After a moment of hesitation, Gong Sun Xing walked over puzzled and lowered her head, reading, "Your filial behavior is quite laudable. I give all the remaining treasures in the cave residence to you. Don't show them to others or you will attract calamity upon yourself. Do your best." There was nothing else after that, leaving the young woman at a complete loss. She could only feel blank confusion along with an indescribable emotion. At that moment, Han Li had already flown 500 kilometers away from the small island in a streak of azure light. Smiling, Han Li leisurely thought, "I'm sure that girl must be completely baffled. Anyone going through such an unpredictable experience should be left amazed for at least half a day." When he had left the sea mist, he had stripped the cave residence of everything apart from the jade slip containing the coiling jade arts, numerous unwanted magic tools, along with a few medicine pills and 2 looted magic treasures that he left behind specifically for the girl. These items would surely allow the young woman to tread to future heights that are rarely reached on the path of cultivation. This rare showing of immense generosity wasn't due to a sudden feeling of tenderness towards the fairer sex. But rather, the young woman's resolve to sacrifice herself for her father had deeply moved Han Li. If Han Li had any regrets before setting foot on the path of cultivation, it would be that he was unable to fulfill his filial duties to his parents after reaching adulthood. Although he had secretly made arrangements with the 7 Mysteries sect master for his family, it didn't offset the sense of loss he felt deep in his heart. Additionally, the young woman's appearance had reminded Han Li of the last he had seen his little sister when she had gotten married. As such, he had deliberately used the pretense of having the woman as a cultivation vessel in order to give her a few benefits. Of course, the magic tools and treasures that Han Li had left for her posed little to no value to him. Since the items would remain useless on him, it would be better for him to take the opportunity to give them to the girl, providing her the assistance to tread farther on the path of immortal cultivation. The woman's spiritual roots were also inferior, just like his own had been. As for Han Li's cave residence, he had already decided that he would abandon the island the next he left, long before these people had arrived. Chapter 534. Rescue from Demon Beasts. After Han Li reached mid-core formation stage, he had remained in seclusion for an additional 20 years. During this time he still hadn't exhausted all of his medicine pills and carried about a smaller portion of them in his storage pouch. His early departure from seclusion without having yet consumed all of his medicine pills was due to neither restlessness nor impatience. It was because he had encountered a bottleneck as he neared late core formation stage. Until he broke through the obstruction, his cultivation wouldn't progress in the slightest even if he used more medicine pills. These breakthroughs were left completely up to destiny or fortunate encounters. There were absolutely no established methods to break through such a bottleneck. However, in the past, cultivators had managed to break through this stage through merely cultivating, touring the world, or battling in a life or death struggle. Each occurrence was entirely unexpected. As such, Han Li was unwilling to vainly waste his time in seclusion and he prepared to set out to find the legendary demon Echo Grass. Perhaps he would even happen to unexpectedly break through the bottleneck during this journey. Because he didn't know how long the trip would take, Han Li didn't dare to leave the 9-curl spirit ginseng inside the cave. This was yet another reason he had decided to completely abandon the residence inside the small misty island. As for the 9-curl spirit ginseng, it periodically required earth chi for preservation. Although this had proved to be somewhat troublesome before Han Li entered mid-core formation stage, it no longer presented a problem. Han Li already had the ability to draw out an island's earth essence chi and pour it into the spirit ginseng's body, ensuring its continued survival. Han Li was currently flying in the direction of the market city that the young woman had spoken of. It was the only place where cultivators frequently passed through that Han Li could potentially find information on any grade 8 demon beasts. When that time came, he would have to think of a method to acquire the demon Echo Grass. As for any thoughts of being able to directly purchase it, he didn't believe such a fortuitous event could occur. Han Li flew at an extremely fast speed. Although the young woman said it would take half a month to reach the market city, in Han Li's case, it would only take a few days at most at his full speed. 2 days later, as Han Li was hurrying on his way, he suddenly spotted a red streak of light flying off in the distance. It was being relentlessly pursued by several balls of gray chi. When Han Li saw this, he unconsciously raised his eyebrows and after some thought, he muttered an unintelligible incantation. Soon, a series of cracks sounded out from within his body with increasing frequency. Simultaneously, azure light covered his face. A moment later, Han Li's figure suddenly grew a few inches taller. The azure light disappeared to reveal the face of an unfamiliar yellowish man. This was one of the secret techniques from the profound Yin arts that Han Li had meticulously cultivated during his seclusion, the appearance exchange art. Not only could this secret technique allow oneself to shrink or lengthen any body part at will, one could also control the thickness of one's flesh and change the color of one's skin in an instant. It was absolutely a top-grade disguise technique. Han Li reckoned that this cultivation art was on par with the disguise techniques of legend. Even cultivators of a higher grade would be unable to easily see through his disguise. Hence, it was included amongst the collection of profound Yin arts. The only shortcoming of the secret technique was that once the technique was used, one could only use 70% of their magic power at most. If one exceeded this limit in a fight, the disguise would dissolve and reveal one's true appearance. However, Han Li didn't care about this in the least. Whenever he donned his disguise, he likely didn't want to reveal his true strength anyways. As such, the limit shouldn't pose much of a problem to him. Just after Han Li changed his appearance, the streak of red light discovered his location and wildly flew in Han Li's direction as if it were their only hope at life. As for the gray balls of chi chasing after the red streak, they were clearly demon beasts that ranged around grade 3 and 4. When Han Li saw this, he immediately stopped and let out a long sigh. He didn't sigh because trouble came knocking on his door, but because the person flying towards him didn't care in the slightest about whether or not he could deal with the demon beasts. It seemed the man being chased wished to drag himself down along with Han Li. As he did this without any hesitation, there wasn't much else to say about the unknown man's nature. Han Li, who had recently felt greatly touched by Gong Sun Xing's display of familial piety, once again questioned the complexity of human nature. One simply couldn't lump these things all together. Fellow Taoist, please save me. I, Huang Mingli, will definitely express my gratitude towards you. A shriveled old man with a wicked appearance directly flew towards Han Li with a panicked expression. He was quite shrewd. Although he hadn't made out Han Li's true cultivation, he knew that his life was saved after seeing Han Li's steadfast, unshakable bearing. Han Li calmly watched the old man flying at him with an indifferent expression. He then lazily raised his hand and shot out 5 giant azure sword streaks, instantly tying down the 5 demon beasts chasing after him. When the old man saw this, he happily let out a long breath of relief and released a fire ring magic tool to attack the 5 demon beasts. Han Li cast a sideways glance at the old man. The old man's cultivation was at peak foundation establishment, the false core stage. It was no wonder why he had been able to flee from a joint attack by so many grade 4 demon beasts. Han Li turned his gaze back to the demon beasts and commanded the several streaks of sword light to slowly surround them in a calm display of his overwhelming strength. When the old man saw this, his spirit was greatly roused, and he controlled his fire attribute magic tool with increasingly fierce intensity as he struck the now vulnerable demon beasts. After another moment passed, Han Li felt it was about time to end the battle and had the azure essence sword streaks exterminate the demon beasts. With the demon beasts dead, the small old man already realized that Han Li was a core formation cultivator. As such, he respectfully saluted him and said, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. Could it be that Senior wishes to head to South Dark City?" Han Li calmly nodded, "That's right. I wish to head to the city to trade for a few items." Huang Mingli's eyes shifted around for a moment and he bitterly smiled before saying, "Then Senior need not continue, the trip would be in vain." Han Li's expression stirred and he asked with surprise, "What happened?" As he faced a core formation cultivator, the small old man carefully explained, "Several days ago at South Dark City, there were a few low-grade demon beasts that unexpectedly arrived. Although a majority were killed, the next day, a swarm of grade 4 and 5 demon beasts were brought over to the city by the survivors from the previous day. A great number of the city's cultivators had been harmed, forcing us to break through the demon beast siege. I was among those who escaped. However, I didn't expect to come across another group of demon beasts on my way out." "According to what you've said, this trip was for nothing?" Han Li frowned and wore a sullen expression. Huang Mingli's eyes faintly flickered before revealing a grin with crooked teeth. He then secretly said, "Well, if Senior truly wishes to trade, this little old man knows of another place. The items there are all precious. One must be at Foundation establishment or higher to enter the city along with having a referral. Additionally, the market city frequently changes location. This old man currently has the qualifications to give you a referral to the city. If Senior wishes to go, Junior will lead the way as payment for saving his life. Hanli paused for a moment before pensively saying, "Are you talking about a secret city?" The old man wore an embarrassed expression and quickly explained, "Senior must think me silly. The market city can't be considered to be secret. They merely fear conflict. Once the demon beasts discover it, it will be the city's end." So it's like that. Hanli couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He then asked, "How far away is this place?" Huang Mingli seemed quite familiar with this market city and instantly replied, "If we hurry we should be able to reach it in half a month's time. By then the market city should have just opened." After some consideration, Hanli replied, "All right. I'll go along with you." "Great." Huang Mingli revealed an excited expression and paused as if he had suddenly thought of something. Senior, please wait a moment." He hurriedly said a word of apology before shooting straight down to the sea where the corpses of the demon beasts were floating. When Hanli saw this, he knowingly smiled. A short moment later, the small old man dismembered the demon beasts with great familiarity and placed their parts into his storage pouch. He then flew back into the sky with high spirits. "I've made an embarrassment of myself. While these demon beasts certainly wouldn't have caught Senior's eyes, they are quite valuable to this Junior." The old man spoke with slight embarrassment. After all, those 5 demon beasts had all been slain by Hanli. "It's nothing. Those demon beasts had no value to me anyways. Let's hurry." Hanli shook his head and urged him with an unchanged expression. Chapter 535. Trade Gathering. When Huang Mingli heard Hanli's desire to depart, he agreed with an embarrassed smile. He then flew off to the east on his magic tool while Hanli leisurely followed after him with a calm expression. As Huang Mingli flew, he turned his head to steal a glance at Hanli's face and carefully asked, "Senior's face is quite unfamiliar. Have you been in secluded cultivation for a long time? Junior might have heard of your name before." Hanli casually said, "My surname is Li. I've remained in my cave residence for secluded cultivation until recently, when I finally formed my core. It isn't surprising that fellow Taoist Huang hadn't heard of me before." Of course, Hanli didn't give his real name. The small old man didn't notice anything amiss from Hanli, and could only speak words of congratulations despite still holding a few doubts in his heart. Huang Mingli was quite tactful and didn't further inquire about Hanli. Instead, he took the initiative to tell Hanli about a few of the recent confrontations between cultivators and demon beasts. However, from his deep sighs, it seemed the old man didn't hold much hope towards humanity's future in the outer star seas. Although the endless conversation was almost entirely one-sided, Hanli had gained a much greater understanding towards the current circumstances of the outer star seas. Nothing strange occurred in the following half-month, allowing Hanli and the small old man to eventually spot a small, peaceful island in the distance. This island was only about 50 kilometers in area and possessed sparse amounts of spiritual qi. Apart from a small growth of vegetation, the island only consisted of bare gray rock and appeared like any other desolate island. It was an optimal location for a secret city. But even in that case, about half a day out, Hanli and the old man concealed their flight and approached the island under the guise of concealment techniques. This, of course, was a requirement for entering the secret city. When Huang Mingli beseeched him to conceal himself, Hanli silently complied without any complaint. This was a great relief to Huang Mingli, as core formation cultivators weren't always particularly easy to deal with in his experience. Huang Mingli flew a circle around the small island before landing on a heap of rocks. When Hanli saw this, a strange expression flickered from his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, there shouldn't be any restrictions there. Could it be? As Hanli continued to mull this over, Huang Mingli stepped towards a large rock beside him and knocked 3 times on the stone with practiced familiarity. A short moment later, the huge rock suddenly split open to reveal a 3-meter-wide hole. Huang Mingli immediately stepped into the hole and softly said a few words into it. He then turned to Hanli and shouted, "Senior Li, it's right here. Let's go in." Hanli indifferently looked down and descended from the sky. The hole led to a set of slanted stone stairs. To the side of the stairs stood a gray-robed, white-haired old man with a late Foundation establishment cultivation. Upon seeing Hanli enter, the old man smiled at him and spoke in a manner that was neither arrogant nor humble. "Senior, welcome to our market city. I hope Senior will be able to find what he needs." "I hope so as well," Hanli calmly replied as he climbed down the stairs. Hanli realized that in order to prevent any demon beasts from detecting spiritual qi, formation spells couldn't be established. As such, the only option left to maintain secrecy was building everything underground. After walking down the stairs for a short time, Han Li's eyes brightened. There was an expansive underground world before him. The ceiling was 20 meters high with occasional pillars of transformed gray stone supporting it. There were many small square buildings at the center of the cavern, each sporting their own sign. It seemed he wished to first sell off those demon breast corpses from before. Han Li was quite satisfied with how tactful and quick-witted the old man had behaved. He swept his gaze past the nearby stores and walked into the store across from him with his arms behind his back. The first store he entered had piles of all sorts of medicinal ingredients. Inside a quiet room, Han Li was resting with eyes closed. He felt somewhat gloomy. During his first day in the market city, he had browsed both floors of the market city and found plenty of demon echo grass but none that had grown near a grade 8 demon beast. In addition, the Wind Whistle Pavilion didn't have any information on demon beasts of grade 7 or higher. He could only wait for when the trade gathering convened and see if any other core formation cultivators had relevant information. In the following 2 days he had no intention of heading out and rented a quiet room specifically to cultivate and see whether or not he could break through his current bottleneck. In the end he had achieved nothing. Thumps came from the door of his room. Although Han Li had anticipated this, he still indifferently asked, "What is it?" A woman's pleasant voice respectfully said, "Senior Li, Junior is under orders to invite you to the trade gathering. Would Senior be interested in participating?" Han Li slowly replied, "Yes, of course I am." He then opened the stone door and walked out of the room. There was a white-clothed woman standing outside with a lowered head, respectfully waiting for him. When she saw Han Li appear, she immediately raised her head and revealed a charming face. When Han Li saw the woman's beautiful face, he felt his heart tremble. After staring at the woman's face, a flicker of astonishment appeared within his eyes. How could it be her? What is she doing here? Han Li thought, astonished. The woman saw Han Li staring at her, causing her to blush. She then lowered her head and uncomfortably asked, "Senior, is something wrong?" Han Li quickly regained his bearings and calmly said, "It's nothing. Lead the way." The white-clothed woman faintly felt that something was amiss, but she respectfully agreed and walked away with calm steps. Gazing at the woman's silhouette, Han Li unconsciously frowned and wore a face full of confusion. Passing through the plaza of the second floor, the woman brought Han Li to a remote stone wall. The woman gently pressed her hand against the wall, creating ripples of white light and revealing a stone door covered in talisman characters. Chapter 536. A Display of Women. Senior Li, please enter. The woman pushed the stone door open and respectfully invited Han Li inside. Han Li nodded and walked in without another word as the woman closely followed after him. The stone door then closed by itself and disappeared, returning the wall to its previous unremarkable appearance. After entering, Han Li saw a gray stone passageway that didn't appear very long based on the white light he saw faintly shining at the end. Han Li silently walked forward and made a turn at the end of the passage, suddenly facing a wide-open stone door. There was a gloomy middle-aged, mid-core formation cultivator standing outside the doorway. When he saw Han Li appear, he immediately smiled and said, "So your fellow Taoist Li? I am Yun Tianxiao, the master of the city. Welcome to my trade meeting. Nearly all of the fellow Taoists have already arrived." The Confucian scholar surnamed Yun was very courteous to Han Li. He then indifferently turned to the woman and said, "Young lady one, properly attend to brother Li. Make sure not to neglect him." Fellow Taoist one? There was no longer any doubt regarding the woman's identity. She was Wen Chang's daughter, the exquisite sound sex Wen Siue Wan. Just what had happened for her to appear at this place? It had caused Han Li no small amount of amazement. Naturally, since he had used the appearance exchange arts, the woman was unable to recognize him. When Wen Siue heard him, her flowery expression changed and she hastily acknowledged him. Although Han Li didn't turn around, he could faintly perceive that Wen Siue was very fearful of Yun Tianxiao. A strange expression flickered within Han Li's eyes, but he merely smiled and casually said a few words of formality before entering. The door led to a large square hall with a huge round table at its center. The table had over a dozen remarkably wide armchairs surrounding it. Most of the chairs were already occupied by other cultivators. But when Han Li clearly saw the circumstances in the room, he wore a baffled expression. Apart from 2 female core formation cultivators that were sitting alone, The male core formation cultivators were each nestled together with a gorgeous and alluring female cultivator. These female cultivators were either at peak chi condensation or early foundation establishment, and each of them were all young exceptional beauties. While Han Li looked at this in a daze, he suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance and a soft, trembling body stood close by his side. Han Li's body tensed up and he slowly turned around to see a stiff, beautiful face. When Siyue had taken the initiative to draw closer to him, allowing him to catch a whiff of her intoxicating scent. Han Li frowned, but he didn't push away the woman in an act of false sophistry. Instead, he again glanced at the female cultivators at the male core formation cultivators' sides with a gaze of understanding. After some thought, he wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and headed towards an empty armchair before sitting down. When Siyue did the same as the other female cultivators, and reluctantly sat alongside him while leaning into Han Li's chest. For the moment, Han Li's chest had the warm company of a beautiful woman. Just as when Siyue silently pressed her stiffened body against Han Li relaxed the arm he had wrapped around her waist. When Siyue was stunned for a moment. She then unconsciously glanced at Han with a trace of bewilderment. At that moment, Han Li was calmly examining the others in the room. The 8 other core formation cultivators had naturally gazed in Han Li's direction as well. Although they found Han Li's appearance strange, they didn't reveal it on their faces. Instead, most of the people looked at Han Li with a kind smile. Han Li's expression relaxed and he returned the gesture. A short moment later, 6 more core formation cultivators entered the hall, each with a young, beautiful female cultivator at their side. Han Li watched this with an ordinary expression, but his heart felt amazement. Yun Tianxiao must have possessed significant skill to have found so many young and beautiful female cultivators. All of their cultivations weren't shallow either, but they were still at varying levels. Just as Han Li pondered this, Yun Tianxiao finally entered the hall with a graceful and elegant beauty wrapped around his arm. The woman was at late foundation establishment stage. Lady Fan. Han Li's heart was shaken upon seeing her. She is the exquisite sound sect's envoy of the right, Lady Fan. It seems she has a somewhat deep relationship with the city master. This trade gathering should prove to be quite interesting. Despite his excitement and the expectations in his heart, Han Li was able to maintain his calm expression. Ah! When Siyue faintly trembled next to Han Li. A faint, painful groan left her dainty mouth. It sounded as if it contained flustered embarrassment. Han Li was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but puzzlingly glance at her. He found her face to be flushed red and bashful. He also discovered that his arm had unknowingly grasped onto her chest. He even felt his fingers pinching onto something stiff and round. This soft, overwhelming sensation shook the depths of Han Li's soul. He immediately withdrew his hand out of instinct. When Siyue's smooth, delicate neck was now flushed red. She hesitantly raised her head and gazed at Han Li's face with a trace of astonishment. A trace of discomfort faintly appeared on Han Li's face, but he pretended not to notice, relaxing the arm he had around her. Although he had never thought of himself as a man of honor, this woman could be considered an acquaintance, causing Han Li to be somewhat embarrassed. Han Li discovered that this strange display wasn't noticed by anybody else in the room. Their attention had been captured by Yun Tianxiao, who had already sat in the main chair with Lady Fan gracefully poised at his side. Yun Tianxiao widely smiled and said, "I am truly honored to have you 13 fellow Taoists participate in this trade meeting. Although there were 2 fellow Taoists that had to leave early, this trade meeting is already the largest one yet. That is about all I have to say. Everyone can now take out their items. Give your items a brief introduction, and then, everyone can start bidding or offer in exchange. Accept whatever offer pleases you." He then turned his head to the fat, blue-robed old man and smiled. He was clearly indicating for him to start. As of current, the fat old man was closely embracing the body of a dainty female cultivator. Upon seeing Yun Tianxiao's smile, he reluctantly relaxed his grip on her waist and leisurely said, "Since this is the case, I will start. I've brought quite a few good items this time around. I am more than willing to exchange them for any of the materials that I require." After that was said, the old man stood up and placed a storage pouch from his waist onto the table. Numerous items suddenly appeared on the table in a vortex of spinning red light. The spiritual chi that the items emitted appeared significant. 3 heavenly spirit beads, an ambusher shark demon core, the hide of an ocean-form beast. The old man gave a proud introduction for each of his items, impressing no small number of the cultivators at the table. It was clear that each of these items were quite rare. Han Li couldn't help but coldly smile at the items. While these items could be considered truly valuable to ordinary core formation cultivators, they were completely unremarkable to him. The rarest item amongst them, the Ambusher Sharp Demon Core, was only a grade 6 demon core. Han Li had personally exterminated at least 8 demon beasts of that specific type. When the fat old man finished giving an introduction to his items, he sat back down and once again embraced the dainty woman at his side. He had a face full of arrogance. The Qi condensation woman was originally somewhat unwilling to be held by him, but now her eyes unconsciously glowed with a soft light. After the old man sat down, the person who sat next to him, an eccentric with a red embroidered headband, dryly coughed and unsteadily stood. This person was rather shriveled and appeared as if a stiff breeze would blow him over. "I've only brought one item. The beast egg of the grade 5 dark coil worm." He spoke unhurriedly and took out a yellow beast egg from his robes shortly after he finished speaking. It was the size of a chicken egg. Dark coil worm. Once the eccentric had finished speaking, the eyes of the other cultivators brightened, and they rigidly stared at the demon beast egg with fervent gazes. 1. Wen Chang was a Qi condensation cultivator that met Han Li at Stalwart Star Island. Han Li met him once again many years later along with his daughter in Chapter 430. Chapter 537. Information. Each of the other cultivators took out their items, and as expected, they were each noteworthy and proved valuable to core formation cultivators. It was no wonder that this secret market had such a special meeting. Han Li indifferently glanced at the items being presented. Although the items didn't interest him, they greatly provoked the interest of the other cultivators, heating up the atmosphere in the room. When Han Li's turn came, he casually took out a few rare grade 6 and 7 demon beast materials. Of course, this naturally aroused quite some surprise. Soon, it became the last cultivator's turn, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. He was among the 3 mid-core formation cultivators at the table. The others gazed at him with a trace of additional respect. At that moment, the person unhurriedly took out 2 items from his storage pouch and casually placed them onto the table with an unchanged expression. There was a palm-sized pitch-black copper plate, and a half-foot-long piece of gray bone. It appeared to have come from the spine of some animal. The majority of cultivators present blankly stared at the items, unable to make out anything exceptional about them. They all waited for him to give an explanation. But after he took out the items, he astonishingly said, "I will only sell these 2 items to those that recognize them. If you aren't destined for them, do not seek them." He then leaned back against his chair without a care and narrowed his eyes, paying no heed to the beautiful woman close to him, leaving her slightly embarrassed. When the others heard this, they silently looked at each other in dismay. Only Han Li and Yun Tianxiao revealed a slight change in expression when they gazed at the items. An odd expression flickered across Han Li's face. Although he was somewhat far from the items, when he swept his immense spiritual sense past them, he was able to clearly tell what they were. Although the bone didn't belong to an ordinary demon beast, it simply didn't catch his interest. However, he was somewhat interested in the copper plate, as there were a few bewildering ancient characters inscribed onto it. The ancient characters were nearly the same as those contained inside the aged hide book of the nameless Qi concealment technique. Could it have something to do with it? Even now, Han Li was incapable of completely understanding the ancient book's contents. Just as Han Li inwardly mulled this over, Yun Tianxiao smiled and laughed. After sweeping his gaze over the bones, Yun Tianxiao jokingly said, "Ha! I didn't expect Brother Sun to be so magnanimous as to bring out the spirit bone of a grade 8 demon beast. I'm truly tempted." These words startled everyone present and caused an uproar. The item could be considered the most precious one being displayed. The spirit bone of an existence on the level of a grade 8 demon beast was definitely a bizarre treasure seldom seen by core formation cultivators. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. Could this person have any information on grade 8 demon beasts? The cultivator surnamed Sun chuckled upon hearing that Yun Tianxiao was able to make out the origins of the bone. After deeply glancing at him, he spoke no further. At that point, the trade meeting became a rather fervent event. Everyone wore an expression of unconcealed excitement. The female cultivator companions also gazed at the items on the table with passionate expressions. When Han Li saw this, he unconsciously turned his head to Wen Siyue to find that she also wore a passionate expression. It seemed that these items held an undeniable allure regardless of one's status. At that moment, the fat old man started to list out the conditions by which he would trade his items. The heavenly spirit beads can be exchanged for several stalks of medicine herbs aged 500 years and higher. The demon core requires the tendon of a grade 7 demon beast. Of course, I am also willing to trade them for enough spirit stones. And, seeing that everyone managed to bring out precious treasures, the arrogance of the fat old man had mostly dissolved. When he spoke of the tendon, he unconsciously glanced in Han Li's direction as Han Li happened to have one on his side of the table. Unfortunately, Han Li had no interest in a grade 6 demon beast core. He merely continued to sit with Wen Siyue in his loose embrace. I do want that grade 6 demon core, but I don't have any spirit tendons. How many spirit stones do you want for it? A white-haired old man said with much interest. As fellow Taoist knows, demon beasts are far more difficult to come by than they had been in the past. As such, its price will be higher. I will require 15,000 spirit stones for it. The fat old man appeared unwilling to part with it and responded with an obviously high price. When the white-haired old man heard this, he bitterly smiled and said little else. It was clear the high price had dissuaded him. I want that demon core. A white-haired old woman expressionlessly said. Soon after she spoke, a storage pouch flew in the direction of the fat old man. The fat old man received the storage pouch and wore a satisfied expression after inspecting it. Only Lady Qin can be so bold. Us poor cultivators cannot hope to compare. The old man seemed to recognize the woman and tossed the demon beast core over to her with a chuckle. The white-haired old woman coldly snorted and caught the demon beast core. After wordlessly examining it, she placed it into her storage pouch and said nothing further. The other cultivators began to ask about the fat old man's other items, resulting in most of them being traded for. He then put away the remaining items. The following bidding for the red-banded eccentric's dark coil worm egg created a huge contest. Because his conditions were quite lax and he also accepted spirit stones, the demon beast egg was open to everyone. In the end, the beast egg was exchanged for several bottles of precious medicine pills by a red-clothed cultivator with an unremarkable appearance. After another 6 people, it was finally Han Li's turn. Han Li looked at the pile of valuable materials in front of him and felt several burning gazes fall onto him. Among them was the fat old man who particularly desired the spirit tendon. Han Li gently smiled. Without standing, he leaned back into his chair with Wen Siyue in his arm and calmly said, I don't want any items for these materials. I am only willing to exchange them for information. So long as your information is to my satisfaction, I will give all of these materials to you. Information? Han Li's words were cause for surprise. Although they were somewhat shocked, nobody stirred up a fuss. Rather, they all glanced at Han Li with curiosity, calmly waiting to hear what he would say next. Yun Tianxiao's eyes stirred and suspicion flickered across his face. Han Li leisurely asked, Might any of you fellow Taoists know the location of a grade 8 demon beast nest? I wish to use these materials to acquire such information. Grade 8 demon beast. Each person took in a breath of alarm with an expression of great shock. Could it be that fellow Taoist is joking? Do you intend on fighting a grade 8 demon beast? The fat old man wore an incredulous expression. As Han Li tapped the table, he unhurriedly said, Of course not. I am using the information for something else. But I'm not interested in saying what specifically. At the same time, he swept his gaze past the other cultivators without a trace of politeness. They revealed amazement and shock, much to Han Li's disappointment. Han Li's gaze then fell onto the dark-skinned cultivator surnamed Sunday. When Cultivator Sun saw Han Li look at him, he was startled, but soon came to an understanding. He smiled and asked, Could it be that fellow Taoist believes that I have information on a grade 8 demon beast? Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Li is mistaken. He then shook his head. Han Li revealed unconcealed disappointment and deeply sighed. But at that moment Han Li heard a sweet voice say, I know the location of a grade 8 demon beast, but I don't want the materials. I have a different condition for fellow Taoist Li. Han Li was greatly startled by who had spoken. Han Li incredulously said, You have information on a grade 8 demon beast? The person who had spoken was the woman in his embrace, Wen Siyue. Faintly leaning onto Han Li, Wen Siyue appeared extremely calm as she looked into Han Li's face and said, That's right. I know the approximate location of a grade 8 demon beast nest. Lady Fan wore a look of amazement, but she soon rebuked Wen Siyue with a cold expression. Siyue, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you have information on a grade 8 demon beast? Don't speak without thinking. While Han Li was in doubt, he suddenly felt the woman draw closer to him. She firmly said, Marital Aunt Fan. Siyue truly knows the whereabouts of a grade 8 demon beast. I have no intention of deceiving Senior Li. Please be at ease. Chapter 538, The Might of New Swords. You? Lady Fan frowned and thought to say something when Han Li interrupted her with a serious expression. Wait, I want to hear what she has to say. I will determine whether or not she is telling the truth. Yun Qianxiao's eyes coldly glinted. After muttering to himself for a moment, he smiled, saying, Since Marshal Niswan knows something, let fellow Taoist Li ask. With a moment's pause, Lady Fan reluctantly agreed, Fine. Many thanks. Without any further niceties, Han Li nodded his head and expressed his thanks. Han Li's casual mannerisms caused a faint trace of irritation to appear on Yun Tianxiao's face, but it was quickly concealed. At that moment, Han Li stared at Wen Siyue and asked, You said you know about the nest of a grade 8 demon beast. Han Li's voice was tranquil, absent of either anger or happiness. This aroused a trace of hesitation in Wen Siyue, who was only a hair's breadth away. But she soon thought of something terrifying and became resolute. She nodded and gave a sincere recollection. When I first arrived at the Outer Star Seas, I unintentionally acquired a sea map detailing a certain area. I originally believed it to be the location of hidden treasures and stealthily slipped away to take a look. I ended up discovering a young windbreaker beast. Fortunately, the beast was only at grade 3 and was unable to discover me, so I immediately left the location out of fear. Senior should know that windbreaker beasts only give birth once they reach grade 8, and they won't leave their offspring until they reach about grade 5. As such, it is certain that there is a grade 8 demon beast lurking nearby. If Senior is willing to agree to my conditions, I am willing to lead the way. Han Li's expression changed and he revealed a trace of excitement. A fully grown windbreaker beast was a genuine grade 8 demon beast. If this woman spoke the truth, the nest was certain to have the demon echo grass he required. Han Li stared at the woman for a long while before letting out a long breath. With a deep voice, he asked, What does fellow Taoist desire for the information on the demon beast nest? Wen Siyue blushed for a moment before unhesitantly saying, I wish for Senior to take this young woman away from here and take her as your concubine. What? Han Li paused for a moment with an expression of surprise on his face. Siyue, what nonsense are you saying? When Lady Fan heard her, she was unable to stay sitting as furious surprise appeared on her face. The other cultivators also appeared shocked. But soon after, a majority of the cultivators revealed entertained expressions. A few of them even bantered and couldn't help but chuckle. When Yun Tianxiao heard this, his expression grew sullen, and his complexion became ashen. Yun Tianxiao slapped his palms against the table and stared at his hands. With a cold voice, he expressionlessly said, I didn't clearly hear what you wanted from fellow Taoist Li. Let me hear that again. Wen Siyue's body trembled several times while in Han Li's embrace, and her face became bloodlessly pale. But when her bright eyes fell onto Han Li's calm expression, she regained a trace of courage, and she shouted with all the strength in her body, I want Senior Li to take me as his concubine and take me away from the exquisite sound sect. Afterwards, she lowered her head, no longer daring to look up. Puff. Yun Qianxiao's hands were instantly covered in gray flames that were half a foot high. The flames were wild and untamed. Strange gray light shone onto his face, making for a frightening sight. Hollow bone flames. Someone uttered. Suddenly, the original laughter and smiles in the room had disappeared, all replaced with solemn expressions. Fellow Taoist Li. It seems that girl's cultivation has gone awry, and her mind became addled. I hope fellow Taoist doesn't take her drivel to heart. Servants, restrict Wen Siyue's magic power and place her in seclusion for half a month. Yun Tianxiao coldly ordered without the slightest emotion. Just as those orders were spoken, 2 azure-robed late Foundation establishment cultivators walked in and headed straight towards Han Li. With an ashen complexion, Wen Siyue looked into Han Li's eyes with a pleading expression and a delicate, heart-wrenching gaze. Han Li couldn't help but frown. Wait? Without waiting for Yun Tianxiao to speak, Lady Fan perturbedly said, What? Does fellow Taoist Li plan on taking in the woman? Without faltering, Han Li indifferently said, Perhaps. However, I rather want to know the information on the demon beast. I hope Brother Yun and Madam won't be impatient. How about you wait until after hearing my response? When Yun Tianxiao heard this, his expression fluctuated as he muttered to himself for a short moment. He then waved his hands and extinguished the flames. As Yun Tianxiao emotionlessly stared at Han Li, he uttered, Servants, step down. I will listen to what he has to say. He decided to give Han Li face as he was a fellow core formation cultivator. After all, there would soon be a great event where he would require the power of all the core formation cultivators present. Thus he was unwilling to casually offend anybody. Fellow Taoist one took the initiative to willingly become my concubine, but I don't care about that in the slightest. However, I am quite determined to win over her information on the demon beast. Wouldn't it be better if I were to exchange these materials for this woman's freedom? What do you think, Brother Yun? Han Li pushed out the pile of precious materials towards Yun Tianxiao and unblinkingly gazed at him with a mysterious smile. You will use these to exchange for her? Yun Tianxiao spoke with an ice-cold tone, but his eyes revealed a trace of confusion. The pile before him contained precious materials from grade 6 and 7 demon beasts. It was worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones at the very least, and he was more than willing to accept it in exchange for a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if the woman was an enchanting beauty, it was quite an astonishing affair. Could it be that the information of a grade 8 demon beast was that important to him? Should he use this opportunity to settle the situation, or should he use force to further pressure him? After some further thought, Yun Tianxiao quickly came to a conclusion and his expression relaxed. Just as he thought to say something, Lady Fan leaned her seductive body against him and whispered something into his ear. In an instant, Yun Tianxiao's expression changed to reveal hesitation. After a moment of silence, he righteously said, "Fellow Taoist Li, I cannot let you take this girl away no matter how much you pay. Otherwise, it would set a precedent that will allow the sect's female cultivators to be easily taken away by anyone who fancies them. This would greatly tarnish our reputation." These words startled the other cultivators and caused them to look at each other. It was reasonable to say that the pile of precious materials was worth far more than a foundation establishment woman, no matter how beautiful she may be. Hence, there was definitely something amiss with Yun Tianxiao's rejection. With Han Li's unwillingness to release the woman, the others watched the scene with a sneer. They felt the following exchange would prove to be quite entertaining. Exquisite sound sect? Han Li pursed his lips and a strange expression flickered through his eyes. What? Fellow Taoist Li doesn't know that this secret room was opened by the sect? I happen to be an elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. I am assisting sect elder Fan in managing it, Yun Tianxiao coldly said. His face was faintly covered in a layer of strange gray qi, undoubtedly in a display of superior might. Yun Tianxiao's display was but a minor effort at intimidation. Since he is only an early core formation cultivator and he is currently in my territory, he will have to submit after thinking about what there is to gain and lose. It is only a pity about those materials. Yun Tianxiao thought with slight regret. There wasn't a trace of worry in his mind. But at that moment Han Li suddenly sneered and uttered, "Fine." Much like Yun Tianxiao, Han Li raised his hand, summoning a white light that abruptly flashed before him. Yun Tianxiao was greatly startled and unconsciously circulated his cultivation art, enveloping his body in countless gray flames. At that moment, the white light ruthlessly struck the flames. It underwent a series of blurs and suddenly revealed 12-inch-long swords that all bore into the flames. Yun Tianxiao was stricken with terror and hastily unleashed his magic treasure. However, the flames weren't able to block the 12 flying swords for even an instant. The flames faded away as a dozen bloody holes appeared on Yun Tianxiao's body. By the time Yun Tianxiao had released his small gray pitchfork, he had already fallen to the ground with a miserable scream. When the other cultivators saw this, they became dumbstruck and their mouths were gaping open. They were unable to recollect themselves for quite some time. Chapter 539. Provoking awe. Han Li indifferently waved his hand and the 12 small swords converged back into one. It then disappeared into his sleeve with a flash of white light. Han Li lowered his hand and wore a tranquil expression saying, "Now let's have a chat." Having been struck down just a moment ago without the slightest resistance or contest, Yun Tianxiao had lost the will to fight. After a short moment, Yun Tianxiao managed to stand up with his blood-covered body. He glanced at Han Li with a gaze full of fright. With a pale face, Yun Tianxiao said, "Well, since I cannot stop you, feel free to take Wen Siwei away. However, let's get the unpleasant matters out of the way first." She already caught the eye of a senior and was being prepared as a cultivation vessel. After you take her away, don't be afraid of any calamities you attract. Soon after, he took out several talismans and slapped them onto his body. With the flashes of green light, his wounds healed at a visible rate. Cultivation vessel? Han Li suddenly realized why Wen Siyue desired to depart. However, Han Li's expression suddenly grew cold from the implicit meaning of Yun Tianxiao's words. Han Li said with an unchanged expression, "There is someone else that fancies her? That's no problem. I'll take her anyways. Though it would be better if fellow Taoist kept his threats to a minimum. Otherwise, blood will be shed if my mood takes a turn for the worse." He then casually swept his gaze across the room. Han Li's threats weren't entirely plausible. If it weren't for the fact that so many core formation cultivators were present, Han Li would have clearly killed the lot of them to tie up all the loose ends. However, he wasn't completely confident in being able to kill them all. As such, he could only use his heavy words to intimidate those that were present. If his previous attack had left the others bewildered, then his current tone had aroused suspicion that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator. The cultivators present became anxious and they quickly lowered their heads. None dared to meet Han Li's gaze. Yun Tianxiao naturally also thought of this possibility. He appeared to be an early core formation cultivator, but had nearly taken his life with a single strike. Additionally, he wanted to find the nest of a grade 8 demon beast. When he made the connection, he suddenly began to inwardly curse without end. When Siyue, still in Han Li's embrace, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and her body jolted straight. She would rather die than become someone else's cultivation vessel. As a result, she had decided to risk her life in that previous display. However, she completely hadn't expected this cultivator surnamed Li to possess such a frightening cultivation. He was able to suppress all the cultivators present by himself, and in a single terrifying move, he gravely injured Yun Tianxiao and left Lady Fan with a face full of terror. This was all such a delightful surprise, it felt like something that would come out of a dream. Han Li glanced at the other's careful and meek mannerisms and coldly smiled. He then raised his hand and summoned the dark-skinned cultivator's copper plate to his hand. Han Li began to examine it without a trace of politeness. The dark-skinned cultivator's expression faintly changed. However, his mouth trembled several times only to remain silent. He didn't dare to say any words of dissatisfaction. Since Han Li was able to nearly deal Yun Tianxiao a killing blow in a single strike, he naturally knew that he didn't pose a chance and turned his expression away. Han Li put down the copper plate and indifferently spoke to its owner. "I want this item. How many spirit stones for it?" The dark-skinned cultivator was slightly surprised and instinctively responded, 7? No, 5,000 spirit stones. Han Li then took out a grade 5 demon core and promptly dropped it in front of the other person. "I'll use the demon core to trade for it." Han Li then turned to Lady Fan and said, "Moreover, don't say that I robbed you of this woman. The materials on the table can be considered payment for her." Han Li patted the shoulder of Wen Siyue and let go of her. He then stood up and unhurriedly walked towards the exit. Wen Siyue finally woke up a short moment later and hurried after him in a somewhat flustered manner. Lady Fan's expression stirred and she suddenly yelled, "Senior Li, please slow down." Han Li halted his steps, and he turned around with an odd expression on his face. Han Li found it quite interesting that the woman was actually courageous enough to call out to him. When Siyue grew nervous at this and unconsciously drew closer to Han Li narrowed his eyes and indifferently asked, "What is it? Does Senior wish to return to the Inner Star Seas? Our exquisite sound sect will have a method of returning everyone to the Inner Star Seas in the near future." Lady Fan sweetly smiled, speaking with an obviously respectful tone. As it was very likely that she was speaking to a nascent soul cultivator, she didn't dare to be negligent. Han Li frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" He wasn't interested in hearing elusive words. Seeing that Han Li was still patient, she didn't dare to put up any pretenses and hastily said, "Our exquisite sound sect is currently preparing a transportation formation to return to the Inner Star Seas. We are currently lacking a few crucial materials. As the formation cannot be completed without them, we hosted this trade meeting in the hopes of acquiring everyone's assistance. So long as you assist in the creation of the transportation formation, our exquisite sound sect will send you back to the Inner Star Seas free of charge." Lady Fan's words caused the other core formation cultivators to become restless. A majority of them revealed pleasant surprise. The Outer Star Seas had already become the dominion of demon beasts. They couldn't stay here for much longer. As such, they had naturally thought of returning. However, there were no transportation formations and it would take more than 600 years to return at the speed of their flight, not to mention the many dangers they would encounter along the way. They remained here only out of an inability to leave. The white-haired old woman's expression stirred and she coldly asked, "Even with the transportation formation, won't we need displacement talismans?" Don't tell us that the exquisite sound sect has already grasped how to refine them? Senior, please don't be worried. Although our exquisite sound sect cannot refine these talismans, we acquired quite a few of them before the beast torrent. We currently have more than enough to send everyone back to the scattered star seas. The most important material for the formation is phantasm stone. It is a truly rare. Although we found a deposit of this stone during our search for it over these past few years, it happens to be located near the resting area of a group of high-grade demon beasts. A majority of them are at grade 5 and 6, and they are great in number. It isn't something that can be done with a small number of cultivators. Moreover, if any of them are allowed to escape, they will alert higher-grade demon beasts, resulting in disaster. Thus, our sect requires everyone's strength. Lady Fan spoke with a righteous expression. After hearing this, the others wore a pensive expression. Cleanly exterminating a group of demon beasts wasn't something that could be easily agreed to. They had to carefully think about it. The dark-skinned cultivator muttered to himself for a moment before slowly asking, "Why didn't you ask a nascent soul cultivator for assistance instead of core formation cultivators? The certainty of success would have been higher. Do you fellow Taoists think that I didn't try?" However, most of those venerable seniors had completely vanished after the beast torrent. I was only able to get into contact with Senior Swift Crane. With that person joining us, we would have been able to deal with the grade 7 demon beasts. He was the one who fancied Siue to be his cultivation vessel. Lady Fan bitterly smiled and glanced in Han Li's direction. When the other cultivators heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. When Han Li heard this, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself for a moment. He then promptly said, "I have no interest in this endeavor. Deal with it yourselves." With that said, he ignored them and headed out. When Siue didn't dare to fall behind and quickly followed after him. Nobody dared to block Han Li. They could only gaze after him as he left. Lady Fan wore an expression of unconcealed disappointment. As for Yun Tianxiao, he finally began to speak once more. "Since fellow Taoist Li is unwilling to assist us, we won't force any of you either. We will now introduce some information on the demon beasts nearby the Phantasm Stone. Please come to your own decisions after the details have been explained." Here, as if he hadn't been heavily injured, Yun Tianxiao began to ceaselessly speak. "Senior, do you truly not wish to return to the inner star seas?" When Siue muttered from behind Han Li. Without turning his head around, Han Li aloofly replied, "Why? Do you want to return?" "I also don't wish to, it's just..." When Siue's voice grew soft until she ceased speaking. At that moment, Han Li had already brought her past the stone wall. Since his objective had already been accomplished, he naturally had no interest in staying here any longer. Han Li brought Wen Siue outside of the concealed city, much to the astonishment of the old gatekeeper. He then wrapped the woman in his light and took off into the skies. Wen Siue was silent as they flew, and didn't ask him any questions about their destination. It seemed she was leaving everything entirely up to Han Li. Han Li also hadn't thought to give her any further explanation and continued to fly in stifled silence. 2 days later, Han Li eventually found a desolate island with meager spiritual qi and descended. Chapter 540, Concubine. The island had several mountains that rose above 300 meters, and were lush with verdant forestry and filled with many trees. Han Li circled around the mountains before descending onto one of them with Wen Siue in tow. Under the woman's astonished gaze, Han Li released his flying swords and carved a small cave residence into the mountain after a few hours. Although the cave residence was less than half the size of his cave residence in the Misty Island and was far more crude, it still had a bedroom and seclusion room, along with a tool refinement room, medicinal garden and so on. Han Li appeared quite satisfied and placed down several formation spells around it before bringing Wen Siue inside. Han Li brought Wen Siue into the bedroom and sat on a hurriedly carved stone chair. After examining the woman, he leisurely said, "You will be living here from now on. I will tell you the incantations for the spell formations. This place is quite secluded. If you diligently cultivate, there is a chance you'll enter core formation." "Many thanks, Senior Li." When Siue blushed underneath Han Li's gaze, appearing to be at a complete loss about what to do. Han Li smiled, "Senior Li?" When Siue hastily hung her pretty head and hesitantly said, "Sorry? Should I call you?" Having just become his concubine, she didn't know how she should address him. Han Li rubbed his nose and indifferently said, "You can call me Mr. Li." Han Li had yet to reveal his true appearance. He had still assumed the form of a middle-aged man. After a moment of hesitation, when Siue obediently replied, "Yes, Mr. Li." Han Li nodded his head with satisfaction and thought about what he should say. He then softly asked, "When did fellow Taoist one arrive at the scattered star seas, and how did Lady Fan become the exquisite sound sect leader?" "According to my knowledge, Fairy Violet Spirit should have been the sect leader." Mr. Li seems quite knowledgeable of the sect's past. When Siue was quite amazed that Han Li had made inquiries about the exquisite sound sect instead of hurriedly asking about the demon beast nest. But after some thought, she opened her almond lips and explained, "The exquisite sound sect was entirely managed by the young sect master before we teleported to the outer star seas. But while she was out at Heaven Void Hall, a startling change occurred when we returned to the sect. The envoy of the left disappeared without a trace and all of the power in the sect fell into the hands of an outsider and the envoy of the right, Lady Fan. I later discovered that this cultivator was a Devil Dao cultivator and that the exquisite sound sect had already become a vassal of the Devil Dao. In order to establish herself as sect master, Lady Fan immediately gathered together a large number of disciples and sent us through Heavenly Star City's transportation formation. At the time, I had been coerced into traveling along. Since then, our sect has handled this hidden city. The disloyal female disciples have been mysteriously disappearing over the past few years and those that have been given away were never seen again. Were it not for Mr. Li saving my life earlier, I fear I would have become a cultivation vessel." When Siua dimly said. Han Li's expression stirred. Hiding his intentions, he asked, "What did your sect master Fan do in the outer star seas? It can't be that she only managed the hidden city." "I'm not too sure about this. However, Lady Fan and that Devil Dao cultivator surnamed Yun were gathering all sorts of information with the assistance of the hidden city as if they were looking for something." When Siua spoke with uncertainty and an expression of doubt appeared on her face. When Han Li heard this, he ceased asking questions and started to mull over what she had said. It seemed a violent usurpation had occurred while he and Fairy Violet Spirit were trapped in Heaven Void Hall. With the successful usurpation of power, Lady Fan immediately brought large quantities of disciples to Wondrous Depths Island. Afterwards, the Starfall Coalition had launched an attack on Heavenly Star City. It seemed that regardless of how the Devil Dao took over the exquisite sound sect, it was clear that the influence of the Starfall Coalition was immense. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take over the sect at such an opportune time. By the time Fairy Violet Spirit returned from Heaven Void Hall, she would have discovered that her sect was gone. As for the Devil Dao powers, they were drawing support from the exquisite sound sect to find someone or something in the outer star seas. This was yet another mysterious aspect that had nothing to do with Han Li. Hence, he was disinclined to further ask about it. Furthermore, he had already become irreconcilable enemies with Taoist Master Swift Crane, and it seemed the current exquisite sound sect had a relationship with him. As such, Han Li was even more unwilling to be tied down by them and had refused Lady Fan's proposal. As for returning to the inner star seas, Han Li wasn't even considering the matter until after he broke through his bottleneck. While it was true that demon beasts were running amok in this land, with the greatly desired Heaven Void Cauldron in his hands, the inner star seas might not necessarily be safer. Han Li repeatedly mulled over Wen Siue's words in his mind after a short moment. He found nothing that sounded incorrect. To the best of his knowledge, she was telling the truth. It was only natural for Han Li to be this careful, as he possessed the famed Heaven Void Cauldron. Who knows how many nascent soul eccentrics wanted to lay their hands on it? Even since ancient times, countless men had suffered from the wily tricks of beautiful women. Han Li didn't wish to become one of them out of a moment of carelessness. But of course, the odds of this woman attempting to deceive him were next to nothing. He had suddenly appeared before her as a person that nobody recognized and brought her to an unknown place. He was also under the effect of a secret technique that even early nascent soul cultivators couldn't see through. At that moment, when Siue saw Han Li's expression fluctuate, and she unconsciously revealed a trace of restlessness. Having finally collected his thoughts, Han Li noticed the beautiful woman's peculiarity. He faintly smiled and said, "I've already brought you away from the hidden city, and I've even arranged this location for you. How about you tell me about the location of the demon beast nest? After you tell me, I'll immediately head off and you'll never see me again." When Siue blankly stared for a moment before revealing surprise, "Senior doesn't intend on taking me in as a concubine?" Han Li calmly said, "I am used to traveling alone. I don't need anybody following after me." After a moment of silence, her beautiful face wore a complicated expression and she gently shook her head. After a strange emotion flickered within her eyes, she serenely said, "Many thanks for Mr. Li's kindness. But since I've already decided to become your concubine, I don't have any thoughts of reneging on it. Senior, please be at ease, Siyue will keep her promise without complaint. Han Li clearly understood the woman's apprehension, and he couldn't help but mysterious smile, saying, I don't know what fellow Taoist one intends, but my words hold firm. If fellow Taoist truly wishes to settle the matter and become my wife, I won't further decline. When that happens, fellow Taoist one had better not regret it. He was certain that when Siyue didn't want to become anybody's concubine, the conditions raised in the hidden city were most likely raised out of helplessness. Although being a concubine was far better than being a cultivation vessel, there weren't any foundation establishment woman that would be willing to become someone else's concubine. This only happened in desperate circumstances or under coercion. Although Han Li felt quite tempted by Wen Siyue's exceptional beauty, he clearly understood that he was at a crucial point in his cultivation. He couldn't afford to keep a foundation establishment woman by his side. It would be far better to let her go free and drop the subject. Doubts began to surface after Han Li explained his words. Hesitation appeared on her face. A trace of amusement appeared within his eyes. Han Li softly said, What? Don't tell me that fellow Taoist still wishes to become my concubine? No. When Siyue hurriedly refused and after a moment's pause, she bit her lip and saluted Han Li saying, I must give many thanks to Mr. Li. Junior Wen Siyue will never forget your kindness. Her expression was filled with anxious fright. Since that is the case, let's drop the matter of being a concubine. There is no need for fellow Taoist one to take it seriously. Han Li had no intentions of deliberately making this difficult. Many thanks, Mr. Li. When Siyue was joyfully surprised, her expression relaxed and her flowery beauty blossomed, producing an emotionally stirring scene. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a ripple of emotion, but he quickly buried this emotion at the bottom of his heart. After calming himself, Han Li serenely asked, Fellow Taoist Wen, how about telling me about the windbreaker beast? When Siyue's smile disappeared, she said with a worried tone, Mr. Li, the windbreaker beast's nest is somewhat dangerous. It is near the edge of the depths. Please clearly consider it for a moment before heading out to the nest. The edge of the depths? Han Li frowned. It seemed this would prove quite troublesome. The current depths were beyond dangerous. Chapter 541. 6 Arms and 3 Heads. After asking a few more questions about the windbreaker's nest, Han Li casually handed a bottle of medicine pills over to Wen Siyue. Wen Siyue was immediately grateful and promptly entered seclusion to refine their medicinal power. Han Li then sealed himself off inside of another room and began studying the copper plate. He carefully examined the item as he sat down cross-legged. Only one side of the copper plate was inscribed with characters, the other was engraved with a bizarre depiction of a rather formidable-looking monster. The monster had 3 heads with vicious eyes along with 6 arms raised towards the sky. It was unclear what it was supposed to be doing. After looking at it for a moment with a frown, Han Li took out the old hide book with the nameless incantation and compared the characters that were inscribed. He discovered that the characters were largely the same except for minute differences. It seemed they shared an origin, but were written in distinctly different styles of writing. Since he couldn't find anything hidden on the surface, Han Li inserted his magic power into the copper plate without any hesitation. Soon after it started to absorb his magic power, the copper plate let out a clear hum and started to tremble. It then brilliantly flourished with white light and beams of dense yellow light began to shoot out from the sides of the copper plate, projecting a picture onto the wall. Han Li was delighted by the developments and became mesmerized by what he saw. The image depicted a human-formed demon beast, covered with scales and with a single horn on its head. It appeared exactly the same as the 3-headed, 6-armed demon beast on the back of the plate, but with only one head. Just as Han Li was puzzled by this, the picture changed with a flash of light. It now depicted the demon beast sitting down cross-legged with its hands clutched in a strange hand gesture. Its entire body was contorted in a baffling position, leaving Han Li puzzled. A short moment later, the image changed again, revealing that the demon beast had changed its hand incantation and its body contorted once more, assuming another strange posture. The images periodically shifted to reveal indescribable changes in hand gestures and posture as if it were cultivating some sort of technique. An hour later, the copper plate's light dimmed and the images disappeared. Han Li had counted 36 different positions that the demon beast assumed. He rubbed his nose and looked at the item in his hand with an odd expression. Although he didn't know what the characters on the copper plate had meant, He was able to tell from the pictures that this item wasn't something for human cultivators. It clearly recorded a demon cultivation art. Prior to this, he hadn't known that demon beasts even cultivated. Weren't demon beasts innately capable of absorbing spiritual chi? Why would they cultivate? It seemed that cultivation arts should quite important to demon beasts that were capable of taking human form. However, Hanli looked at the copper plate in his hands without knowing whether he should laugh or cry. Even if he could understand the words on it, would he dare to cultivate a demon cultivation art? Besides, he currently had no shortage of high-grade techniques. The complete collection of profound Yin arts was still snugly placed inside his storage pouch. With that thought, it was no wonder the dark-skinned cultivator had deliberately mystified the item during the trade meeting. It was completely useless. Hanli felt like a fool and grew gloomy. Since the inscription on the copper plate was a cultivation art specifically for demons, he wouldn't be able to decipher them no matter how many human jade slips he looked through. It seemed the contents of the old hide book were the same. Hanli let out long breath and placed the two items into his storage pouch with a wretched expression before leaving the stone room. Hanli felt somewhat disappointed after having his expectations dashed. However, his mood quickly adjusted as he made preparations to head to the wondrous depths. Acquiring the high-grade demon echo grass was currently his top priority. It was directly able to help him reach an entirely higher level on his path to immortality. After he consumed the rainbow beads, he could feel his cultivation aptitude continue to change for the better over the years. Although he couldn't compare to those with heavenly spiritual roots or other outstanding geniuses, he was now able to absorb and refine spiritual chi at the level of cultivators with three-element spiritual roots. The Heaven Mend pill truly deserved its reputation. Hanli's chance at condensing a nascent soul was now a sliver higher. When Hanli left the room, when Siue was still in seclusion, he reckoned that she would need another 3 months in order to refine all of the medicine. Hanli didn't bother her. After some further thought, he left behind several magic tools along with the control incantations for the cave residence's spell formations before departing from the island. Hanli looked around while in the sky and determined his direction before flying off towards the wondrous depths. Along the way, Hanli came across several demon beasts and ruthlessly exterminated them. As for any humans he saw, he ignored them and continued on his way. Hanli eventually arrived at the vicinity of the wondrous depths after traveling for a month. At that time he started to conceal his aura and began to hide his tracks. As these seas are under the dominion of higher-grade demon beasts, Hanli naturally had to be extremely careful. He didn't dare to rely on his luck. As expected, Hanli came across many demon beasts along the way, but with his remarkable concealment techniques, he was able to avoid their attention. Several days later, Hanli stopped in the air and stared at a small island in the distance with a solemn expression. The island was the grade 8 demon beast nest that Siue had spoken of. Hanli didn't dare to boldly rush into it. If the ancient windbreaker beast was present on the island, he would be certain to die. For this same reason, he only swept his eyes over the island, not daring to release his spiritual sense. Hanli spotted a reef emerging from the ocean far from the island and placed a small formation on it. He then sat on it and quietly meditated as he kept watch on the island. He wouldn't easily take action until he could predict the grade 8 demon beast's movements. Unfortunately, the rainbow skirt grass had no effect on demon beasts that were grade 8 and higher. Otherwise, he would have already used the grass to lure the ancient windbreaker beast away, instead of choosing to bitterly stand watch here. Day after day passed with Hanli gazing at the island from the reef. Several months eventually went by without Hanli spotting any signs of demon beast movements. He eventually grew dreary from the waiting. Could it be that the developing demon beast isn't on the island right now and the windbreaker beast abandoned its nest? Hanli suspiciously thought. Yet another month passed with no developments. Helpless, Hanli finally came to the decision to enter the island and investigate. He wasn't about to waste several years on the reef. Early in the morning of the next day, just as sunlight began to illuminate the sky, Hanli restrained all of the spiritual chi in his body and stealthily flew onto the island. He had already observed the small island for several months and knew its terrain like the back of his hand. He flew halfway up the mountain and spotted a few boulders concealing a pitch-black cave, just as Siue had described. Hanli narrowed his eyes. After placing several auxiliary magic techniques on his body and releasing his disguise, his body disappeared without a trace. Hanli then carefully entered the cave and slowly released his spiritual sense, occasionally probing his surroundings. The cave was exceptionally deep, and the deeper he went, the more damp it became. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li stopped at a corner with a nervous expression on his face. Han Li slowly closed his eyes and scouted forward with his spiritual sense. Shortly after, an odd expression appeared on his face. Han Li then gritted his teeth and hesitantly turned the corner. Light suddenly shined before him to reveal a huge natural cavern. It was at least 300 meters wide and over 30 meters tall. The walls and the ceiling flickered with green light, and it had a dark blue pool of water at the center that appeared to be piping hot. There was strange vegetation growing around the pool. When Han Li's gaze fell onto the vegetation, he spotted several stalks of something short and jet black. Excitement flickered within his eyes. The stalks were the demon echo grass that he was looking for. Demon echo grass would only turn black when growing near grade 8 demon beasts. It was gray when growing near lower grades. As Han Li gazed at the pond at the center, delight momentarily appeared on his face before it was soon replaced with solemnness. If the windbreaker beast was in the cave, it would most likely be inside of the pool. Although he had swept over the pool with his spiritual sense, the pool was extremely deep. He had only inspected a small portion of it. Han Li licked his lips and steeled his heart. His body blurred before reappearing at the side of the pool. He gently clapped his storage pouch and took out a jade box. He then quickly reached toward the ground with his free hand. Chapter 542, Grade 9 Demon Cultivator. He quickly harvested the demon echo grass and placed it into the jade box, dirt and all. Click. Han Li smoothly closed the lid of the jade box with a trace of joy. It was beyond his expectations, how simple it had been to acquire the demon echo grass. However, he couldn't stay there any longer. Han Li immediately turned around and was about to set off when he heard a calm voice from behind him. You stayed nearby for so long just to get those plants? Human cultivators are truly baffling. These words were spoken by a strange male voice. Han Li's expression greatly changed and his face became extremely unsightly. He soon forced himself to calm down and turned around in a blur. He caught sight of an azure-robed figure that was looking at him with obvious curiosity. Upon clearly seeing the figure's appearance, Han Li grimaced. The demon cultivator had a silver scarf around the top of his head, azure robes on his body, and rough shoes on his feet. Apart from his sharp, pointy nose and narrow green eyes, all other aspects were indistinguishable from a human. Han Li frantically examined the man several times. With this demon beast's nearly perfect human form, could it be a legendary grade 9 or 10 demon beast? Han Li's body grew rigid and his hands had already fastened on his 5-element bands and his spirit beast pouch. However, he didn't dare to attack. Your esteemed self watched me for quite some time. Han Li could hear that his voice had become unpleasantly hoarse. When the demon cultivator heard this, his expression stirred. He then smiled, revealing his pure white teeth and narrowing his eyes, saying, That's right, I knew you were there from the day you arrived. I merely thought you were a human cultivator passing by and hadn't paid you any attention. But who would have thought that before the day passed, you would sit on the coral reef nearby? I Feng have grown quite curious indeed. Not knowing whether or not it was a trick of the mind, Han Li felt that the man's teeth were somewhat sharp and faintly glinted with a chilling light. Han Li's heart dropped even further as he thought, his surname is Feng? Then he must be the fully grown windbreaker beast one. Han Li forced a smile and asked, Since that was the case, why didn't you attack me? The windbreaker beast weirdly smiled and said, I actually wished to come see you sooner, but I've only recently reached the second stage of my metamorphosis. While stabilizing it, it was difficult for me to go outside. As it just so happened, I actually finished stabilizing my form just now and was going to leave, but I hadn't expected that fellow Taoist would run into my lair of your own accord. That was quite surprising. Second stage metamorphosis? Could it be that you have entered grade 9? Han Li's face grew pale and his hands had unknowingly become lined with cold sweat. The fully matured windbreaker demon cultivator blinked and casually replied, Grade 9? That's just how you humans differentiate us demons. Regardless, I reached the second grade of the metamorphosis stage, which would be the equivalent of what you call grade 9 demon beast. Han Li grew silent when he heard the demon's calm recognition. After a short moment, the corner of his mouth twitched into a bitter smile. Were it a grade 8 demon beast, he figured he would still have a chance at escape. But in the face of a grade 9 demon cultivator, he had no hopes of breaking free. It seemed his death would be the result of something entirely unavoidable. With that thought, Han Li said nothing further and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out over 10 streaks of azure light that circled around him. He then raised his hand intending on opening his spirit beast pouches. But in that instant the demon cultivator moved. He blurred before Han Li's eyes and snatched the spirit beast bag out of his hand. Although the many flying swords protecting Han Li had moved to block the demon cultivator, he was far too quick. He had returned to his original spot before the swords could strike him. After a moment of overwhelming astonishment, Han Li's face turned ashen. How could he have forgotten that the Windbreaker beast was originally known for its amazing speed? Their speed as a grade 9 demon beast was nearly identical to teleportation at such a short distance. There was no chance of even injuring him. In that instant, a chaotic torrent of thoughts began to surge through his mind. Han Li's ashen complexion underwent yet another change as he slapped his storage pouch and took out a ball of radiant golden threads. Han Li quickly grabbed onto the ball and swallowed it. Afterwards, he wordlessly gazed at the azure-robed demon cultivator. He had already decided that when he faced death's door, he would ignite the celestial ice pearl with his divine Devilbane lightning. This way, even if mutual destruction wasn't accomplished, the opponent would still suffer a heavy injury. The demon cultivator revealed astonishment upon seeing Han Li's baffling actions, but he soon nonchalantly smiled. Hee hee. There is no need for fellow Taoists to be so anxious. I hold no malicious intentions towards you. He casually tossed the spirit beast pouch up and down in his hand as he spoke. Han Li frowned and coldly said, "What do you mean? Aren't you demon beasts currently exterminating human cultivators?" He didn't wish to be played around with before he died. The corner of the demon cultivator's mouth twitched and he shook his head, saying, "The demon beasts that have been killing you off are only the nearby sea races. I have nothing to do with them. I'm merely staying here for the time being because I enjoy the geyser pool here." Han Li was stunned. He suddenly recalled that Windbreaker beasts were demon beasts that lay somewhere between demon birds and sea beasts. As such, they couldn't truly be considered demon beasts of the sea. Furthermore, from his tone, it seemed as though he wasn't even originally from around here. Could it be he truly doesn't wish to kill me? Han Li's expression wavered for a moment. After a short moment, he retrieved his flying swords into his body with a wave of his hand and his expression relaxed. Since his flying swords weren't able to deal with the demon cultivator either way, he may as well play along. If worst comes to worst, he would just detonate the celestial ice pearl. The demon cultivator wore a satisfied expression after seeing Han Li put away his magic treasures. "I do enjoy talking with sensible humans. I'll return this to you first." He didn't view the spirit beast pouch as a threat and threw it back to Han Li. Han Li caught it and felt somewhat more at ease. The demon cultivator stared at Han Li and said, "Does fellow Taoist have any interest in paying a visit to my true cave residence? This would be the first time I've ever invited a human cultivator." Although the demon cultivator's tone was polite, how could Han Li possibly refuse? He had no option but to nod with a forced smile. The demon cultivator appeared happy when Han Li agreed. He wordlessly raised his hand and a blue ball of light appeared within it. The light then grew several times larger and enveloped Han Li. Shock appeared on Han Li's face, but he didn't resist. With a flash of blue light, the demon cultivator began dragging him within the bubble of light that enveloped him. Then both of them dropped into the pool with a splash. Because of the faint blue light that was emitted from the bubble around him, Han Li was able to clearly see the world underneath the water. Perhaps it was due to the strange water in the pool, but there were no other animals apart from some strange palm-sized white fish. There was also no sea vegetation. The demon cultivator saw that Han Li was completely captivated by the underwater scene and just smiled. After the time it took to finish a meal, the bubble came to a stop and trembled for a moment before shooting off to the side. In the blink of an eye, Han Li spotted a huge black stone gate in front of him. The gate flickered with white light as if it was covered by a restriction. The demon cultivator pointed at the stone door and politely said, "We've arrived. Welcome to my humble home. I hope fellow Taoist doesn't find it too funny." Han Li forced a smile but remained silent. As soon as the bubble touched the stone gate opened to reveal a layer of white light. After they passed through it, they entered a completely dry passageway. The bubble surrounding Han Li then disappeared. The stone walls were embedded with all sorts of small pearls that reflected light, filling the passageway with dazzling light reminiscent of daylight. These weren't ordinary pearls. They were pearls that are only found at the ocean's deepest depths within spirit oysters and the like that were over 1,000 years old. They had the strange effect of repelling both water and fire. "Please come in, fellow Taoist." The demon cultivator couldn't help but feel proud upon seeing Han Li's astonishment. Han Li gazed down the passageway with complete unwillingness in his heart. But with a grade 9 demon beast staring at him, He could only force himself to head in first. The azure-robed demon cultivator leisurely followed after him. The passageway couldn't be considered large, and Han Li soon found himself in a gorgeous hall decorated with all kinds of coral. At the center of the hall, there was a sparkling white jade table with several chairs made from the same beautiful jade. The corners of the hall each had a small elegant pot with a finger-thick joss stick burning within. It filled the hall with a faint fragrance. 1. The surname Feng that the demon cultivator uses the same wind in Windbreaker Beast. Chapter 543, Jade Fire Wine. Fellow Taoist, please sit. The demon cultivator boldly took a seat and beckoned to Han Li. Han Li took a seat across from the demon cultivator and remained silent. The demon cultivator narrowed his eyes and gently said, "It seems I've embarrassed myself. I still haven't asked for your esteemed name. My name is Feng Shi." After a moment of hesitation, Han Li slowly said, "My surname is Li." So it's fellow Taoist Li. You must feel somewhat confused. In truth, if any other cultivator had appeared before me, I would have definitely slain them despite not being from the local sea race. Peaceful coexistence between humans and demons is certainly impossible. Han Li felt his heart tremble and forced a smile, asking, "In that case, does Senior Feng see something different about Junior?" Feng Shi's eyes flickered with green light. He slowly said, "You are only a mid-core formation cultivator, yet you dared to bravely enter so deeply into the seas, relying on that marvelous chi restraint technique of yours." Chi restraint technique? Han Li paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the nameless incantation in the Hyde book. Feng Shi wore an odd expression and said, "That's right, I am somewhat familiar with your chi restraint technique. I saw it from an old friend of mine, but strangely enough, that technique is something that was secretly passed down. How are you, a human cultivator, capable of using it?" Han Li couldn't easily mention the matter of the Hyde book and remained silent for a while, not knowing how to respond. When Feng Shi looked at Han Li's expression, he leaned back into his chair and smiled. He then casually said, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to be worried. My old friend has been dead for many years, and I'm not looking for an explanation. I'm merely curious about how a human can use a secret demon race technique. The main reason why I haven't attacked you is actually because you cultivate a pure wood attribute cultivation art. Otherwise you'd already be dead." Han Li revealed amazement. He was truly shocked to hear that the main reason he wasn't attacked was because of the attribute of his cultivation art. When Feng Shi saw Han Li's shocked expression, he said nothing and waved his arms instead, summoning a simple gold pot with a flash of white light. He then took a jade wine cup and poured a dark green liquid into it. In the blink of an eye, the concentrated smell of alcohol spread throughout the hall. The human-formed demon beast then took a deep breath and wore an infatuated expression on his face. He flicked the cup with his finger, smoothly sliding the jade cup over to Han Li. Feng Shi stared at Han Li and deeply said, "Fellow Taoist Li, take a taste of my jade fire wine. I made it myself. It is a genuine spirit wine that takes over 100 years to ferment, and provides slight gains towards cultivation. Perhaps fellow Taoist could even use this opportunity to break through his bottleneck." When Han Li heard this, he paused in surprise before staring down at the green liquid in the cup. The demon cultivator was able to tell that his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. His abilities are truly remarkable. But Han Li found it dubious that the wine could help him break through his bottleneck. He had consumed no small number of medicine pills for cultivation progression. If he could break through the cultivation bottleneck with medicinal power, he would have already cultivated to the 9th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Art. Furthermore, as he had no idea about what the other party intended, he didn't dare to casually drink the wine. As these thoughts churned through his mind, Han Li's face revealed hesitation. A cold glint shone within the demon cultivator's eyes. His expression grew sullen upon seeing Han Li's hesitation, and he coldly said, "What? Are you scared that I did something to the wine?" "Don't forget, if I wanted to take your life, it would only take me an instant." Han Li's face paled and his gaze fell upon the wine cup. He then summoned the courage to say, "Senior is correct. However, Junior wishes to figure something out first. The true reason why Senior hasn't killed me. Junior will be ill at ease until he understands." It had become obvious that the demon cultivator wished for Han Li to drink the wine. As a result, Han Li's doubts only became greater. Feng Shi felt somewhat surprised, and an icy expression soon appeared on his face. His body released an eerie aura. Han Li felt his heart drop and the true essence in his body wrapped around the celestial ice pearl in his body. He cautiously stared at the demon cultivator in silence. A short moment later, Feng Shi frowned and his expression relaxed. After muttering to himself for a moment, Feng Shi said with a low voice, "It seems by not telling fellow Taoist the specifics, he has misunderstood my good intentions. This jade fire wine is not only difficult to refine and takes 100 years to ferment, but it also requires a metamorphosis stage demon core as its primary ingredient. Additionally, only windbreaker beasts are able to refine the wine. Even if other demon cultivators had the formula, they would be unable to refine the wine due to lacking the innate abilities. To me, this wine serves only to satisfy my tastes. But to a core formation cultivator such as yourself, it will stimulate the true essence in your body the first time you drink it, possibly allowing you to break through your current bottleneck. Of course, the only reason I am giving you so precious to fellow Taoist Li is for my own gains. I require the assistance of your wood attribute cultivation arts for something very important. However, a mid-core formation cultivation is too low. Even late core formation cultivation is still a bit lacking. But I see that your own cultivation arts are unordinary. You possess far deeper magic power than cultivators of a similar grade, and as a result you will do, if just barely. It should now be quite obvious what consequences will follow if fellow Taoist Li doesn't drink the wine." Feng Shi knew that if he didn't give a clear explanation, Han Li wouldn't obediently follow his orders. When Han Li heard this, his expression changed several times. A short moment later, he spoke with a hoarse voice, "And if I drink this wine and can't break through my bottleneck?" Feng Shi sneered and calmly said, "Hee hee. Then fellow Taoist Li will no longer serve any purpose for me. Since my jade fire wine is quite difficult to refine, I will have to take your life as compensation." Although Han Li had already suspected this, his face twitched after hearing the confirmation. After a short moment of deliberation, Han Li's face became resolute and he took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll drink it." Feng Shi suddenly wore a happy expression. Han Li slapped his hand onto the table. Then with a flash of azure light, the dark green liquid from the cup flew into his mouth in a stream. The liquid then dropped into his stomach without Han Li even tasting it. "Good. I knew fellow Taoist Li would make the sensible decision. Follow me. I've already prepared a quiet room for you." Feng Shi spoke with a satisfied expression and stood up before walking to the side of the hall. Han Li wordlessly followed after him with a calm expression. As Han Li followed the demon cultivator, he eventually found himself in front of a fire-red stone wall. After some further examination, Han Li astonishingly discovered the sparkling red stone wall was actually a huge slab of cut coral rock. As Han Li pondered about it, Feng Shi lightly pushed the stone wall, revealing a 3-meter wide hole in a flash of white light. Feng Shi pointed to the hole and tranquilly said, "Refine the wine in this hidden room. According to my estimates, it should only take half a year at most to refine. Fellow Taoists should be able to succeed in that time. When the time arrives, I will release the restriction and allow you to come out." Han Li took a glance before expressionlessly entering the hole. At this point, he naturally had no intention of further speaking with Feng Shi. Just after Han Li walked in, the opening behind him disappeared. Feng Shi stood outside the wall without immediately departing. He glanced at the wall with a face bizarrely full of excitement. A short moment later, he disappeared without a trace in a flash of white light. Han Li was currently inspecting the so-called hidden room inside the coral wall. The room couldn't be considered small, at 100 meters wide and over 20 meters tall. Apart from a glistening azure jade couch at the center of the room, there was nothing else. But what was most baffling to Han Li were the countless small holes that filled the walls. They appeared just like bits of black sesame. Han Li's face grew gloomy for a moment and he sat down on the jade couch in a cross-legged position. With his eyes closed, he slowly released his spiritual sense from his body. After a short moment, he spread his spiritual sense across the room and was surprised to discover that the walls repelled it. Soon he confirmed that there were no gaps that his spiritual sense was able to slip through. Han Li then frowned, opening his eyes with a cold glint. After some thought, Han Li sat up from the jade couch and walked towards the side of the room. He inspected the coral wall in front of him with narrowed eyes. He extended a finger that glowed with blinding azure sword light toward the wall. The light was only several inches long and continuously glistened. Chapter 544. Progression. A trace of hope flickered within Han Li's eyes, but that was soon replaced with disappointment. The small sword was only able to penetrate several more inches before stopping. A colorful brilliance faintly glowed deeper within the wall, blocking its advance. The demon cultivator had placed many layers of formidable restrictions within the coral wall. It wasn't very likely Han Li would be able to break through the walls with his magic treasures. Han Li tightly creased his brow after retrieving the magic treasure and summoning it back into his body. He then unconsciously reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He trusted that regardless of how powerful the wall's restrictions, they wouldn't be able to resist the vicious bites of the gold-devouring beetles. However, there was a reason why he didn't rashly release them. The beetles wouldn't be able to devour the restrictions in a short amount of time. In the time it would take, the demon cultivator Feng Shi would be given plenty of time to perceive their actions. And with the demon's astonishing speed, there was no way for Han Li to escape his pursuit. After a period of heavy and repeated deliberations, Han Li fiercely glared and then returned to the jade couch with an unsightly expression. By that time he already felt a burning sensation in his stomach. It seemed the jade fire wine was about to take effect. Han Li didn't dare to be negligent of the wine as he was ignorant of what, if any, peculiar aspects it might possess. He could only relinquish his thoughts of escape for the moment and start refining qi. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, peering into his body. Frowning, Han Li shot out a stream of azure core flame from his tricolored golden core and compressed the jade fire wine into a ball. In the blink of an eye, the stream of core flame had completely restricted the jade fire wine. Not longer after, Han Li became completely still with a blank face. The jade fire wine was refined at an exceptionally slow pace. After the passing of a month, less than a fourth of the wine had been refined. It seemed that Feng Shi wasn't exaggerating when he said that the wine would take half a year for Han Li to refine. However, this extremely slow speed proved to be rather irritable to Han Li. If he truly was unable to enter late core formation, then this windbreaker beast named Feng Shi would take his life without any hesitation. For that reason, he steeled his heart and took the risk of forcing out all of the core flame his golden core could produce. As a result, the azure flame that covered the remaining dark green liquid nearly doubled in thickness. Han Li also spared none of his magic power in his effort to hasten refining the wine. This resulted in Han Li's magic power expenditure nearly doubling. Each time he nearly ran out of magic power, he lamentably took a drop of the myriad-year spirit milk to ensure that his magic power could persist in fueling the wine refinement. After 2 months of this extravagant usage of his core flame, only a third of the wine had yet to be refined. Han Li felt somewhat relieved that the wine would soon be entirely refined. Unfortunately, something unexpected soon occurred. As a result of his intention to strive his hardest in the face of death, Han Li had swallowed the celestial ice pearl on the day he had encountered the demon cultivator. He continued to keep it there in fear of the demon cultivator, and had yet to take this last resort out of his stomach. On a day when Han Li had completely exhausted his magic power and thought to take a drop of the myriad-year spirit milk, the outer layer of the divine devilbane lightning on the celestial ice pearl suddenly grown unsteady. Han Li, who had been observing his body's interior with full focus, was shocked out of his wits at the sight. At that moment, his magic power was completely exhausted and he was incapable of taking any emergency measures. With the pearl's exterior wavering before his eyes, he wrapped the remaining jade fire wine around the celestial ice pearl in an act of desperation. Han Li's heart heavily thumped as he watched on with a bloodless complexion. Only the heavens would know what reaction would occur from using the jade fire wine to envelop the celestial ice pearl. As Han Li imagined the pearl erupting, he could feel his body line with ice-cold sweat. Fortunately, whether it was due to sheer luck or due to the celestial ice pearl being stable to begin with, the celestial ice pearl had become tranquil after being enveloped by the wine. Han Li let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat off his brow. He felt as if he had just escaped certain death. He hurriedly swallowed a drop of myriad-year spirit milk. After his magic power had been replenished, he spat out the pearl and put it away with great trepidation lingering in his heart. Placing that item within his body had truly been playing with fire. After everything was settled, he took another look into his body and flusteredly discovered that he had unknowingly broken through his bottleneck, quietly entering late core formation. Han Li was initially dumbstruck before being delightfully surprised. To tell the truth, he hadn't felt any peculiar effects from the jade fire wine. Han Li was absolutely bewildered at having broken through the bottleneck without even completely refining the wine. With his increased cultivation, Han Li decided to test it out by skillfully controlling 24 bamboo clouds warm swords simultaneously, discovering that his true strength had suddenly increased. Although Han Li was wrapped with joy, he had no intention of squandering the remaining jade fire wine, and sincerely spent the next 2 months refining what was left over, consolidating his cultivation in the process. Afterwards, he started to rack his mind for what the grade 9 windbreaker beast intended for him. As the half-year point gradually grew closer, his face grew increasingly sullen with worry occasionally appearing in his eyes. Several days after the half-year point had passed, the coral wall promptly opened. Feng Shi's indifferent voice then entered the room. "Fellow Taoist Li, come out. The time has arrived. Did your cultivation progress?" Sitting down on the jade couch, Han Li expressionlessly opened his eyes and wordlessly walked out of the room. Feng Shi was waiting for him outside with narrowed eyes. The demon cultivator examined Han Li after he left the room. A short moment later, Feng Shi rubbed his palms together and heartily laughed. "Good, good. Congratulations on fellow Taoist entering late core formation. It seems my jade fire wine didn't go to waste." Feng Shi grew quite happy. With Han Li's successful advancement, he truly could serve his purposes. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this. Feng Shi chuckled and spoke to Han Li with a rather amiable tone. "Fellow Taoist Li, follow me. I will give you an introduction to two of my close demon companions. I will be requiring you three to cooperate in order for this to succeed. There are another two seniors." When Han Li heard him, he felt shocked. "That's right. My two good friends are both at the initial metamorphosis stage. In human terms, they would be grade 8 demon cultivators. However, since both of them were born from primordial races, their true capabilities aren't all that inferior to my own. Still, it would be best for you to say as little as possible. Since they are genuine members of the local Sea clan, they won't receive a human like you very favorably." Feng Shi took a deep glance at Han Li and gave him a calm warning. With a shaken heart, Han Li muttered in agreement. A short moment later, Feng Shi brought Han Li back to the large hall where he now saw the two close friends that Feng Shi had spoken of. As a result, Han Li couldn't help but reveal his shock on his face. One of them had the head of a flood dragon, a steel tail, and his body was covered with blood-red scales. The other had a rather large body, an azure face and a tortoise shell. That flood dragon appeared quite similar to the venomous flood dragon that he had previously seen fighting the cultivators near the Misty Island. As for the other, Han Li faintly guessed that it was most likely the huge tortoise that had been undergoing its tribulation at that time. When Feng Shi arrived, the two grade 8 demon beasts turned their heads over toward them. When the venomous flood dragon saw Han Li's expression, his green eyes coldly glinted and he quickly examined Han Li. "What's wrong, human? Could it be you've seen me before?" he icily asked. Although his voice was somewhat vague, his words could clearly be heard. Han Li immediately grew hesitant. It appeared that because he had used the blood-red cape back then, his appearance hadn't been seen. As such, it would be best to avoid mentioning the battle that day, otherwise he would just be asking for trouble, leaving him no choice but to deceive the venomous flood dragon. With that thought, Han Li dryly coughed and with the calmest expression he could muster, he said, "This is the first time I have seen Senior. It is only that Junior's experience is so shallow that he had yet to see a true flood dragon. As such, I forgot my manners. I hope Senior doesn't take any offense." Helpless, Han Li assumed the humblest attitude he could to avoid stirring up any trouble. Chapter 545. Thunderstorm Wings. The venomous flood dragon pulverized the large, shiny pearl that it had originally been playing with in its hand and glanced at Han Li with a malicious glint flickering within his eyes. "Humph. Humans are all so cunning and sly. I don't care where you've seen me before, but you had better cut the clever business." Han Li's heart slightly shivered, but apart from a bitter chuckle, he said nothing else. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't to his liking, Feng Shi hastily interjected himself. "Enough. Fellow Taoist Li can now be considered to be acquainted with you little brothers. I wish to draw from the support of all three of you, and it would be quite troublesome if I were to lack any of you." He then directed Han Li to a seat that was farther away from those two. The venomous flood dragon downed the wine in the cup in front of him and carelessly said, "Brother Feng, we've known each other for quite a few years already. Why are you treating this matter so mysteriously? You've yet to give us an explanation. Additionally, you require the assistance of a human cultivator, and a trifling core formation cultivator at that." "That's right. I'm also quite curious. You insisted for us two to come together. Could it be that Brother Feng is doing something dangerous?" The demon tortoise with a thick shell on its back frowned. He may possess an extremely large body, but he appeared rather timid. Feng Shi smiled and slightly spread out his arms. "There is no need to worry, fellow Taoist Gue. I didn't call you two over to deal with a formidable enemy, or to travel to a dangerous area. Rather, I wish for your assistance in refining a magic treasure. Refining a magic treasure? The tortoise and flood dragon paused for a moment before glancing at one another. A trace of amazement also appeared on Han Li's face. Feng, she slowly said with a feverish expression. That's right, I am preparing to refine a magic treasure to fit onto my own body. Did we hear correctly? Brother Feng wishes to refine a magic treasure? Don't tell me you've forgotten that the bodies of us demon cultivators are better than any magic treasure. What material could possibly be refined to be stronger than one's own body? The venomous flood dragon shook his head in disapproval. The demon tortoise nodded his head in agreement and said, Brother Wu's words are undoubtedly true. The might of any magic treasure will undoubtedly be inferior to the innate bodies of us demon cultivators. Rather than wasting time on external items, wouldn't it be better to further cultivate one's own abilities? For example, with regards to Brother Wu's flood dragon constitution, his innate water attribute techniques have become 100 times stronger than other races with only slight cultivation. With your spirit aviary constitution, you should have exceptionally good aptitude towards wind attribute techniques. By cultivating your firestorm wings to a deeper stage, you should be able to travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant and roam the seas as you please. As for my profound tortoise constitution, although it isn't as remarkable as either of yours, my shell will become invulnerable when it is cultivated to the sentient transformation stage. How could a human refined magic treasure possibly compare? Feng Shi didn't grow angry at their words. Rather, he wore a relaxed smile and said, Given how long I've cultivated, how could I not know this? However, the magic treasure I wish to refine is profound. It is a pair of spiritual wings. With these thunderstorm wings, I am confident I will be able to roam the skies without limits. Thunderstorm wings. The demon tortoise absently blinked. It seemed he was at a loss. That's right. A few years ago when I toured the deep seas for cultivation, I came upon an ancient cultivator's ruins, and discovered the remains of a huge bird. Although only its silver wing bones remained, they still possessed an astonishing amount of lightning energy. I suspect the wing bones belong to a peak metamorphosis stage lightning rock. You should know that the lightning rock is a primordial bird that possessed extreme speed. It could be considered among the top 10 of high-grade, bird-type demon beasts. Its speed was similar to a flash of lightning, far superior to that of a windbreaker beast. Thus, I was struck with a sudden inspiration of bringing the bones back to my cave dwelling and using them along with other bird wing materials to create a human-like magic treasure and affix it to my body. Feng Shi's eyes glistened as if he was unable to contain the excitement in his heart. He then added, After refining the wing bones, they naturally can't be solely lightning attribute. A bit of wind attribute spiritual power must be added as well so that I may use them more easily. Is that even possible? The venomous flood dragon revealed a doubtful expression. The demon tortoise at his side also appeared skeptical. Don't worry. I've already spent a year researching the wing. I even went as far as to change my appearance and headed over to the humans for their tool refining texts and instruction. Afterwards, I combined them with my firestorm wing refinement methods to come up with the current plans to refine a magic treasure. While I don't dare to say that success is certain, the odds are at least 80%. Of course, you won't be helping me for nothing. Regardless of whether the magic treasure succeeds, the windbreaker beast spoke confidently. He started speaking in voice transmission, not wishing for Han Li to hear what he said regarding their compensation. Han Li sat calmly at the side, turning a blind eye to what was happening. However, he had placed both of his hands on the table, unconsciously revealing his annoyance, contrary to his calm expression. Han Li knew that the three demons' conditions were unfavorable to him. However, he had no rights to be asking questions in their presence. He could only stifle his curiosity and think of his own countermeasures in silence. After discussing it with the demon tortoise, the flood dragon eventually agreed, Good, since Brother Feng mentioned those conditions, we will definitely provide our assistance. Feng Shi was delighted to hear that and confidently smiled. With your earth attribute techniques, you'll be able to use your formation spells to temporarily create lightning attribute spiritual power. I'll be able to combine wind spiritual power into it with my own wind attribute techniques. But in order to balance both powers, we'll require fellow Taoist Li's would attribute cultivation arts to counteract any disparities in power from either side. With this, the wind and thunder will hopefully be able to succeed. When his gaze fell upon Han Li and saw that he was sitting there without a word, he suddenly thought of something. A strange expression suddenly flickered within his eyes and he gave Han Li a beaming smile. Fellow Taoist Li, I forgot to tell you. Although the jade fire wine can assist in a human's cultivation, the wine was something that was prepared for the consumption of demon cultivators after all. As a result, human cultivators will experience a trace of chaotic malicious chi. Although there is nothing wrong now, soon enough the malicious chi will spread and mix with one's true essence, resulting in a detonation of one's spiritual power. After he said that, Feng Shi immediately closed his mouth and coldly stared at Han Li in silence. Han Li merely sighed with a frown, displaying neither panic nor fury. Han Li slowly asked with a tranquil expression, "If Brother Feng can help me eliminate this malicious chi, then please speak. Will I only be able to survive if the magic treasure refinement succeeds?" This caused a trace of surprise to momentarily appear in Feng Shi's eyes. The other two demon beasts also revealed an interested expression upon hearing Han Li. Fellow Taoist Li is a sensible person. Since you already know this, I won't further speak of it. So long as the thunderstorm wings are successfully refined, I will remove this future ailment. But if it fails, you will be the first target of my frustrations. You had best dissolve any fantasies of dissolving it on your own. Even if nascent soul cultivators were willing to assist you, they wouldn't be able to eliminate the chaotic malicious chi left over from the jade fire wine. He spoke with a chilling voice and displayed not the slightest emotion. I know what must be done. Han Li nodded his head but bitterly smiled in his heart. He also refrained from saying anything in his mind, fearing that it would somehow affect his later performance during the magic treasure refinement. As Han Li was brimming with the feeling of helplessness, the three demon cultivators were having a leisurely chat at the table. Feeling that the odds of success with the refinement was high, Feng Shi cheerfully asked the Flood Dragon, I heard that little brother Wu's Flood Dragon clan has partaken in the unfathomable depths assault on human cultivators. Is this matter true? I've always recalled that Flood Dragons hadn't bothered themselves with these matters. Humph, that's right. This time there are a few experts from our clans that have decided to act. How else could the rubbish from the unfathomable depths possibly have succeeded in their attack? Were it not for our assistance, they wouldn't have been able to exterminate the two nascent soul cultivators. The Flood Dragon didn't bother to conceal the matter in the presence of Han Li. Although no clear emotion appeared on Han Li's face, he couldn't help but reveal some surprise. Chapter 546. Sacred Provenance Platy. As Han Li felt bewildered by the Flood Dragon's comments, Feng Shi chuckled and said, I heard that a few years ago, when fellow Taoist Wu had acted as a protector for Brother Gui's tribulation, several human cultivators launched an attack on him. Although you managed to repel them in the end, you suffered a bit of injury. Could it be that as a result of that battle, the Flood Dragon clan had decided to attack? Your demon clan has always valued protecting their own. In those years, the cultivators of that island were far too arrogant. They truly believed that the seas belonged to them. They even equated us metamorphosed demon cultivators to those low-grade demon beasts that had yet to shed their beastly bodies. They were simply asking to be destroyed. My situation was merely one of many triggers for the attack. With that said, the savage Flood Dragon paused for a moment before continuing, but most important of all was the humans' attack on a grade 7 lion dragon, one from the unfathomable depths monarch clan. As a result, the venerable Lord Lion Dragon didn't hesitate to consume their strength to issue a myriad demon writ, resulting in several tens of thousands of demon beasts laying waste to the humans' islands. The reason why my Flood Dragon clan lent their assistance wasn't as revenge for the Lion Dragon, but rather for the sacred provenance plate that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was taken away by humans from the Lion Dragon when it was slain. Although it was badly damaged and had no true value, it was an item that has been continuously circulated throughout our demon clans. It cannot be allowed to fall into human hands. The savage Flood Dragon then flashed a harsh gaze at Han Li. Feng Shi's expression stirred and he looked at the Flood Dragon with a strange smile. I have heard of the Lion Dragon being slain, but nothing of the sacred provenance plate. Could it be that without the inherited keepsake, the Lion Dragon clan would find it difficult to remain the monarchs of the unfathomable depths? Is your Flood Dragon clan thinking about unseating them? I don't know much about that. After all, I've never taken much interest in the clan's internal affairs. However, I am very interested in the 3 sacred provenances technique recorded on the plate. I've heard that the might of these ancient secret techniques are amazing. Unfortunately, those techniques have long since been damaged by time and are impossible to reconstruct. The Flood Dragon's face revealed excitement before being replaced with regret. The demon turtle suddenly burst into laughter and said, Brother Wu is quite greedy. Those secret desolate techniques are just legends from how I see it. I can't believe those techniques to be superior to your clan's dragonification arts. When the flood dragon heard that, a trace of pride appeared on his face. That may be. My clan's dragonification arts are capable of turning flood dragons into true dragons when the deepest level is cultivated. As such, it is naturally the peak cultivation art among demons. Feng Shi chuckled without adding anything further. The sacred provenance plate? When Han Li heard this, he was able to maintain his calm expression despite the restlessness in his heart. He suddenly thought of the copper plate that he had recently acquired. The copper plate recorded demon cultivation arts that possessed seemingly great might. Could it be that he had happened to acquire the item that the demons were discussing? Although he didn't know the specific uses of the sacred provenance plate, he came to realize that the item was cause for trouble after hearing that it was something that was passed down by demon clans from antiquity. Could that dark-skinned cultivator have been the main offender that brought about the beast torrent? It wasn't impossible for a mid-core formation cultivator such as himself to slay a grade 7 demon beast. Han Li didn't feel particularly worried as he mulled over these thoughts. He could already be considered drowning in misfortune. As his life could be forfeit at any one moment, Han Li couldn't bring himself to care about yet more trouble that had befallen him. It would be better for him to not dwell on any of those matters while he was still here. At the moment, Feng Shi turned to Han Li and indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist Li, as you've recently entered late core formation, you should consolidate your cultivation. I don't wish for you to suddenly be incapable of using your magic power during the magic treasure refinement. Follow after the light and return to your room for a bit of further cultivation." With that said, he flicked a ball of white light from his fingers, leading out one of the doors. Without a choice, Han Li could only stand up with a forced smile and follow the light out of the hall. He had actually wished to further listen to the secret matters of the demon clan. As he walked outside the hall, he suddenly heard Feng Shi indifferently warn him, "Fellow Taoist shouldn't rashly leave the room. Otherwise, I will misunderstand and trouble will arise." The three demons behind him saw Han Li slow down before wordlessly continuing on his way. The flood dragon looked in the direction that Han Li had disappeared with an odd gaze and said, "Is there a problem? From how I see it, the young one doesn't seem resigned. A surprise could occur during the treasure refinement." Feng Shi sneered and said, "Be at ease. The success of the thunderstorm wings will mostly depend on us three. The human will merely be a tool to provide what attribute spiritual power. Once the treasure refinement has started, he will have no control. Not to mention the malicious chi that is contained in his body. With that in mind, he is completely powerless." The demon turtle suddenly smiled and teasingly said, "Now that you mention the chaotic malicious chi, the jade fire wine shouldn't have such a thing. Could it be that Brother Feng entrapped him?" Feng Shi fixed the silver scarf on his head and evilly grinned, "Hee hee. Of course. I gave him a specially refined cup of jade fire wine. The malicious chi should actually be called devilish chi. In an encounter with a formidable devil Dao cultivator, he summoned something he had refined from his body, leaving devilish chi on my body. It proved quite troublesome to remove." When the flood dragon and the tortoise demon heard this, they smiled at each other with their last doubts dispelled. At that moment, Han Li had followed the white light sphere into a stone room. It was elegantly decorated. Not only was there a couch refined from white jade, there was also a table with a set of chairs along with many pots of rarely seen plants. After Han Li entered the room, the white light orb suddenly dissolved itself. When Han Li saw this, he immediately closed the door to the stone room and then took out several differently colored formation flags from his robes. He placed them at each corner of the stone room and enveloped the room in a small spell formation. Han Li felt somewhat at ease from being free of the demon cultivator's surveillance. Although the spell formation had no defensive qualities, it would give early warning of any outsider's malicious eavesdropping. Although this would certainly annoy the windbreaker beast, he wouldn't make a big deal over this small matter. With that thought, Han Li changed his focus to the most important worries. He walked in front of the couch and sat cross-legged on it before closing his eyes. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Han Li opened his eyes with a furrowed brow. His body appeared exactly the same as it was before. There was nothing amiss. It seemed the demon was tricking him with false words. He had absolutely no perception of the malicious chi in his body. Han Li stroked his chin with a pensive expression. After a moment of deliberation, he suddenly took out an item and examined it for a moment before revealing a harsh expression. 2 days later, Feng Shi knocked on Han Li's stone door and then walked in. Upon seeing Han Li, the human-form demon beast wore an excited expression and said, "Let's go." We will be refining the magic treasure today. Fellow Taoists Wu and Gui are waiting for us in the tool refinement room. He then brought Han Li out of the room and headed towards his tool refinement room. After following the demon cultivator for a short distance, Han Li arrived in front of an azure jade wall. Feng Shi slapped that wall without any hesitation, causing an arched gate to appear and open. The demon cultivator then stood to the side, indicating for Han Li to enter first. Han Li first took a quick glance through the door and saw that the room glowed red. He could faintly feel a roasting heat from within. With eyebrows raised, he took a deep breath before walking in. Han Li's gaze then revealed a trace of astonishment after clearly seeing what was inside. The flood dragon and demon tortoise were both standing inside the room, but Han Li was more surprised to see the fire within. There was a square platform that spanned about 10 meters at the center of the room. It was filled with roaring scarlet flames. There was a huge, complex refinement formation that surrounded the platform. After taking several quick glances at it, Han Li was left amazed. With his current knowledge on tool and spell refinement, he could tell how impressive this formation spell was, despite not immediately recognizing its profound complexities. It wasn't something that he was capable of establishing. The two demon cultivators coldly glanced at Han Li when he walked in before paying him no further heed. Alright, everyone has arrived. I've already explained the spell formation's refinement principles to brothers Wu and Gui. Fellow Taoist Li, all you have to do is stand at the corner of the formation and provide a steady stream of what attributes spiritual power to the formation. Now that we've come this far, fellow Taoist Li had better refrain from thinking about anything silly. Feng Shi pointed to a corner and looked at Han Li with a heavy gaze. 1. Swanee, the hybrid of a lion and a dragon. Chapter 547. Lightning Rock Bones. After taking a glance at the pit of earth fire, Han Li responded with a bitter smile. What use is there in thinking about silly things now? Then it is good that fellow Taoist understands. Although Feng Shi said this, he wore a trace of a sneer. It seemed he didn't believe Han Li's words. When Han Li saw this, he managed to preserve a bitter expression on his face, but he inwardly cursed, "Damned monster." He then walked to a corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. After seeing that Han Li obediently sat down where he had pointed, Feng Shi nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to the two demons, politely saying, "Brothers, let us enter the formation and prepare." When the two demons heard this, they stepped forward without objection, and stood at the formation's cornerstones as previously discussed. Feng Shi lightly smiled and patted the storage pouch at his waist. The pouch unhurriedly flew around the earth fire pit before turning upside down and releasing a burst of radiance. A small silver ball of light pierced through the radiance and soon expanded. In the blink of an eye, it revealed a pair of sparkling white wing bones that were each about 3 meters long. One of the wings was missing the front half while the other wing was completely shattered. Although they appeared worthless at first glance, these sparkling bone fragments emitted an enormous pressure that left one in awe. The flood dragon gazed at the bones and clicked his tongue in amazement. So this is the wing of the lightning rock. Although it is extremely damaged, it appears completely genuine. It is deserving of its title as a bird of desolate antiquity. Feng Shi stared at the bones with a feverish expression and said, "That is only natural. The lightning rock didn't die in meditation. The reason why its bones were broken should be because someone had trapped it there and ambushed it. Otherwise, with its amazing speed and its peak metamorphosis stage cultivation, it definitely would have been able to flee." At that moment, Han Li was glancing at the lightning rock wing bones in appreciation. The demon tortoise didn't seem to be particularly interested in the bones. After glancing at it for a moment, he said with unusual impatience, "Let us start on refining it. We don't know how many months it will take." Feng Shi paused after hearing this, but he immediately thought of something and broke out into laughter. "Ha! I've forgotten that Brother Gui entered metamorphosis stage less than 100 years ago. He'd naturally feel uneasy towards lightning attribute items. Well then, let us start without delay." The flood dragon didn't raise any opposition to starting. With that said, the demon beasts' bodies gradually released an astonishing demonic chi, each filling the room with white, blue and yellow radiance. Han Li didn't know whether the formation spell was activated from the demonic chi or some other method, but the formation started to glow and slightly sway before it finally started to revolve. The tens of mid-grade formation stones that surrounded the formation each began to release a blinding gleam. Han Li felt restless as he watched the scene occur. Feng Shi let out a shout and brought his hands together. He parted his hands and shot 2 arm-thick beams of white light down into the formation. With a low hum being released, the ground began to tremble for a moment before the earth fire started to rampage at the center of the room. Fush! A head-sized ball of flame shot out from the pit and directly floated above the wing bone. The flame then ruptured, enveloping the wing bone in scorching scarlet flames. The flood dragon and the demon tortoise exchanged a glance before raising their hands and releasing threads of yellow and blue radiance. The numerous, densely packed threads of radiance penetrated the flames and wrapped around the bones. The bones then began to soften amongst the intertwining lights. A short moment later, the two used those spirit threads to mold the bones into a more complete shape. As Hanli watched this, he felt as if his perspective had been greatly widened. With the other two demons molding the bones, a strange light glinted within Fengshi's eyes and he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and repeatedly shifted his 10 fingers in a rapid manner. Tens of thumb-sized balls of white light subsequently appeared and accurately fell upon the bone wings. In that instant, deafening rolls of thunder began to sound out from the flames. The mended wing bones had begun to release countless sparks of lightning. The sparks were extremely slender and shined with silver light. They began to quickly strike and merge into the blue and yellow spiritual threads. After the spiritual threads absorbed the lightning, it flourished with silver light, overwhelming the thread's original color in an instant. When Fengshi saw this, he solemnly stomped the ground, sending an incantation seal into the spell formation. With several muffled crackles, the variously colored beams of light began to shoot out from the earth fire pit. Simultaneously, the wing bone's radiance converged into a blinding single point. Hanli unconsciously narrowed his eyes. By the time his vision had returned to normal, there was a dense, luminous rainbow barrier that had appeared above the earth fire pit. Hanli's expression stirred for a moment before he managed to recover his expressionless face. The white wing bones were intensely scorched by the earth fire within the light barrier, but not the slightest change had occurred. Upon seeing this, the three demons all let out a long sigh. The first step was completed without any mishaps or mistakes. Afterwards, Fengshi took out an azure, transparent gem with a relaxed expression and tossed it into the light barrier without any hesitation. A short moment later, the gem melted into a semi-liquid. Fengshi hastily released white spirit threads and manipulated the melted gem to evenly coat the wing bone's surface. Fengshi still appeared quite vigilant after all this was done. He glanced at the other two demons with slight significance and softly said, "Wind." He then took a breath and spat out a white translucent pearl, sending it into the light barrier in an instant. The flood dragon and demon tortoise didn't dare to delay and also spat out their long-cultivated demon cores. The demon cores intertwined with one another as they spun through the air. Fengshi raised his hand and struck his demon core with the incantation seal, immediately arousing a white, wind-attribute core flame to wildly erupt from the demon core. Under the control of the flood dragon and demon tortoise, they also had their demon cores release a finger-dense string of core flame. The blue and yellow strings of flame intertwined with a crackle before turning into a silver flame. The silver and white flames were then immediately absorbed into the surrounding earth fire, resulting in the earth fire immensely growing in pressure. Afterwards, the spirit-infused flames enveloped the wing bones and it slowly began to be refined. Fengshi revealed an expression of unconcealed joy on his face and called out to the other two demons before sitting down cross-legged. The flood dragon and demon tortoise soon followed suit. A moment later, the huge formation spell became deathly quiet. Silently sitting alone in the corner, a strange expression flickered within Hanli's eyes several times. But after taking a look around, Hanli could only bitterly smile. Due to some unknown designs of the formations at the same time the rainbow barrier had formed above the earth fire pit, an identical formation had appeared around Hanli, trapping him inside. Were it not for the absence of flame inside Hanli's barrier, he would have entirely suspected that he was also a material to be refined. Hanli had grown even more uneasy upon seeing that he was still left alone after so long. But at that moment, a change had suddenly occurred. With a flash of light, the light barrier began to pulsate. Hanli narrowed his eyes for a moment before recovering his indifferent expression. Before he could even guess what had happened, he suddenly felt something amiss from his body. He couldn't help but fearfully lower his head. As the rainbow light barrier around him pulsated, he saw faint wisps of azure light visibly leaving his body. Although it was quite slow, his spiritual power was undoubtedly being drained from his body and into the light barrier. Hanli frowned with a sullen expression. It seemed the three demons had no plans of having him meddle with the treasure refinement. As such, he was only being treated as a huge spirit stone. But after some further thought, his expression returned to normal and he inwardly sneered. He didn't believe that the three demons would hold him there forever. He reckoned that they would have him assist them sooner or later. Chapter 548, Combining Wind and Lightning. Although Hanli had anticipated that the treasure refinement wouldn't merely take a few days, he was quite shocked to find that the three demon cultivators sat cross-legged in complete stillness for 5 entire months while refining the bizarre material with their core flames. During this period, apart from stopping 4 times to recover their magic power, they had kept their demon cores suspended in the air, continuously spouting out core flames in a leisurely manner. Their statuses as grade 8 and 9 demon beasts clearly weren't just for show. Their magic power was truly profound. Because Hanli was refining chi the entire time, he had managed to preserve his full state of magic power. The minuscule amount of magic power that the light barrier consumed could hardly be considered significant. The wing bones within the core flames had become increasingly translucent and bright with each passing day. It also faintly carried the sounds of thunder and sharp wind. The joy in Feng Shi's eyes became more obvious as this occurred. Hanli knew that the finalization of the thunderstorm wings was approaching. In those several months, Hanli was puzzled to find that not a single trace of the malicious chi could be found from within his body. However, after some further thought, he felt that it had something to do with the divine devilbane lightning in his body. They had a miraculous efficacy against things of evil nature. Could it be that the malicious chi had already been exterminated by the divine devilbane lightning? Hanli felt delight at the thought. Had the malicious chi truly appeared, he had planned on using the divine devilbane lightning to get rid of it, or to take the risk of swallowing some gold-devouring beetles and having them forcefully consume it. As a result, the Windbreaker Beast's method of coercion was unable to inspire any fear in Hanli, not that he had taken it seriously to begin with. The old demon definitely wouldn't have expected for Hanli to possess such an astonishingly valuable magic treasure with his low cultivation. Without any worry of this later harming him, Hanli became even more resolved to resist. He quickly swept through the many plans he had previously made to escape. He was prepared to use the most optimal plan according to how the situation played out. After yet another month, Feng Shi rose from his seat and began to take action as if he felt that the refinement was about to be done. From the moment he opened his eyes, he stared at the bone wings in the air that were on the verge of completion. With a deep sigh, he suddenly shot a dozen incantation seals at it and suddenly extinguished his core flame, revealing the 3 demon cores and 2 bone wings that were within. The demon cores were comparatively dimmer than before. It seemed the persistent strain of the demon cores over the months of use had harmed their origin chi. Contrarily, the bone wings had become slender and whole, emitting a milky white luster that was nearly blinding. Without any hesitation, Feng Shi flicked his own demon core, causing it to wildly rotate around in the air before returning down his throat. The other 2 demons glanced at each other before doing the same. Wordlessly, the 3 demons began to immediately meditate and rest. Several days later, the 3 demon cultivators had replenished their magic power and origin chi. At that moment, Feng Shi turned his gaze to Hanli. He shot an incantation seal at the light barrier entrapping him. Red radiance bored into the light barrier, causing it to dissolve with several violent flashes. Hanli possessed an entirely tranquil expression that was void of any surprise. Feng Shi's expression grew relaxed and he said, "Next, we will be joining the 2 wings as one and merge lightning and wind together. We will require fellow Taoists would attribute magic power to act as a balance. Get yourself prepared." Understood. Without saying anything further, Hanli stood up. When Feng Shi saw Hanli's expression, he frowned and hesitation flickered within his eyes. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly flicking his finger without warning. A streak of white radiance shot straight towards Hanli. Hanli's expression grew aghast, but after a moment of hesitation he didn't move out of the way. With the white radiance entering his body, Hanli wore an unsightly expression. Hanli pursed his lips and sullenly said, "Senior Feng, what is the meaning of this? Be at ease, the wind spirit energy will not harm you, and will disappear after a short amount of time. But during this time, if I were to trigger it with a slight bit of magic power, fellow Taoist is as good as dead. Do your best and don't think about anything else." Feng Shi sinisterly said. Hanli inwardly grumbled upon hearing that. Over half of his plans to escape had just been eliminated. Feng Shi was quite pleased to see Hanli's angry expression. Without paying further attention to Han Li, he took out 3 medicine bottles from his storage pouch. Afterwards he tossed 2 of them to the other demons. Feng Shi solemnly exhorted, "Little brothers, be careful. Combining wind and lightning spiritual power will be very taxing on our magic power. These bottles each has a drop of myriad-year spirit milk. Use it when your magic power is exhausted. The merging process must go smoothly. Otherwise, the thunderstorm wings will never come into being." A trace of amazement flickered within the flood dragon's eyes when he heard that the bottles contained myriad-year spirit milk. He soon agreed, "Please be at ease. I will certainly spare no effort." The demon tortoise to his side slapped his chest and pledged, "As will I. I also wish to see what profound abilities the thunderstorm wings will display upon completion." Feng Shi wore a satisfied expression after hearing their responses. He then wordlessly rubbed his hands together before holding them out and shooting a bowl-thick beam of white light towards the rainbow light barrier. The light barrier trembled and released a low hum for a moment. Afterwards, it flickered and continuously shifted colors until it shined with a blinding white radiance. When the flood dragon and demon tortoise saw this, they rushed to shoot out their own blue and yellow beams of light at the barrier. Halfway to the barrier, the beams of light converged to turn into a white beam of lightning spiritual energy before then striking the barrier. In an instant, the light rumbled and the light barrier underwent another change. Rolls of thunder began to sound from within the barrier as it pulsated with a silver radiance. Upon seeing the barrier flicker, Feng Shi unhesitantly ordered Han Li with a deep, icy tone, "Fellow Taoist Li, pour in 1/10 of your cultivation's spiritual power." Han Li hesitated for a moment and his expression stirred. Feng Shi could definitely end him from controlling the wind spiritual energy inside his body. He could only raise his hand and shoot a finger-thick beam of azure light into the barrier. A strange scene occurred. The instability and hums released from the light barrier were instantly reduced. The brilliance had also dimmed and became slightly more stable. Feng Shi's expression relaxed and he excitedly said, "Good, continue to supply the spiritual power." It appeared that his plan to combine wind and lightning energy was coming into fruition. When the other 2 demons saw this, their confidence greatly increased. They started to form many various complicated incantation gestures, and strike countless spell seals against the light barrier. After a short moment, the light barrier began to reveal a furious white gale contained within it along with bolts of silver lightning. The lightning and wind energy wrapped closely together around the bone wings and started to merge. Feng Shi then called for Han Li to pour in further would attribute spiritual power as he gazed into the light barrier. In the following week, huge bolts of silver lightning and furious white gales rampaged within the barrier. The 3 demons grew tense and continuously struck the light barrier with their incantation seals. Feng Shi appeared particularly intense. As Han Li watched them from the side, he continued to pour his wood-attribute spiritual energy into the barrier under their orders. However, a trace of a strange, excited expression flickered within his eyes, but in the end Han Li decided against taking any rash actions. He felt the opportunity had yet to arrive. Three demons couldn't conceal their fatigue. Although their incantation seals didn't cease, their magic power was definitely on the point of exhaustion. Although the violent storm of lightning and wind inside the light barrier was intense, a strange union began to form. The violent winds began to flicker with sparks and the lightning began to carry cries of the wind. The 3 demons wore unconcealed joy upon seeing this. On the next day, the demon tortoise had exhausted his magic power and took the drop of spirit milk. In the following days, the flood dragon and Feng Shi followed suit. Han Li expressionlessly looked at this and gripped the storage pouch in his hands. His eyes contained a difficult-to-perceive trace of slyness. When the 3 demon beasts' magic power had been exhausted and the magic treasure had yet to be fully refined, that would be his moment to act. Han Li had originally thought this plan to be unreliable, but under the current circumstances, it had become somewhat feasible. When the demon tortoise heard him, his spirit trembled with surprised delight. "What? You also have myriad-year spirit milk?" As the 3 demons didn't believe that their magic power could persist until the end, they were greatly overjoyed. "Humph, it's green. It seems you mixed something else within it too. And it has heavy with spiritual qi." Feng Shi examined the small bottle with suspicion. Han Li bitterly smiled and sincerely answered, "I mixed a few aged spiritual medicines within it. Because I practice a wood-attribute cultivation art, wood-attribute spiritual qi would naturally be of great benefit to me." Feng Shi frowned and thought to ask more when the demon tortoise loudly yelled, "Brother Feng, quickly pass the spirit milk over and let me drink it. I know that although we will be able to persist with great difficulty, we will overdraft our origin qi and cause our cultivation to decline. I need to replenish my spiritual qi." The demon tortoise feared that Feng Shi wouldn't agree and grew anxious. Feng Shi hesitantly responded, "Of course I know that, but this spirit milk." After a moment of silence, the flood dragon said, "Brother Feng, I can sense the pure spiritual qi from so far away. It is myriad spirit milk without a doubt. Even if the spirit milk was sabotaged, what harm will it do to us? Moreover, I am a venomous flood dragon, a devourer of all poisons. Even if the bottle is poisoned, it will have no effect against me." It appeared they both didn't wish to squander their origin qi. I had nearly forgotten about Brother Wu's innate poison ability. Since this is the case, let us split the spirit milk into 3. This way we won't suffer much damage to our true essence after we complete the refinement. Feng Shi silently smiled and stretched his neck back, pouring a third of the spirit milk down his throat. He then tossed the bottle to the venomous flood dragon with a chuckle. As a grade 9 demon beast, he had no fear of any poison, and since the spiritual qi was genuine, he had no thoughts of letting it go. The flood dragon caught the small bottle and drank half of what was left in the bottle before handing it off to the demon tortoise. The demon tortoise then impatiently gulped the rest of the spirit milk and flung the small bottle to the side. Not long after, the 3 felt some of their magic power recover, and they let out a breath of relief. Feng Shi no longer held any of his original suspicions in mind. At that moment, a cold glint flickered in the flood dragon's eyes as he sent Feng Shi a voice transmission. "When we're done refining the treasure, the human cultivator will no longer have a use. Let me finish him off. The human makes for an irksome presence." When the flood dragon finished speaking, he coldly swept his gaze over Han Li and displayed harsh killing intent. Feng Shi unconsciously turned his gaze to Han Li and indifferently said, "Don't get rid of him for the time being. Although we won't need his wood attribute spiritual qi in the following days, it is better to be careful. You can kill him after the refinement is finished." "Fine, then the human will have a few more days to live." The flood dragon's tone was unsatisfied, but he decided to agree to wait in the end. Han Li had only seen their lips move and was unable to know what they said. However, his body broke into a chill when their hostile gazes fell upon him and he could faintly guess what they were talking about. His face grew unsightly after some thought and he wordlessly sat down cross-legged on the floor. He then slowly closed his eyes as if he were resigned to death. The 3 demons paused after seeing this, but they paid no more attention to Han Li and completely focused their attention on the spirit wings. In truth, Han Li's heart was heavily thumping at that moment. He was slowly transferring slivers of faint gold lightning from his bamboo cloud's warm swords into his body, controlling it so it wouldn't erupt. Afterwards, layers of divine devilbane lightning began to densely coil around the ball of wind spirit energy that Feng Shi had planted within him. The wind spirit energy wasn't something that Han Li could refine at his current cultivation, and it wasn't something that the devilbane lightning could cleanly dissolve. However, he could restrain it for the time being and prevent it from flaring out, drawing from his experience in binding the celestial ice pearl. At that moment, the demon tortoise had recovered a portion of his spiritual power. Just as he effortlessly continued to pour spiritual power into the light barrier, he glanced at the flood dragon and suddenly thought of something. He thought to say something, but his mouth suddenly trembled and his expression twisted. With an odd gaze in his eyes, the demon tortoise ceased sending spiritual power into the light barrier and fell to the ground. His mouth was wide open but not the slightest sound was produced. An astonishing scene followed. The demon's abdomen had suddenly expanded. In the following moment, his head and limbs also began to swell with protrusions as if evil spirits had suddenly emerged from within his body and wished to break free. When the flood dragon and Feng Shi saw this, their expressions greatly changed and they simultaneously recalled the diluted spirit milk from Han Li's small bottle. Chapter 550. Helplessness in a crisis. The venomous flood dragon bellowed and his body flourished with scarlet light as he thought to immediately attack Han Li. But at nearly the same time, the demon's face immediately grimaced and he fell to his knees with a bang. He helplessly stared at the swelling in his body and remained still in his powerlessness. "You're courting death," Feng Shi furiously yelled. A flash of white light flickered from his face, his body then disappearing from sight. A moment later he appeared behind Han Li, and fiercely swiped down with a black claw. His movements were near instantaneous. Although Han Li had already prepared himself, he still wasn't able to keep up with his movements. He could only do his utmost to throw his body to the side. Clang. Han Li was pushed away by a huge force and was thrown over 30 meters away. Han Li then stood back up with obvious difficulty. The single strike of the grade 9 demon beast's claw wasn't able to immediately kill Han Li. The demon cultivator couldn't help but pause, an ominous glint soon flickering across his eyes as he stared at where he had struck Han Li. The tears in his clothes revealed silver-white scales. A majority of them were shattered from the strike, revealing a twinkling, jet-black cloth underneath. Inner armor? Feng Shi was greatly surprised, but he soon scoffed and wordlessly turned into wind once more, disappearing without a trace. The inner armor was clearly an extremely fine treasure for it to be able to withstand one of his strikes. However, the armor wouldn't be able to save his life a second time. Han Li also recognized his previous survival to only be a result of luck. He was sure that strikes should have been able to kill him. Manhuzi's royal scale plate was truly an extraordinary treasure to be able to ward off a strike from a grade 9 demon beast. With the precious time the armor had bought, Han Li firmly regained his footing. Golden lightning surged throughout his body without the slightest thought, accompanied by a blinding flourish of azure light that took the form of a huge azure essence sword shield. He also raised his arms and summoned 24 azure swords from within his body, instantly forming a barrier around him. Just as Han Li finished doing this, Feng Shi's tall stature appeared in front of Han Li yet again. With a sinister glare, he opened his mouth and revealed a blinding white light. Han Li's expression abruptly changed as he inwardly cursed in helplessness. He was fundamentally incapable of surviving if the old demon was going to use his demon core in a direct attack. As Han Li felt his heart freeze, Feng Shi suddenly closed his mouth and his body swayed. His face wore an unsightly expression as he lost his footing. Han Li was immediately roused from his shock, noticing that the demon cultivator had started to tremble. Moreover, his abdomen began to show protrusions. Although this old demon had a much deeper cultivation than the other two, the effects of the green liquid had eventually taken hold. Han Li was overjoyed and pointed at him without the slightest hesitation. The 24 bamboo clouds' warm swords surged towards Feng Shi and began to wildly strike at him from every angle. After only a short moment, Han Li's smile grew rigid. Although the windbreaker beast was painfully on his knees and his hands were tightly gripping his abdomen, he had managed to envelop his body in a layer of faint white light. The flying swords alone weren't able to break through the light barrier in even the slightest. Additionally, the demon cultivator was still able to force his head up to fiercely glare at Han Li. Although he couldn't speak, his eyes were full of malice. With a single glance, Han Li felt his heart drop. Pondering for a short moment, Han Li concluded there should be some sort of treasure protecting Feng Shi. Otherwise, he definitely would have been able to slay Han Li with even the slightest control over his magic power. Given his immense hatred for Han Li's heart grew calm at the thought and he quickly formed an incantation gesture with his hands. The flying swords merged together, forming two balls of blinding azure lights. The two balls of light faded away to reveal two azure swords about 10 meters long. They glowed with an imposingly cold light. With a strange expression flickering within his eyes, Han Li silently opened his mouth and spouted a cloud of azure chi onto each sword, causing them to flourish with splendor. With a series of light hums, they then chopped down towards the windbreaker beast. The huge swords fiercely struck the white light with a bang. Azure and white light intertwined, but in the end, the two swords were only able to cut several inches into the white light before they were forcefully repelled. Han Li blankly stared at the scene, but Feng Shi wore a trace of a sneer. Han Li couldn't help but tremble upon seeing his expression. Although Feng Shi was crippled, Han Li had no method of harming him. Apart from the throbbing in Feng Shi's swollen abdomen, there wasn't much of a change to his limbs or head. The demon cultivator seemed to be forcefully suppressing the effects of the green liquid. Han Li's expression changed as he suddenly threw of something. He hastily turned his gaze to the other demons and felt his heart tremble. The flood dragon and demon tortoise still had inflated bodies. However, their heads and limbs had started to shrink. It appeared that their bodies were releasing the spiritual chi without restraint. It was clear that they were suppressing the green liquid, but at a much slower rate than the windbreaker beast due to their lower cultivation. Han Li instantly pointed to the two huge swords, causing them to strike the two demons as streaks of azure light. Since the swords couldn't deal with the windbreaker beast, it would be better to first deal with the other two demons. Afterwards, Hanli steeled his mind and slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Countless gold-devouring beetles filled the room. With a low-pitched whistle, Hanli directed them towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi's eyes revealed astonishment upon seeing the beetles appear. In the following moment, the countless beetles enveloped the white light in layers and started gnawing at the white light. At that moment, the two huge swords chopped down upon the demon tortoise and flood dragon. Although their eyes widened, they couldn't move in the slightest. They could only watch as the azure sword struck their body. Two violent clangs were produced from the strike, but not the slightest damage was done. Hanli was left stunned by the result. How could this be? The Windbreaker beast has a treasure protecting his body that is able to block the flying swords. But these demons were able to repel the swords with their bodies alone without receiving even the slightest damage. How could the bodies of these grade 8 demon beasts be so hard? Of course, Hanli wasn't about to give up after just this. He pointed to the two huge swords and caused them to release arm-thick bolts of lightning onto the two demons. The two demons appeared quite pained upon receiving the lightning, but they remained uninjured. However, their expressions only grew most hostile as a result. Presumably, their first thoughts after regaining control of their bodies would be to tear Hanli apart. Hanli felt a slight pang of fear at the thought and then turned his head over to look at his gold-devouring beetles. After some thought, he had the gold-devouring beetles float into the air and reveal the demon cultivator underneath. Although the white light had somewhat dimmed, the demon beast was still safe and sound underneath the white light. It was truly proving difficult for Hanli to deal with. Even after the simultaneous feasting of tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, they had only managed to slightly weaken it. The power of Feng Shi's protective treasure was truly beyond reason. Just as Hanli hesitated on whether he wanted the gold-devouring beetles to continue swarming around Feng Shi regained the ability to speak. The demon wore a vicious expression as he strenuously spoke. "Human, do you believe that a trifling core formation cultivator is somehow capable of dealing with metamorphosis stage demons? In a moment we will give you a taste of what it means to desire death." Although his tone was calm, his words were staunch and threatening. When Hanli heard those words, he regained clarity of mind. "Humph? Is that so?" Without further hesitation, he pointed to the gold-devouring beetles in the air, causing them to change direction towards the other two demons with a ferocious buzz. The two huge swords then made their way towards the rainbow light barrier. Feng Shi saw Hanli's actions and started to panic. He hurriedly yelled at him with a fearful expression, "Stop! What folly are you up to? Do you wish to be pursued by all the flood dragons in these seas? And the thunderstorm wings have yet to be completed. If you take them out now, all will be lost. Furthermore, those spirit wings can only be controlled using both spirit and lightning power. What use is there in you taking it?" Hanli sneered and showed no sign of stopping. The insect swarms fell upon the two demons in an instant, and the two huge sword strikes had nearly collapsed the rainbow refinement barrier. After all, the barrier's purpose was to refine magic tools. It wasn't made with defensive capabilities in mind. Feng Shi's green eyes grew crimson upon seeing this, but the strange ailment that affected his body continued to prevent him from taking any action. In the following moment, the venomous flood dragon released a heaven-shaking screech. Scarlet bloodlight ruptured from within the beetles. Upon touching the bloodlight, the beetles immediately turned into drops of black liquid and released yellow smoke. The scarlet mist was amazingly toxic. Chapter 551. Devouring the flood dragon. Hanli squinted while gazing at the scene through the red mist. The venomous flood dragon's scales had been torn away under the onslaught of the gold-devouring beetles. However, the shredded skin and flesh underneath spouted out a seemingly endless mist of blood light, melting large quantities of the beetles into a black liquid. Not long after, the many beetles that had surrounded the flood dragon had nearly all perished. As of current, the mutilated body of the venomous flood dragon was oozing green blood from all over. He stared at Hanli with a bone-deep hatred. Hanli's heart trembled. It appeared that the venomous flood dragon's reputation wasn't undeserved. His gold-devouring beetles had already evolved to a point where ordinary magic treasures could hardly pose a threat to them. It was obvious how deadly the mist of toxic blood light was from how easily the beetles had been exterminated. Soon a sneer reappeared on Hanli's face. The demons had no idea just how many beetles he possessed. Even if he had to expend most of them, he would definitely slay each and every one of them. With that thought, he took a quick look at the swarm of beetles that were covering the demon tortoise. He heard the incessant sound of grating from their direction, but the insect swarm appeared to be nearly motionless. If it weren't for the faint demonic chi that leaked out from the beetles, Hanli would have dared to believe that the demon was already dead. Although he felt uncertainty swell in his heart, Hanli raised his arms into the air without any further thought and tossed several spirit beast pouches out. Suddenly, a huge hum of insect wings reverberated throughout the room as over 100,000 black-tainted gold-devouring beetles appeared. Upon seeing such a large quantity of beetles, the flood dragon revealed an expression of despair. At that same moment, Feng Shi's expression abruptly changed to reveal astonishment. It was said that exotic spirit insects had a far shorter lifespan than common spirit beasts. Although their incubation period was quite short and they laid hundreds of eggs when breeding, they would ordinarily only breed once every 100 years. After hatching and accepting a master, they would need several tens of years of training and nurturing before they could be truly used. Additionally, the greater the power and the higher the grade of the insects, the more time was required. As a result, only a few cultivators were renowned for their insect control techniques in the scattered star seas despite the numerous cultivators that practiced such techniques. They were especially rare to find past core formation stage. Most insect controllers would only possess about 1,000 exotic insects in their lifetime if they were lucky. In most of these cases, they had inherited a majority of their insects from a master in order to acquire such an amount. Additionally, exotic insects were said to be far weaker than spirit beasts. It wasn't uncommon to see an entire swarm of insects be exterminated in a single battle. As a result, there were few cultivators that used insect control techniques despite knowing that their powers were great. As a result, Feng Shi and the Flood Dragon were in disbelief after seeing Han Li release such a vast quantity of insects. Despite being metamorphosis stage demon beasts, they still felt fear at the ferocity of Han Li's beetles. Of course, if they knew that this might was coming from insects that had yet to fully mature, they would be left in even greater shock. Without paying any further attention to the hate, fury and fear in the Flood Dragon's eyes, Han Li quickly uttered an incantation and had the flying insects separate into several groups before sending them off to maul the Flood Dragon. A mist of blood light spurted forth once more from the Flood Dragon's wounds, and liquefied any gold-devouring beetles that it touched. However, the beetles swarming around the ceiling of the room held no fear. After a short moment, the mist of bloodlight shrank and dimmed, eventually disappearing to reveal the Flood Dragon's wretched expression. Han Li's eyes brightened as he saw this and had another group of beetles immediately fall upon Flood Dragon, drowning him once more in a sea of gold, silver and black. This pattern repeated over and over. The swarm would be melted by the toxic bloodlight only to be replaced by yet another swarm after it faded away. Eventually, the venomous Flood Dragon could no longer endure, succumbing to the repeated swarms of gold-devouring beetles. When Feng Shi saw this, his expression faintly changed, but he immediately wore a face of calm. He merely stared at Han Li with an icy gaze. Han Li snorted and had the insect swarm depart from the body, revealing the remains of the venomous Flood Dragon. A sparkling fist-sized, blood-red core could be seen within. A strange emotion flickered from his eyes, but before he took any action, the demon core took off into the air with a flash of blue light, heading in the direction of the room's exit. Han Li instantly reached and shot an azure sword streak from his hand. The demon core wobbled through the air from the strike before an inch-long miniature Flood Dragon suddenly emerged from within the demon core in a flash of blue light. It was the Flood Dragon's primal soul. When the Flood Dragon's soul saw that it had been revealed, it panically disappeared with a flash of scarlet light. A chilling glint flickered from Han Li's eyes. He slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist, summoning a yellow streak of light. When it fell onto the floor, a small gloomy monkey with a lazy appearance appeared. It was the Weeping Soul Beast. Han Li didn't have the time to worry about the beast's mood and slapped its head, causing the Weeping Soul Beast to involuntarily snort and shoot a yellow light out from its nose. The yellow light spiraled through the air before eventually enveloping an empty area. With a flash of yellow light, the miniature Flood Dragon's soul appeared. Soon after, the yellow light wrapped around the Flood Dragon's soul and dragged it back into the Weeping Soul Beast's nose. The Flood Dragon's soul was naturally unwilling to face death and stopped itself halfway by releasing a blinding blue light. The blue light stopped the yellow mist in its entirety. With a soul that powerful, it was worthy of belonging to a desolate beast at the metamorphosis stage. It was far more capable than any grade 7 demon beast. Of course, this was also partially due to the Weeping Soul Beast's young age. Otherwise, it would have fully displayed power for which it was famed. Han Li never intended for the Weeping Soul Beast to truly suck in the Flood Dragon's soul. Grade 8 demon beast souls were an extremely precious material, and he naturally wasn't going to waste it. As a result, while the Weeping Soul Beast and the Flood Dragon's soul were locked in confrontation, Han Li disappeared with a blur. He reappeared a moment later next to the Flood Dragon's soul with his hand covered in sparkling azure light. Unable to escape, the soul entered Han Li's tight grasp. The soul was only several inches long, but it managed to forcefully sway his hand in its struggles. However, Han Li had already prepared a jade bottle in his other hand. In a single, quick movement, Han Li enveloped the Flood Dragon in azure light and slipped it into the bottle. He quickly covered the bottle and carefully placed it into his storage pouch. At that moment he finally let out a breath of relief. Han Li then turned around to face the demon tortoise, possessing not the slightest intention to delay its death. But at that moment, a brittle crack sounded out. The light barrier was finally broken through by the two huge swords. Without turning his head, he opened his hand and shot a wide cloud of azure light from his palm. A moment later, the light brought back the thunderstorm wings and dropped them into his hand. Since he couldn't deal with them at the time being, he stuffed them into his storage pouch for later. This action caused Feng Shi to nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. His originally calm expression was now brimming with hatred. Han Li's gaze fell upon the mound of beetles lying on another part of the room. He let out a low whistle and the beetles flew off, revealing the demon tortoise underneath. Han Li felt his breath turn cold. The demon tortoise's body was shredded and mangled, but his body was enveloped in a faint yellow light. His bare flesh was squirming before Han Li's eyes and was healing at an amazing rate. In an instant, a majority of the wounds had already healed. Wearing a stupefied expression, Han Li bitterly yelled, "A self-mending body." Self-mending bodies were quite common amongst demon beasts, and there were many low-grade demon beasts that possessed one. It would allow for quick recovery from wounds and for severed limbs to regrow. However, this instinctual trait was rare amongst high-grade demon beasts. Despite having killed so many grade 6 and 7 demon beasts, Han Li had never seen an ability of near rebirth such as this. Han Li was immensely shocked to discover that this grade 8 demon tortoise actually possessed such a trait. But with this, Han Li's problems had grown much larger. Apart from somehow slicing open the demon tortoise's head and shattering its demon core, Han Li had no other methods to kill it. Unless he could somehow exhaust his regenerative abilities, he was helpless. Unfortunately, he had only refined his bamboo cloud's warm sword several tens of years ago, and he had scarcely spent any of that time tempering them. As a result, they couldn't be considered powerful amongst magic treasures of cultivators at a similar grade, despite being made out of the legendary golden lightning bamboo and being refined with the exceedingly precious crystal. In the past, he had mostly relied on the magic treasure's quantity and astonishing coordination to slay grade 6 and 7 demon beasts. Of course, while its power was immensely strengthened when a set of 12 combined together into a huge sword, this was merely one of the beneficial aspects of a set of magic treasure. But even with the huge sword fusion, it was clear that he was incapable of defeating either of the present demon beasts' long cultivated bodies. Chapter 552. Escaping pursuit. Han Li was extremely vexed when his swords proved completely harmless to the demon cultivators. But after some thought he regained his calm. A vast majority of high-grade demon beasts specialized in cultivating their bodies. Their dense flesh and hardened skin could rival the magic treasures of similarly ranked cultivators. Furthermore, demon beasts had lifespans that lasted several times longer than common cultivators, sometimes possessing lifespans that were tens of times longer. As a result, the higher grade the demon beast and the longer they cultivated, the more astonishingly durable their body would be. Before arriving at nascent soul stage, cultivators relied on their magic treasures and knowledge to slay demon beasts of grade 7 and under. But once demon beasts reached the metamorphosis stage at grade 8, they would often suppress human cultivators of the same rank with their cultivated bodies and expanded intellect. Since flood dragons were a primordial race, their grade 8 demons were comparable in both combat and defensive power to common grade 9 demon beasts. As for demon tortoises, their race had the strongest defensive powers amongst all demon beasts. After taking this into consideration, it wasn't any surprise that Han Li's flying swords were unable to harm them in the slightest. Though it may have gone differently if a nascent soul eccentric attacked them with a magic treasure that had been nurtured for several hundred years. Conversely, were it a common nascent soul eccentric lying on the ground, Han Li would have easily been able to slay him. Very few cultivators refine their bodies like demons did, Manhuzi being a particularly notable exception. As for the divine Devilbane lightning, while it may hold fatal power against devilish arts and evil techniques, it wasn't particularly effective against the demon race. The formidable might of the divine Devilbane lightning originated from the gold lightning bamboo itself, but at Han Li's current cultivation he was only able to tap into about a tenth of its power. With this now clear in his mind, Han Li didn't feel dejected in the least. He understood that once he reached nascent soul stage and spent another 100 years tempering his bamboo cloud's warm swords, his magic treasures would experience an enormous breakthrough in strength. At that point he would be able to break through the demon beast's defenses with relative ease. After all, the bamboo cloud's warm swords were a peak-grade magic treasure that he had spent an enormous amount of effort on to acquire. As such, Han Li believed they held immense potential. Although Han Li could easily slay grade 7 demon beasts and late core formation cultivators like himself, he didn't dare to fight nascent soul cultivators or grade 8 demon beasts. There was a huge divide between the core formation and nascent soul stages. They were in entirely different worlds. All of these thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind in a mere instant. When he took another glance at the demon tortoise and Feng Shi, his expression wavered and he revealed a deluge of emotion. He came to the conclusion that unless he took the risk and used the celestial ice pearl, he would have no other method of exterminating the two demon beasts in a short amount of time. Even with this, Han Li suspected that while he would be able to finish off the demon tortoise, he would likely prove incapable of breaking through the protective treasure of the windbreaker beast. Since he couldn't control the celestial ice pearl, he wouldn't be able to focus its power onto the demons' bodies, greatly weakening the efficacy of the ice flame's strength. But what especially made Han Li hesitate was that the ice flames couldn't be recovered once used. If he wasn't able to kill Feng Shi after using them, he would be leaving the flames in the room as a parting gift for Feng Shi to make use of. In this situation, it would be better for Han Li to just leave the flames for himself. He could refine the pearl after condensing a nascent soul and have it become another deadly weapon in his arsenal. Han Li spent very little time in thought as he couldn't afford to waste a single moment. While the demon tortoise was still very much swollen, the windbreaker beast's abdomen had already greatly shrunk. Feng Shi's dark expression was becoming more hostile by the moment. Han Li wouldn't have much longer before Feng Shi fully suppressed the green liquid's medicinal power and regained control over his body and magic power. As a result, Han Li gritted his teeth and snatched the demon tortoise's storage pouch before sending him off with a kick into the pit of rampant earth fire. Soon after, he fished out another storage pouch from within the remains of the flood dragon and disappeared with a blur. When he reappeared at the side of the windbreaker beast, he quickly sent him flying off into the pit of earth fire to accompany the demon tortoise. Then without taking another look at the demons, he flew off as a streak of azure light. Han Li didn't believe they would be able to track him down to whatever random island he chose to conceal himself on, no matter how profound and remarkable their abilities may be. Hence, Han Li struck a large hole through the room's stone door and flew off without a trace. The tool refinement room became completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, a resentful and vicious roar came from the room's earth fire pit. Following the roar, a streak of blinding white light flew out of the earth fire pit and broke through the room's ceiling and then all of the cave residence's restrictions. A moment later, the white light appeared above the small island and flew a circle around it at an imperceptible speed. After stopping in its original place, the light faded away to reveal Feng Shi. From his neat appearance, it appeared that he had been left entirely unscathed by the earth fire. However, he was gritting his teeth in seething rage as he held the body of the still disabled demon tortoise in his hand. The demon tortoise didn't have any treasures protecting its body, and as such its body was charred and smoking. It appeared to have suffered quite a bit in the earth fire pit. Feng Shi's eyes glowed with white light as it swept its gaze past the horizon. After some thought, a malevolent expression appeared on his face. He then clutched his hand in an incantation gesture and white light flickered from his fingertip. A short moment later, his expression grew hostile. After wordlessly confirming the direction, he tore through the skies in a streak of white light. At that moment, Han Li broke into a cold sweat as he wildly flew through the skies. The wind spirit energy had begun to stir and the constraints of the divine Devilbane lightning had become unstable. Additionally, because they absorbed the divine Devilbane lightning, Their silver color was tinged with a faint gold. Unless one was carefully examining the wings, the gold tinge would be difficult to perceive. Having finished the thunderstorm wings in place of the demon cultivators, Hanli ceased his lightning. He then spouted a mist of azure light onto the wings, and absorbed the wings into his body. Soon after, Hanli left the stone cave and flew off the small island, preparing to test both the thunderstorm wings' usability and miraculous capabilities. Hanli took a deep breath as he floated high up in the sky. He then activated the thunderstorm wings that were contained inside his body. Puff puff. He felt spiritual chi swell within his back before a pair of meter-long wings emerged from it. The wings were silver-white with a slight tint of gold. Hanli turned his head to look at them. When he thought to move them, the wings lightly waved without the slightest resistance as if nothing were there. He curiously extended his hand to feel the wings, and was startled to discover that they had a rough texture. Hanli frowned at this and put some strength into his hand, only for them to easily pass through the wings. This is? Hanli was shocked and immediately gazed within himself. The palm-sized thunderstorm wings were safely contained inside his dantian and faintly shined with white light. The wings outside of his body weren't the treasure's true form but were instead a manifestation of spiritual power, much to Hanli's surprise. After concentrating for a moment, Hanli started to pour magic power into the wings' true form, causing the exterior wings to flash with silver light. Then with a flap of the wings, Hanli easily sped through the air. After flying several circles around the island, Hanli stopped and started to mutter to himself as he grasped his chin. Their speed wasn't particularly impressive. In fact, it wasn't much different from his ordinary speed. It seemed that he would have to pour either wind or lightning spiritual power into them to see their true capabilities. With that thought, Hanli drove his divine lightning into the wings without hesitation, sending 2 sparks of faint golden lightning into the interior wings. In that same instant, lightning was released from the wings behind him. Hanli hastily turned his head around to see the wings flicker with silver lightning and unconsciously unfolded them. They now released a strange aura. With a mental command, thunder rang as he reappeared 30 meters away in a flash of silver light. Lightning movement. Hanli blankly stared for a moment before being filled with ecstasy. Then with another flap of his wings, he reappeared 100 meters away in the wake of more thunder. In the following moments, Hanli transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, traveling 300 meters away in an instant. His erratic and instantaneous movements were beyond extraordinary. After reappearing in an arc of silver lightning, Hanli joyously caressed the wings and muttered, "Lightning movement is worthy of being called the most profound of all movement techniques. It is incomparable to the common movement techniques of the 5 elements. Perhaps with even more tempering, this magic treasure could become even more incredible." It was no wonder Feng Shi expended so much time and effort in refining them. There are few things in the world that are capable of such speeds. With these wings, there would have been practically no one in this world capable of killing him. Afterwards, the wings dissipated with a pulse of silver light. Hanli didn't plan on staying in the outer star seas for long, as he wanted to return to the inner star seas as soon as possible. Although he might have shaken off Feng Shi for the time being with his fantastical speeds as a windbreaker beast, he would come chasing down Hanli from the nearby seas soon enough. Hanli had no intention of obediently waiting for the demon to come knocking on his door. As the inner star seas were under the dominion of humans, it was likely that regardless of how mighty of a demon he may be, he wouldn't be able to follow too deeply. After Hanli had returned to the inner star seas and condensed a nascent soul, he would no longer hold any fear of the demon. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron and those nascent soul eccentrics pursuing him, they should have given up by now as it had occurred over 30 years ago. Furthermore, after Hanli became a nascent soul cultivator, he should be able to flee from Zenith Een and the others without problem, so long as he didn't come across anyone as fearsome as Manhuzi. With that thought, Hanli returned to the island's cave and quickly examined the storage pouches of the demon tortoise and venomous flood dragon. He unexpectedly found many demon beast cores within them along with a few extremely precious materials. 2 particularly valuable material were a fist-sized jet-black tortoise shell and a batch of over 100 crimson scales. These should be parts that the 2 demons shed during metamorphosis. They were a delightful surprise, and could be refined into armor that was no less powerful than Manhuzi's royal scale plate. However, now was not the time to deal with these items. Instead, he retrieved the formations he had placed on the island and departed in the direction of the last known location of the exquisite sound sect's hidden city. He reckoned that the transportation formation should have already been constructed by the time he arrived. Regardless of whether he had to use coercion, bribes, or brute force, he planned to use the transportation formation and arrive at the inner seas. Although Hanli didn't know the current location of where the exquisite sound sect's hidden city was, he only had to find out from some well-informed human cultivators. But little did Hanli know, at that very moment, the demon tortoise had arrived at a cave over a kilometer deep in the seas. Here he informed a nearby flood dragon clan elder about the killing of the venomous flood dragon. This particular elder was a mid-stage, grade 9 inferno flood dragon. Chapter 554. Rush to the exquisite sound sect at Hanli's current cultivation. Even without the use of the blood-red cloak or the thunderstorm wings, he was capable of flight at an astonishing speed. In less than half a month, Hanli had arrived at the desolate island that was once the location of the exquisite sound sect's hidden city. After sweeping his spiritual sense throughout the island, he didn't find a single soul. It seemed he would have to search for humans and acquire the information from them. Hanli glanced around and casually chose a direction, before disappearing in a streak of azure light. Since the exquisite sound sect had already moved after establishing their city on this island, they shouldn't have moved far away. Additionally, these seas should be an area where human cultivators gathered. He was confident that with his vast spiritual sense, he would be able to find some human cultivators without much effort. As expected, about half a day later, Hanli discovered traces of human cultivators on a medium-sized island. Not only a single human cultivator but many. Looking down from the sky, he saw many male and female cultivators being besieged by 2 grade 4 demon beasts from the nearby seas. When Hanli spotted a few familiar faces among them, he faintly smiled. Soon after, Hanli used the appearance exchange art to assume the form of a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He then casually launched 2 azure sword streaks with a wave of his hand. With a flash of light, a hole appeared through the heads of each of the demon beasts as they fell to the ground. This display had alarmed the many cultivators below. They immediately turned their heads towards the sky to discover Hanli. An uproar had risen among the cultivators at the appearance of the newly arrived expert. After consulting among themselves, a large man with an embroidered robe flew towards Hanli. "Many thanks for Senior's assistance. Is there anything that us juniors may help you with?" Although the large, embroidered-robed man spoke with a respectful tone, a trace of unease could be seen from his face. Just why did this core formation cultivator suddenly appear at this island? Hanli didn't immediately respond upon seeing Yi Jing, the embroidered-robed man that Hanli had teleported with to Profound Depths Island. Hanli narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze past the rest of the cultivators, only to recognize the scar-faced man Su Yun. There were none of the other cultivators that had arrived at Wondrous Depths Island along with him. As for Yi Jing and Su Yun, it seemed they had failed at forming a core, since they were still at late foundation establishment despite the many years that had passed. Yi Jing grew somewhat nervous upon seeing Hanli looming in silence. After a moment of hesitation, he was about to speak when Hanli had cut him off. "I am looking for the exquisite sound sect's hidden city. Do you know the next time it will be open and where it will be?" With an indifferent expression, Hanli gazed intently at Yi Jing's face. When he heard Hanli's question, Yi Jing's expression relaxed and he tactfully replied, "Senior, the exquisite sound sect's city will be opening in about a month. The city is set to open at Twin Peaks Island. It is several days west of here. If Senior wishes to go, Junior can bring him there." Hanli shook his head and mildly said, "There's no need for that. It'll be fine if you just give me a map." He had no interest in reminiscing about times long past with this person. The man was quite lucky. He managed to survive through the beast torrent, but the others likely didn't share the same fate as him, causing Hanli to feel a slight sadness. "Yes. Senior, here is a map of the sea and the location of the hidden city." Yi Jing revealed slight disappointment, but he still hoped to forge a friendly relationship with the senior before him. With each passing day, the outer star seas became increasingly dangerous. It would be greatly advantageous to be acquainted with a core formation cultivator. But after taking another glance at Hanli's detached expression, he could only drop the matter and take out a jade slip from his robes. He recorded the location of the exquisite sound sect into the jade slip and offered it to Hanli with both his hands. Hanli received it with a nod and took a quick look through it with his spiritual sense. Then without the slightest intent of staying, Hanli rushed through skies in a streak of azure light. The low-grade cultivators that were left behind gazed at him with envy. In the outer star seas as of current, Cultivators at Foundation Establishment and lower didn't have the freedom to stray too far from their cave residences. Han Li wasn't about to meekly wait for another month. He feared that if he didn't leave by then, Feng Shi would come knocking at his door. As a result, he was prepared to pay a significant sum to quietly teleport. Of course, if they refused or became too greedy, he wasn't going to shy away from force. Several days later, Han Li arrived at Twin Peaks Mountain. The island was quite expansive and had two huge mountains that were nearly the same in height. After flying several times around one of the mountains, he found the entrance to Hidden City as described on the map. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li changed his appearance back to that when he had last visited the city. He then descended at the center of the mountain and took several steps towards a tree that was 10 meters wide and about 100 meters tall. He expressionlessly glanced at the huge tree and he couldn't help but scoff. He lightly flicked his finger, sending 3 orbs of white light to directly knock against the tree's bark. A short moment later, azure light flashed and an opening appeared from the tree bark. A white-clothed old man at Late Foundation Establishment walked out. He was the same gatekeeper that was in charge of the city the last time he was here. The old man recognized Han Li at a glance. After all, there were very few core formation cultivators that had attended the meetings of the Hidden City. Additionally, he caught a few rumors in the last opening of the Market City that this single cultivator had managed to suppress over 10 core formation cultivators. It was very likely that this person was a nascent soul cultivator. Upon seeing Han Li, the old man lowered his head and hastily gave him a deep salute. So it was Senior Li. I hope Senior won't take offense, but may I ask what is your business for coming? There is still a month before our Hidden City convenes. There are no treasures for Senior to browse. The old man spoke with a respectful tone, but his eyes appeared puzzled. Han Li examined the old man and raised his head, speaking in a deliberately arrogant manner. I haven't come for the Hidden City. I've come to meet Sect Master Fan or Elder Yun. You wish to see the Sect Master or Elder Yun? The old man paused for a moment before revealing a trace of hesitation. What? Can't I? Han Li's tone was void of emotion and his expression grew eerie. When the old man saw this, he shivered and immediately smiled, saying, Of course you can. A trace of cold sweat could be seen from his brow. After some thought, the old man sincerely said, Were it anyone else, it wouldn't do. But since Senior personally arrived, then it must be about something important. This little old man will report back. Just as it so happens, Sect Leader Fan recently arrived to take care of arrangements for the Hidden City. Senior, please wait for a moment. He decided to hand off this troublesome matter to those above him. He couldn't afford to offend such a fearsome character. Han Li was happy to find that Lady Fan was present and his expression relaxed. He then said, Then please be quick about it. I don't have much time. The old man felt relief and hastily replied, Yes, Junior will use a voice transmission talisman to inform the Sect Master. It will take just a moment. If Han Li decided to force his way through, he would only be able to watch him helplessly. There would be no way he would throw his life away to block him. As a result, he took out a sound transmission talisman in front of Han Li and sent it into the tree's opening. After seeing the sound transmission talisman disappear, Han Li expressionlessly asked, Where is Elder Yun? Why isn't he with your Sect Master? The old man's expression grew unsightly. He hesitated for a moment before muttering, This? Junior truly doesn't know about the whereabouts of Sect Leader Yun. Matters regarding this recent Market City were all handled by the Sect Master alone. Upon seeing the old man's expression, Han Li undoubtedly knew what the old had meant. With a cold chuckle, he no longer continued to ask the old man any questions, much to his relief. A short moment later, the white-clothed cultivator received a sound transmission talisman. After quickly examining it with his spiritual sense, he respectfully said, Senior Li, our Sect Master invites you inside for a chat. I will lead the way. Han Li indifferently replied, Go ahead. The city down below the tree was largely the same as the last Hidden City. There were 2 floors of a large underground expanse. But this time, apart from the many low-grade exquisite sound sect disciples preparing the city, there were no others inside. The old man quickly brought Han Li to a stone wall that was attended by 2 outstandingly beautiful female cultivators. The 2 female cultivators both respectfully bowed to Han Li with a flushed complexion and charmingly said, We pay our respects to Senior Li. The Sect Master welcomes you. She is honored by your presence. Chapter 555, Exposed Han Li glanced at the two women's expression and stroked his chin in thought. He then wordlessly nodded his head. One of the women reached out to the stone wall with her hand and summoned a stone gate with a flourish of azure light. This is as far as I can lead, Senior. I will be taking my leave. The old man took the opportunity to hastily withdraw. Han Li didn't mind him in the slightest and walked inside. After passing through a short passageway, Han Li arrived within a large hall. Wearing light green robes and a slight hint of makeup, Lady Fan respectfully awaited Han Li at the center of the hall with a beaming smile. The woman deferentially bowed to Han Li and said, "I hope Senior hasn't taken offense that I didn't personally welcome you." She then pulled out a chair and offered him a seat. He glanced at the chair with a raised eyebrow and sat down without the slightest restraint. Afterwards, his gaze fell onto the woman's beautiful face and he serenely said, "It seems Lady Fan isn't worried that I came with the intention to harm your sect." Lady Fan walked to the side with light steps and took a seat at Han Li's side. She covered a smile with her hand and said, "Senior jests. With Senior's cultivation, how could he trouble himself over a foundation establishment junior?" At that moment Lady Fan was only a meter away. Her fragrant scent assailed his nose. Han Li faintly frowned, but his expression remained normal. However, when the woman took a seat, she unconsciously revealed a trace of astonishment. Afterwards, she examined Han Li with a strange expression. With a cold glint passing through his eyes, Han Li thought to inquire about her actions. But at that moment, a dainty young woman walked over and placed a cup of fragrant tea in front of them before standing behind Lady Fan. Lady Fan appeared indifferent to this, but a scowl momentarily appeared on her face. When Han Li glanced at the two women, his mind began to stir. Lady Fan took a sip of the tea in front of her and pursed her lips. She then calmly asked, "Did Senior require something from our sect? We will do our utmost to assist if possible. Since Lady Fan mentions it, I won't drag this on. Did your sect already complete the transportation formation to return to the inner star seas? I wish to use it." Han Li casually spoke of the matter as if he had mentioned a trifling thing. Transportation formation? Lady Fan paused for a moment, and her beautiful eyes blinked for a moment before revealing a mysterious smile. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. The transportation formation has yet to be completed. However, it is possible that will be completed soon. If you'd wait a while longer." Han Li didn't wait for her to finish and callously interrupted her, "How much longer?" Senior Fan hesitated for a moment before placing the cup back down onto the table. She explained, "It's hard to say. Senior should already know that we lacked the phantasm stone for the spell formation. Elder Yun and the other seniors went to retrieve more of the stone, but they alarmed the demon beasts in the region. A huge battle erupted and they were only able to acquire a meager amount of materials at the cost of many seniors. Helpless, Elder Yun could only make a plan for future action. In fact, the female cultivator standing behind Lady Fan let out a small cough. A sullen expression momentarily appeared on Lady Fan's face, but she soon stopped as if a problem had arisen. A trace of surprise appeared on Han Li's face, but after coldly gazing at the female cultivator behind Lady Fan, the woman fearfully lowered her head. After a moment of thought, he stood up and said, "Since the transportation formation can't be used in the near future, then there is nothing to be said. I will be taking my leave." When Lady Fan saw this, a complicated expression flickered from her eyes. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Although we cannot help you with regards to the transportation formation, our sect have always held core formation seniors in high esteem. How about Senior retires here for the night and set off tomorrow?" "Spend the night here?" Han Li thought to refuse her, but after looking into her eyes he changed his mind. "That's fine. I'll set off the morning after then." Lady Fan smiled with an odd expression. "Hee hee. Our sect will be sure to properly entertain you. Servant, bring Senior Li to our best room." A young woman promptly entered the room. Without further speaking any unnecessary words, Han Li followed her outside. However, when he was about to leave the hall, he thought to verify something and shot a deep glance behind him before calmly leaving. After Han Li left the hall, the young woman that stood behind Lady Fan said, "Sect Master, why do you intend on having him stay? Isn't that rash? This Senior Li had rejected our enticements the last time around." Her voice was pleasant, but it contained an indescribable allure that was far superior than what her pretty appearance would grant her. Although her tone would still be considered respectful, it still contained much doubt. "Yunqin, you're growing quite bold. I was merely attempting to forge good relations between a cultivator who possesses astonishing strength. Since when did you take charge of the exquisite sound sect? Lady Fan grew sullen. I don't dare. Disciple was merely following the orders of Elder Yun before he departed. I hope sect master won't perform any actions that will make it difficult for her. The young woman spoke with a humble tone, but she displayed no intention of backing down. Humph. I will naturally inform Tian Yunshao of this when he returns. As I still have duties to perform as sect master, I hope you'll forgive me for not keeping you company. Lady Fan's expression grew icy, and with a wave of her sleeve, she departed without looking back. Only the young woman remained in the hall. She wore a complicated expression. Inside a comfortable room, Han Li was lying down on a wooden bed, pondering as he stared at the ceiling. He didn't have any worries about spending the night at the market city. He had already swept his immense spiritual sense across the city and found that the highest cultivation of those in the city were at late foundation establishment. There were no core formation cultivators here, let alone any nascent soul eccentrics. Apart from any startling surprises, there was nothing to worry about. However, he was now already pondering whether or not he should spend the many years to fly back to the interstar seas. Suddenly he heard a few knocks on his door. Come in. Han Li said as he remained motionless on the bed. It seemed he already knew who was there. A sweet laugh came from the other side of the door, and the door was pushed open to reveal Lady Fan. She walked into the room with lithe footsteps, fully displaying her thick black hair and her extraordinary beauty. Carrying her fragrant scent, she sat on the side of Han Li's bed without the slightest discomfort and smiled at him, saying, Senior still hasn't slept despite the last hours. It seems he already knew that I was coming. With eyes shut, he calmly said, Sect Master Fan was obvious enough during our meeting. So, what matter did you need to discuss with me in secret? I'll let you know ahead of time that if it has nothing to do with the transportation formation, I am not interested. Of course. With so many nascent soul eccentrics pursuing him in the outer star seas, it is only natural for Elder Han to wish for return. Han Li's body stiffened and opened his eyes. He attentively stared at the woman before him and coldly asked, What? Who is this Elder Han? Lady Fan stared back at Han Li with a calm expression and leisurely said, I am naturally speaking of my sect's own Elder Han. She didn't appear flustered in the slightest. After a moment of silence, Han Li sat up and recovered his calm before slowly asking, How did you recognize me? With your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to see through my true appearance. With her slender white hand, she pulled back her hair and replied with a crafty expression, I didn't see through you. I smelled it. You smelled it? Han Li paused for a moment before wearing a confused expression. Lady Fan pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, Ever since I was small, I was somewhat different from ordinary. I was able to clearly tell people apart by smell. Additionally, whenever I remembered a smell, I would never forget it. Just as it so happened, I grew quite interested in Elder Han and I memorized his scent. But the last time the hidden city opened, Han Li was far too close to Wenxiue and there were many people in the room. As a result, I was unable to clearly catch your scent. But having come so close to you today in the hall, I was able to identify you without problem. At that moment, Lady Fan gazed at Han Li with moist eyes and smiled at him with pursed lips. Chapter 556. Request and Exchange. Han Li remained speechless after being told that he was identified by his scent. There were even people that were capable of recognizing others by their scent. There truly were too many bizarre things in this world. He was merely unfortunate enough to be discovered this way. However, he didn't display the slightest panic. So long as experts on the level of Manhuzi and Feng Shi didn't discover him, he had nothing to fear, given his current cultivation and treasures. Besides, this woman's knowledge was beyond his and she had deliberately sought him out in secret. He was convinced she had something in mind. With that thought, Han Li mildly said, Since Lady Fan has already recognized me, I won't continue to put up the act. However, should I now address you as the envoy of the left, or as sect master? Lady Fan responded to Han Li's words with a wry smile. It seems Senior doesn't approve of my current role as sect master. I'm not sure if Senior knows, but if I hadn't followed the orders of the Devil Tao, the exquisite sound sect would have been eliminated from the scattered star seas. I admit I did long for the position of sect master, but my actions were a result of helplessness. Han Li stretched his body and wore a lazy expression. Lady Fan need not speak further of the matter. I have no interest in who is the sect master of the exquisite sound sect. My status as an elder was only in name after all. However, it seems that Lady Fan knows a few things about me. Could you tell me about this? I've grown quite curious. With luminous eyes, Lady Fan smiled and said, although Senior Han's name can't be said to be known to everyone, it's quite the topic of interest among high-grade cultivators at the very least. A single core formation cultivator snatched the Heaven Void Cauldron under the presence of many nascent soul eccentrics, and then fled, disappearing without a trace. Han Li coldly smiled and directly addressed the woman. That's right, Lady Fan, envoy of the left. I assume almost everyone who knows of this wants me dead, but I also assume there are a few that have the vain dream of acquiring the treasure for themselves. Lady Fan, do you also hold those sentiments? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, Senior jests. If I were a core formation cultivator, I might hold a few vain delusions, but ever since I failed in forming my core, I've already given up on ascending to the next stage of cultivation. That kind of treasure isn't something that I could ever hope of obtaining. This little woman possessed no intention of foolishly bringing trouble upon herself. Having examined her as she spoke, Han Li felt that her words were sincere. However, he wasn't going to easily trust someone's words and remained vigilant. He then calmly continued his questioning. Apart from the Heaven Void Cauldron, is there anything else that you've heard? Previously, he hadn't dared to make contact with high-grade cultivators, resulting in a great lack of information. Since he had the opportunity to clear up some doubts, he may as well bluntly ask more questions. It seems that Senior has also heard quite a bit. There are quite a few rumors relating to Senior. It was said that Senior Han had spent many years in the nearby seas exterminating many cultivators as the insect devil. Junior cannot bring herself to believe this rumor. Since Senior had acquired the Heaven Void Cauldron, how could Senior possibly act in such an inflammatory manner and still have concealed himself? I imagine that if it weren't for the beast tide, the close friends and kin of the insect devil's victims along with the various dubious insiders would have formed a hunting party specifically to chase you down. The woman mysteriously smiled as she gazed at Han Li and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Han Li calmly nodded his head and remained silent. This caused Lady Fan to become somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that the vicious devil from the rumors was actually this Elder Han? With an unchanged expression, Han Li asked, All right, how about Lady Fan explain the true objective of tonight's meeting? After a moment of hesitation, Lady Fan gritted her teeth and revealed an expression of deep resentment. Since Elder Han has mentioned it, truthfully, I wish to request for Senior's assistance in helping me eliminate the vile schemer Yun Tianxiao. With the abilities Senior displayed that day, it should be a matter of great ease. Han Li paused for a moment. Then without revealing the slightest surprise he calmly asked, Yun Tianxiao? Is he not your supporter? Wearing an unsightly expression, Lady Fan resentfully said, Senior, there is no need to mock me. Senior Han should have seen some of the details from today's matters in the hall. I've more or less become a puppet in the exquisite sound sect. Were it not for the secret bewitchment techniques I possess as well as my faithful subordinates, I fear I wouldn't even be the sect master puppet I may be. Han Li expressionlessly said, Since Envoy Fan rose to the position of sect master with the assistance of the Devil Dao, there should have been some understanding of what would follow. What point is there in complaining now? Being a puppet sect master is overall a better fate than death. Han Li didn't display the slightest intention of agreeing. Lady Fan wore a pained look before a malevolent expression flickered from her eyes as she spoke. However, I now find my life quickly coming to an end. Not long ago, one of my trusted disciples mysteriously disappeared along with a jade slip containing the secret techniques of the exquisite sound sect. It most likely has fallen into the hands of Yun Tianxiao. After he has his personal female disciple successfully cultivate a few of the techniques, does Senior Han believe I'll still be kept alive? So long as Senior assists me in eliminating the treacherous bastard, I am willing to give most of the long-accumulated resources of the sect to Senior Han. You may also do as you wish with the sect's maidens. Without even thinking about the conditions she had laid out, Han Li bluntly said, I have no interest in this. Please leave. Han Li didn't doubt her words. She had pretended to not know Han Li and secretly arranged an attempt to kill Yun Tianxiao. However, Han Li was unwilling to waste any time. There was someone actively hunting for him who was perfectly capable of killing him. If the entirety of the exquisite sound sect had been offered to him after he managed to save himself, perhaps there would have been something to consider. Lady Fan became perplexed upon seeing this. However, her continued pleading fell onto deaf ears. As a result, she muttered to herself for a moment with a fluctuating expression. Then with gritted teeth she said, "If I had a method to send Elder Han to the inner star seas in the near future, would Senior Han be willing to assist me?" After she said this, she nervously gazed at Han Li. This was the very last thing she could offer him. Han Li blankly stared at her after she said this and replied without delay, "If you could send me to the inner star seas within 10 days, then the matter may as well be considered decided. However, a transportation formation requires Phantasm Stone. Could it be that Envoy Fan deliberately misled me earlier?" When he uttered the last words, his face grew sullen and his tone became ice cold. The beautiful woman felt her heart drop before she hastily explained, "Of course not. To Yun Tianxiao, the transportation formation is truly lacking in Phantasm Stone. However, he didn't know that long ago, our sect paid a hefty sum for a few rare materials and Phantasm Stone was among them. Originally, I had planned to establish a few teleportation formations among the branch sects in the inner star seas. However, I was dragged into the plot to bring the sect to the outer seas. After seeing Yun Tianxiao's insatiable ambition and cruelty, I naturally didn't take out the materials. Otherwise, had he brought us back to the Devil Dao at the inner seas, I would have had no opportunity to free myself." After Han Li heard this, he was elated. However, he suppressed his excitement and pondered over this for a moment. A short moment later, he raised his head and tranquilly said, "Take out the Phantasm Stones and let me look at them. Then take me to where the transportation formation is located. If you truly have enough materials and are able to immediately finish the formation, I will take care of him." Han Li uttered each word with weight. "This." A trace of hesitation soon replaced the woman's joy. "If you aren't able to do this, then I will reject your offer," Han Li stated with an unyielding tone. Lady Fan frowned and said with embarrassment, "I'll do it. The materials are well kept, but I will be able to bring them to you tomorrow. However, the transportation formation construction site is quite a distance away. Additionally, a majority of the guards there are Yun Tianxiao's trusted disciples. I fear it will be somewhat difficult. Since we'll have to deal with Elder Yun anyways, what's the problem with taking care of his disciples as well? I'll just kill his disciples before taking his head." After some further thought, Han Li worriedly asked, "However, Yun Tianxiao's current location isn't too far away, right?" If you enjoy the translation, please consider supporting the novel on Patreon. Every patron counts towards the translation speed goals, no matter how small. Patrons can also receive previews to unreleased chapters. With enough support, I will be able to translate full-time and release 12+ chapters a week. Chapter 557. Securing the transportation formation. 2 days later, an azure streak of light flew towards a small, nameless island to the west of Twin Peaks Island. When the azure light arrived above the island, it vanished to reveal Han Li and Lady Fan. Han Li had found Lady Fan's speed to be annoyingly slow, and had bluntly enveloped her in his light and took both of them to their destination at greater speed. Han Li looked at the island beneath him as he stood in the air, before indifferently asking, "The transportation formation is on this island?" Lady Fan solemnly said, "That's right. There are 8 exquisite sound sect disciples guarding the transportation formation. Apart from 2 of my own subordinates, the rest are Devil Dao subordinates that Yun Tianxiao brought with him. Those 6 are all at Foundation establishment and will not obey my orders." "Got it. Call your subordinates over. I'll deal with the others." Malicious intent was clearly displayed his face. "Yes, Senior, it will take just a moment." Lady Fan followed his orders without hesitation and extended her hand with a sound transmission talisman between her fingers. The talisman trembled for a moment before sending off a streak of fire to the island. Han Li saw the sound transmission talisman circle around the hill on the island and enter what appeared to be solid dirt. Then the light disappeared with a flash as if it had entered a restriction. A moment later, 3 people flew out from the earth, 2 alluring women and an old man. When they spotted Han Li and Lady Fan, they immediately flew towards them in a streak of light. The 2 female cultivators deeply saluted and greeted Lady Fan upon seeing her. Then they curiously glanced at Han Li. Once they perceived that Han Li was a core formation cultivator, they were startled and immediately grew somber. As for the blue-clothed old man that had accompanied the 2, he arrogantly cupped his fist to Lady Fan and then glanced at Han Li with a trace of confusion. The old man had thought to ask some questions but didn't receive the chance to speak. Han Li had already identified him as an enemy and gazed at him with a trace of killing intent. He then wordlessly flicked his finger at the old man, shooting a streak of azure sword light at him at lightning speed. Ah! The old man was immediately overwhelmed with fear, but the sword light was truly too fast. He could only briefly yell before a finger-thick hole appeared in his head. The two female disciples paled with fright as they watched the old man's corpse drop from the sky. But upon seeing Lady Fan's cold indifference, the two came to a realization and silently glanced at one another. "Are all the others down below?" Lady Fan asked the two women with a cold tone. One of the women tactfully replied without delay, "Yes. The other 5 are down below at the spell formation. Disciple will lead the way for sect master and senior." "Yes, show seniorly the way. We cannot allow any of them to escape." An eerie expression appeared on Lady Fan's beautiful face. Now sure that Lady Fan had found someone to deal with Yun Tianxiao's men, the two women didn't show any further hesitation and brought Han Li and Lady Fan down to the hill. One of the women took out a sparkling red command medallion and held it below her before shouting, "Open!" Red light then flew out of the talisman and struck the hill, revealing a 15-meter-wide yellow stone gate within the ripples of red light. The female cultivator then smiled at Han Li and said with a pleasant voice, "Here it is. However, the 5 within are all at mid-foundation establishment. Senior, please be careful." "I understand," Han Li expressionlessly said. He then raised his hand and loudly shattered the stone gate with a beam of azure light. With an unchanged expression, Han Li directly flew inside. The two female cultivators couldn't help but glance at each other out of worry. However, Lady Fan held complete confidence in Han Li and called for them to follow her inside. After Han Li passed through the stone gate, he found himself in a wide passageway about 12 meters long. However, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes as he saw 2 cultivators enter the passageway. Without taking the time to examine their appearances, he opened his mouth and spat out 2 small translucent swords that glowed with azure light. As soon as the swords left his mouth, they immediately flew towards the 2 cultivators, who immediately appeared terrified. Not fully understanding what was happening, they flusteredly took out a red scarf and a small yellow shield, wishing to block the incoming attack. Unfortunately for them, they immediately fell to the ground with miserable screams, and their 2 magic tools followed suit, falling to the ground with their spiritual chi scattered. Han Li stepped over the bodies and continued on his way without stopping. The 2 small swords started to revolve around Han Li as they followed after him. Lady Fan and the other 2 were delighted by the scene and remained behind momentarily to deal with the corpses. When the 3 women arrived at the end of the passageway, they entered a hall over 300 meters wide. Han Li was already standing at the center of the hall next to a small transportation formation, and was expressionlessly examining it as he looked down. The hall was filled with the scent of blood, presumably from the 3 dismembered corpses that were scattered throughout it. When Lady Fan saw this, she wore a face of delight and had her 2 disciples take care of the rest of the corpses. After Lady Fan arrived at Han Li's side, she pursed her lips and respectfully said, "It seems Senior's cultivation has reached a profound stage." He dealt with those foundation establishment cultivators with the ease of slaughtering livestock. "Foundation establishment cultivators don't pose any problem to me as I am now. More importantly, this is the transportation formation that you spoke of?" Han Li seemed to have placed his entire mind on the transportation formation before him. Lady Fan's eyes brightened as she said, "That's right. Senior should be able to see that the transportation formation is mostly completed. It is merely missing a few portions of Phantasm Stone before it can be used. As Senior saw the Phantasm Stone 2 days ago, he should know my words to be true. Since that is the case, I will naturally deal with Yun Tianxiao. However, does this transportation formation truly lead to Bright Emperor Island at the Inner Star Seas? To the best of my knowledge, that was merely an ordinary mid-sized island. How could the Devil Dao cultivators have set up another formation at the other end?" Han Li frowned and stared at the transportation formation before him. "I heard it before from Yun Tianxiao that Bright Emperor Island has an abandoned transportation formation created during the Age of Antiquity. The Devil Dao has molded it for their own uses, but the transportation formation is only capable of receiving teleportations. Were it not the only transportation formation capable of accepting a teleportation from the Outer Star Seas, Yun Tianxiao wouldn't have chosen that location. Senior won't meet with any troubles after he teleports there." Lady Fan spoke to Han Li with a blank expression. She knew that the matter of the teleportation was extremely important to Han Li and she didn't dare to treat him poorly. Han Li nodded in response and said nothing else. So long as there were no nascent soul eccentrics standing guard on the other side, even if there was some danger to be had, it wouldn't pose any problem to him with the miraculous abilities he currently possessed. Furthermore, he also knew that even if there was potential danger, it would be far less dangerous than flying all the way to the interstar seas. After examining the transportation formation for a while longer, Hanli turned towards Lady Fan and coldly said, "Immediately send your spell formation expert over here to complete this. I wish to use it the moment I return after I kill Yin Tianxiao, and I will be heading out immediately to deal with him. From what you've said, he'll be returning to Twin Peaks Island to manage the hidden city in 6 days at the latest." He then made his way out of the hall with a stern expression. As the days passed by, Hanli couldn't help but grow anxious. He clearly understood that the longer he remained in one place, the more likely that the demon cultivator Feng Shi would find him. But Hanli felt especially vexed in the face of Feng Shi's wind spirit energy that had yet to disappear. When he said that it would disappear eventually, had he meant after a single year or several? Or even worse, was he just lying about that? Hanli had even swallowed a few gold-devouring beetles and had them nibble at it. But when he attempted this, he soon found that this method wouldn't work. For the beetles to consume the wind spirit energy, they must first eat through the threads of divine devilbane lightning that surrounded it. But after creating a small hole in the threads of lightning, the wind spirit energy immediately flared, causing him to immediately mend the hole in fear. As a result, if he didn't plan to exterminate Yin Tianxiao and flee to the interstar seas, Hanli would still be roaming the skies in fear of being tracked. This ongoing matter filled Hanli's mind with anxiousness and dread. If you enjoy the translation, please consider supporting the novel on Patreon. Every patron counts towards the translation speed goals, no matter how small. Patrons can also receive previews to unreleased chapters. With enough support, I will be able to translate full-time and release 12+ chapters a week. Chapter 558. Enticement. After returning to Twin Peaks Mountain, Hanli assisted Lady Fan in exterminating the remaining cultivators that were loyal to Yin Tianxiao. Afterwards, he calmly awaited Yin Tianxiao's return to the city. 5 days later, Hanli was sitting in the area behind the city's hidden hall with closed eyes. Lady Fan was sitting beside him with a fluctuating expression. At that moment, a streak of fire flew through the door and Lady Fan's eyes brightened as it flew into her open hand. The fire released a woman's flustered voice, "Sect Master, it's terrible." Elder Yun brought Taoist Master Swift Crane with him. They've already arrived at the entrance of the city. Sect Master, please make preparations. What? The old Master Swift Crane arrived with him? Lady Fan crushed the sound transmission talisman in astonishment and wore an extremely unsightly expression. The Jade Cloud Sect Swift Crane? Hanli opened his eyes with a startled expression, but soon regained his calm. If it isn't that old Taoist, then who else could it be? It is too late to stop our plans since Yun Tianxiao's subordinates have already been cleanly exterminated. He will notice something is amiss in the city after being there for just a moment. Lady Fan's expression grew pale, but when she saw Hanli's calm expression, she felt slightly hopeful. When Hanli saw her silently staring at him, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her and sourly said, "What is Lady Fan looking at me for? Don't tell me that you expect me to stake it all in a battle against a nascent soul cultivator?" Even though he said this, Hanli didn't feel particularly flustered in the slightest. Since a threat on the level of Man Huzi and Wan Tianming hadn't arrived, he could make himself scarce without much of a problem. He was confident that he could escape from the hands of an early nascent soul cultivator with ease, especially with the miraculous abilities of his newly acquired thunderstorm wings. Of course, if it were possible, he still wanted to return to the interstar seas with the transportation formation. As a result, Hanli was thinking of an alternative plan despite his previous words. But when Lady Fan heard Hanli, her expression turned pale and she blankly stood in place. She was at a complete loss about what to do. A short moment later, a cold glint flickered within Hanli's eyes. He licked his lips and asked with a serious tone, "Does that Swift Crane have a close relationship with Yin Tianxiao? If I were to suddenly kill Yin Tianxiao, would he take revenge on me?" Lady Fan was startled when she heard Hanli, but hastily replied with delighted surprise, "Relationship? Yun Tianxiao merely used our exquisite sound sect to form a loose connection with the old Taoist by giving our disciples over to him as cultivation vessels. He doesn't care about the matters of our exquisite sound sect. However, you must kill Yun Tianxiao before he can cry for help. Otherwise, the old Taoist might truly intervene out of obligation." "That's fine," Han Li then calmly ordered. Drag that Yun Tianxiao into one of the neighboring rooms alone. I will kill him there in an instant. He won't have the time to call for help from Swift Crane. So long as you are in charge of the sect, the old Taoist won't be able to say anything. Afterwards, win over his favor by using some good conditions. Displaying staunch decisiveness, Lady Fan gritted her teeth and agreed, yes. Since matters have reached this point, we can only do our utmost. Senior must exert his complete strength and kill Yun Tianxiao as quickly as possible. Please wait in the room farthest away from here for the time being. I will bring him over. When Han Li saw this, he immediately walked to the hall's side door that led to a hallway with many variously sized rooms. When he arrived at the door, Han Li thought of something and suddenly stopped. He turned around with a gloomy expression and icily said, Sect Master Fan. After I kill Yun Tianxiao, don't get any ideas of revealing my identity to curry favor with old Taoist Swift Crane. With my current abilities, I can easily escape from Swift Crane's grasp despite not being able to fight against him. If that happens, Lady Fan should know what would happen to her. These words are only a warning to help you avoid doing something that wouldn't benefit either of us during a moment of panic. When Lady Fan heard him, she was startled for a moment. Her expression shifted several times before settling on a bitter smile. Senior jests, I would never do such a wretched thing. Also, I am fully aware that Senior Han is far from a common core formation cultivator. Please be at ease, Senior. So long as you eliminate Yin Tianxiao, I will definitely follow through with our agreement. Han Li took a deep glance at the woman before heading off to the farthest room in the hallway without further hesitation. Apart from the somewhat smaller size, it was the overall the same as the other rooms in the hallway. Han Li blurred and reappeared on a sandwood chair within the room. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and thoroughly restrained his qi, preventing himself from being discovered by either Swift Crane or Yin Tianxiao. With his late core formation cultivation, Han Li was confident that he could conceal himself from the spiritual sense of early nascent soul cultivators, but in the end, this was still only a guess. He could only try his hardest despite the slight doubts that he held in his heart. In the main hall, Lady Fan was greatly on edge. While she had spoken to Han Li as if she was completely confident in him, the woman was also completely unsure as to whether Han Li could kill Yin Tianxiao in an instant. Although Han Li had nearly killed Yin Tianxiao at the previous trade meeting with but a raise of his hand, that was likely due to catching Yin Tianxiao off guard. But as Lady Fan was an extremely shrewd person, she forcefully suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind and poured herself a cup of tea. As she slowly sipped the tea, she quickly regained her calm. At that moment, footsteps came from the hall's entrance. Soon, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a white crane-embroidered robe and a Confucian-robed man entered the hall. Senior Swift Crane, Elder Yun. Lady Fan deliberately cried out with a surprised expression. She then quickly placed down the teacup she held at her lips and saluted Taoist Swift Crane. Swift Crane indifferently nodded his head and remained silent as if he belonged to a realm beyond hers. But when Yun Tianxiao entered, he unconsciously frowned and his face revealed a trace of confusion. Yun Tianxiao returned her salute and angrily said, Why isn't Yun Qin attending to the sect master? Is she slacking off? I will have to properly discipline her. Yun Qin. She. Lady Fan revealed hesitation and glanced at Swift Crane. Yun Tianxiao paused for a moment before speaking with an expression of annoyance. Sect Master, Senior Swift Crane cannot be considered an outsider. Go ahead and speak. Lady Fan wore a similarly displeased expression and responded, Since that is the case, then I will say it. Yun Qin is attending to a vagrant cultivator who is in possession of some phantasm stone and wishes to sell it. Yun Qin was steadfast in wanting to personally deal with the person, so I had no choice but to remain here. Yun Tianxiao was about to say something to Swift Crane, but when he heard the words phantasm stone, his body trembled and he revealed delight. What? Phantasm stone? Likewise, Swift Crane's eyes grew bright upon hearing these words and his eyes narrowed. Appearing as if she were wronged, she coldly spoke with a grimace, Humph. Elder Yun's close disciple insisted on handling the matter alone, refusing to allow this sect master to participate. Yun Tianxiao dryly coughed and said, Yun Qin had truly overstepped herself. However, I'm sure this wasn't done deliberately. Sect Mater, where are they? I don't feel entirely at ease. He then turned to Swift Crane and respectfully said, Senior Swift Crane, please wait for a moment. There is something that I must deal with first. How about we continue our discussion later? Swift Crane smiled and casually said, Since fellow Taoist Yun has some matters to attend to, I'll just sit here for the time being. Yun Tianxiao immediately revealed delight and turned towards Lady Fan. Lady Fan reluctantly said, "Follow me, Elder Yun. I'll bring you there." She slowly walked to the side door as if she was unwilling. With his mind feverishly occupied by thoughts of the phantasm stone, all of his suspicions of Lady Fan's actions had been wiped clean and he hastily followed after her. Swift Crane casually glanced at the two from behind before finding a chair and aloofly took a seat. Yun Tianxiao excitedly followed Lady Fan to the room at the very end of the hallway where the door was tightly closed. "It's right here. Have a good chat. In any case, this sect master is simply incapable of interfering with this deal." Lady Fan snorted and walked back to the hall with dissatisfaction. When Yun Tianxiao saw this, a cold smile momentarily appeared on his face. He then opened the door without any hesitation and directly entered the room. "You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.